Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Our heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Alicia's here to steal a win.
Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch.
Let's make a deal. Peekaboo! Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange.
Deliciously dangerous.
unleash the Shanti power.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's, for context, is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence a draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing Dive, Triple Strategist, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, any type of map, Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. You can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle. So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more, and whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still, she's still very strong, might I add. 93 out of 100 score is still S+, so yeah, she's still strong. But other teams are still very much committed to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa's not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity. Notably as a protect option because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with that combination. But because the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to triple strategist. She can pair with whoever. If the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running triple strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome back to Group A of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason for EMEA. Wait a second, this isn't Group A, this is the playoffs. But we have 3 teams remaining as it's our final day of preseason play. I am your host for today, Tetcher. Taking you through all the action today will be Got Moxie and Ryan Central. And yes, starting with Moxie, it's all the top 3 Group A teams left for us today, and we're starting off with Shikigami versus Heretics.
Oh, it's a rematch. It's a rematch. And I mean, like, honestly, this could go the distance, Tesha. We could be in for 12 maps of Marvel Rivals coming through, because the last time Shikigami and Team Heretics went head-to-head, well, the American stream was waiting just a little bit more for that match to be able to end, because we went 5 maps unlike when they faced off in the group stages, and it was a 2-0 on the side of Heretics. So you can see a lot of improvements being made from the side of Shikigami.
And Ryan, before I ask you about who's waiting for them in the grand finals, I'd like to ask you about what's waiting for people in-game, perhaps? What could they get their hands on if they were to head on in and grab themselves potentially a new character?
Well, I mean, not only is the fact that you can watch this tournament in the game now itself, but there is also a looking over towards a new meta on the horizon, as there always seems to be between the 2 seasons. So, like, obviously, Black Cat is the thing that we're referring to. Like the Lower Manhattan and stuff, all new shiny bells and toys to be playing with, as is the new Tenacity system, as people find it out. But it's not going to be available here for pre-season at the very least. So 1 day less of action before we see what this new duelist of Black Cat, Felicia Hardy, can actually do in the game. It already feels like you've got a mix of what's made Daredevil strong, even elements of like Black Panther, so having more melee options is going to suit, well, the likes of Tanuki, who we're going to see in play today, Frost Mountain, of course, and then some of the other players in EMEA. But for today, we're just going to have to wait and see what Black Cat is going to bring.
That will come on later, but you can play her already in-game, just like you get your hands on some new skins in-game. You can get ready for class with Peter Parker the Photographer, strike a pose with Black Cat Urban Predator, or embrace the cosmic hunt with Blade Starlit Shadow. All of these are yours in-game. If you head on in, you can purchase them right now. They are available. The battlefield is yours to command, and no matter what challenge, you can always look your best.
But the goodies don't stop coming. We've got new Twitch drops coming on through. This time, Daredevil themed one. So make sure when you're watching on Twitch, you're watching with that account linked. And finally, chat, you can stop asking, where's the Gambit skin? How do I get the Gambit skin? I don't know how to get the Gambit skin. This is how you get the Gambit skin. You tune in to the preseason finals, aka today or any of the streams until that date will end, and you'll be able to get your hands on that Gambit Will of Galactus, celebrating the Ignite preseason exclusive Gambit costume to go alongside, if you were watching last year, your Star-Lord one.
We are very much kind of sitting in a situation where the audience is acting kind of like all of the players in this preseason. Every time Gambit's not on stream, people should be asking, where's Gambit? But we also have another team that will not be on screen for this first game. But Ryan, who's waiting in the grand finals? Because it's not Virtus Pro for once.
Yeah, and they're not even in the tournament anymore as they got eliminated yesterday. So the surprises have not stopped here for EMEA, but it is going to be Na'Vi that is going to be waiting in the wings. When we have seen Virtus Pro dip out of tournaments, it's usually been that ex-Rad Natus Vincere team that has actually been the ones coming out on top. Second place at the grand finals in Atlanta last year, and with the new addition of Terra looking exceptionally strong and seem to have found their identity.
They really seem to have stabilized, haven't they, Moxie, after what was a little bit of a tumultuous group stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think no one was under any illusion of the potential of this team, right? Every time that we sort of looked at them play, we were like, this has the potential to be the best team in the world with the players that you have. It's literally about just doing the reps, getting that synergy, and being able to trust each other as a core. And like Ryan said, it feels out of most of the teams, they're the ones who have the best current read of what is actually the best thing to be able to play, or how to tailor your ban draft into the team that you're specifically facing.
Journey these teams have taken to get here. They've had to fight through the group stage, where all of these teams came from Group A, where that ended with Heretics in first after beating Na'Vi in second, and Shikigami in third after losing it to both the formerly mentioned teams. But now through the playoffs, we had the flip around where Na'Vi were able to take down Heretics in order to get to this point. And Shikigami, they are having to kind of fight their way through the lower bracket to try and get in for that champion spot. 16,000 USD for first place, Ryan.
Yeah, and it goes into seeding of stage one as well to an extent, but I feel like whilst these teams are looking to sort of make as much money as they possibly can whilst they're on top in the region, it really is just a case of making sure that we are well versed. It's a good rehearsal for what stage one and stage two are going to bring. So no international events at the end of this tournament, but a very key part to see where Na'Vi are going to be placing this early roster of Team Heretics, but also Shikigami actually challenging the top echelon and being in amongst the pigeons when it comes to these top rosters with a lot more experience in this region.
The maps are the same as of last season, with the exception of Shin Shibuya being added in. We do not have Lower Manhattan joining the fray as of yet. We'll see if that changes when we come around to stage one. But despite Shin Shibuya being available, we haven't seen a lot of it, Moxie.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams, like, they tried. They were like, oh, it's been a while since we got to play Shin Shibuya. Maybe some of these teams are a little bit less experienced on being able to deal with that specific map and the strategies that is brought along with it, specifically things like the Strange TP. But that sort of like day in the sun, yeah, that's gone away. As we get to have a look at our ban/lock explanation, I mean, it feels like we should probably just replace Elsa Bloodstone here, so that instead of poor old Torch, although granted, Shikigami are going to be in the lobby, so potentially that Human Torch, well, it's not going to get banned out, but it's certainly going to be played, especially if we go to someone like Central Park.
Elsa Gambit have been, if you were watching Ryan's video before we started talking here, they have been so dominant in terms of the threat level, Ryan.
Yeah, and I think it's really key when you sort of look at some of the responses, right? Like, Team Heretics yesterday tried to go a little bit against the grain, making sure that they had a one-sided Gambit, but then you're giving Terra a one-sided Elsa, and that seems to come out on top. In fact, like, one thing to note for Team Heretics, the 5 maps that they've lost so far in preseason, every single time the enemy team had Elsa. So even though Gambit has a lot more attached to him with how he can enable the likes of Rogue, Star-Lord, even characters like Daredevil to just hold W and be in the faces of people, you can't ignore how strong Elsa is just in a vacuum, on her own. She can 1v6 a lobby for sure.
But then you've got to flip it on the other side. While Rad did not make it into this final stage, as Shikigami was able to finally put a full stop on that matchup between the two of them and take them down for a second time, Rad learned the lesson earlier, where they lost their first 2 games when their opponents had Gambit and they didn't, and the second they had Gambit on their side, Moxie, everything flipped around for them. So where does that priority lie between these two characters?
Yeah, I mean, for Heretics, it's going to be really interesting, especially on like this first map, because it will be a return to form of Hell's Heaven, which was literally the map that they played Shikigami first on Domination the first time that they played in the playoffs. What is the ban line actually going to look like? Because the last time they were trying to, as Ryan said, go for things like not just the Gambit, but also the Mantis, the Loki, and really trying to play a triple strategist line around those two heroes. Do they now go for the instant ban onto the Elsa because Shikigami were able to secure that one to absolute devastating impact?
Let's start looking ahead to our teams. We've been talking about Heretics, but Ryan, let's talk a little bit about Shikigami as a fellow Leolas Glazer with myself here.
Yeah.
You were talking about the teams having to go through the reps to actually get to this point and get the practice in. Out of the 3 teams that are remaining, no one has had more reps than Shikigami, as they've had to go against Heretics and nearly beat them. They've had to go against Fire Strays, nearly got taken out, survived. They had to face Rad twice, and were able to finally take them down a second time. They've gone through it to get here.
Yeah, and from the various interviews that we've had with the likes of Kaya Frost Mountain, they've sort of said that the problems that they've had is just running out of ideas and options, that these more experienced, more tenured rosters have a few more tricks and ideas up their sleeve, whereas this Cooking with Kaya roster from MRC is looking to try and cook up a couple more ideas. It has looked better and better each time they've faced one of these like stronger teams like Na'Vi and Team Heretics. The problem is they haven't banked themselves a win in a series just yet off of them. It's got closer, but still they need to just push themselves a little bit more to actually hit that top echelon.
Whereas Moxie, we'll talk about Heretics here. We'll talk about the teams in a bit more detail once we have a look at those rosters. But Heretics, they had their matchup versus Na'Vi yesterday, and it was a 3-0. A big shout out to our co-streamers who are helping us bring the action today. And we'll actually dive into Heretics a little bit more in a moment. What is jumping out to you in terms of the roster for Shikigami?
I mean, you guys always cover the Leolas, so I'm going to talk about the backline. Like, Lindstrom and Name have really impressed. Name being able to lock very quickly onto being able to play things like the White Fox. Lindstrom with all of the experience previously being a substitute for Virtus Pro all the way back in like Season 0 before they properly became Virtus Pro and were known as Team Cats. Being able to play things like the Invisible Woman, which we're seeing more and more of in terms of value, both with the team up for the Strange, but also the fact that a lot of these teams are trying to run dive compositions. And one of the best strategists at being able to deal with things like that Venom with the dive is the Invisible Woman, getting that all healing coming on through with the primary purse, building up the ultimate as quickly as possible, and having one of the most underrated abilities in the whole game. Like, you ask any professional player what ability like is probably the strongest, they'll probably say Regeneration Domain or Force Physics, the push/pull coming on through from Susan Storm.
Ryan, on the other side, Heretics coming on in here. It's a team made up of some separated parts from a couple of the rosters that did not survive the roster mania coming into 2026, but they have looked so strong, bringing in stuff like Strategist Deadpool, one of the deadliest Hulks we have seen so far. But what is most exciting to you about this roster?
I think, sort of echoing on what Moxie was saying, looking at the backline, it's not only the addition of Oasis, who we had an interview with, I think his debut interview on the broadcast, and despite him being a rookie, you can't really say that anymore. Like, he sort of fit into this roster very well. He's been mostly on the Jeff, trying to build triple strategists around mostly Naga and Alex. But I think Alex on the other side of it is a really good shout. He was more that kind of like main strategist, the one that was outputting a lot of healing when he was on Citadel with the likes of Ken. And Ken was the more flexible, would be on Loki, would be on the likes of Gambit, and more flexible in that role. Alex has had to fill those boots after Ken went away, and he's done a good job at growing. The problem, however, I think is just more like they're building a lot around triple strategists. They don't really want to touch too much of the Elsa in particular. If it's available, they'll try and grab it, but they want to make sure that Naga gets onto the Mantis. It just means that Tanuki has to be that solo duelist, has to fill up the slots between Psylocke, Jean Grey, Daredevil, even Elsa when it's available. It just felt a little bit like punished yesterday against Na'Vi, and they didn't change up their ideas too much until the last second.
Although, Moxie, we should bring it up just how insane of a season this has been for Tanuki. We're just in the preseason, but they have insanely popped off.
Yeah, Tanuki Psylocke, now a new flex that we're getting to see come through from him as a duelist, has been very, very strong. But like Ryan said, the fact that Heretics have been trying to secure things like the triple strategist line, letting the Elsa slide through, means that you're trying to pit a Psylocke up against an Elsa. Psylocke's ultimate too, well, you can just absorb it. If Loki's in the lobby, you can even just beat it with a cooldown of the regeneration domain. It does not have that same level of impact as something like the Apex Predator coming on through from that Elsa. Plus, Elsa, with the instinct levels, sometimes has higher mobility than the Psylocke too.
To expand on what I was saying a little bit earlier before we got sidetracked with the rosters, right after we finished our broadcast yesterday, I jumped into one of our co-streamers for the Ignite Games J3, and they were watching the game and just having a mini mental breakdown about how Heretics were just letting Na'Vi and Terra in particular just get Elsa every single time. That character is so mobile, and it's being given to one of the best duelist players in the game. This is kind of going to be a test for a lot of people where they're going to watch this and see, have Heretics learned the lesson, Ryan?
Yeah, it pretty much is just a case of do not give LeBron the ball. It really is that simple with the likes of Terra. But it's more the case, like, Heretics, they were banning out pretty much 4 strategists every single time, making sure that, like, the likes of Navi's backline were struggling with their options. The problem is like, Terra never switched off Elsa. He doesn't have to. No duelist should be switching off of Elsa unless it's to go strange and portal in. But even then, you probably think just stay on the Elsa for God's sake, please. Everybody else on Na'Vi is super flexible, even Jerky that's going to be that third strategist. You're playing the likes of White Fox, Luna, Cloak and Dagger. There's too many strategists now to ban him out completely, so even if you do try and hit that for Na'Vi, they have the Elsa, everybody else is fine. For Team Heretics, yeah, you could build around the Mantis, you could build around the Gambit, but then do you want an Invisible Woman? Do you want a Loki? What's the better option there? Tanuki wants to be on the likes of Daredevil to be a little bit more dive-centric and use his melee prowess, but he's kind of forced onto the Jean Grey because Naga's on the Mantis and stuff. It felt very much like they were kind of pinned themselves into a corner, whereas Na'Vi, certainly their backline, are one of the most flexible, and they're going to be watching this series intimately to see how they want to go for their grand final draft.
But Moxie, we're talking as if it's a foregone conclusion, and it's not. The last time Shikigami and Heretics went up against each other, it was a 2-3 in favor of Heretics, but it was close. I'd ask you, what do Shikigami need to change to potentially take out Heretics? But from that last series, very little seems to be the case. Tell me, what would you like to see from Shikigami this series?
I mean, honestly, from Shikigami, like you said, because it was so close, it wasn't sort of like an issue of the ban draft. It wasn't really an issue of like the compositions that they're playing. It's just some crucial fights where if you go back as a team and you VOD and say, okay, if we zigged when we could have zagged, then we would have been able to win that fight. And now we can take that information forward when we next match up. Like, honestly, I feel for Shikigami, it's more about how they're going to be able to respond if Team Heretics have changed things up. Because we're going to keep talking about it until we see that ban draft coming on through. Heretics, like Ryan has been saying, has been one of those teams who are almost allergic to playing the Elsa Bloodstone, and we're really going to have to see like the true test of, does a triple strategist line manage to beat one of the strongest duelists in Marvel Rivals history?
Line Pros are literally showing up as the coach instead of a photo as Gambit in their roster page. They have a preference, but like you said, are they going to be leaning toward introducing Elsa into their play, or is it just more creativity, Ryan? What will you hope, and what do you think is going to happen?
I think I'd like to see Heretics take a leaf out of Navi's book yesterday of just like, don't worry too much about the Gambit. If you can get Elsa, like, let your duelists duel, frankly, like, let them sort of be able to find that. I think if I'm looking at like Shikigami, it's like, you know that there's probably going to be priority on Team Heretics getting the Protect onto Mantis. What you can't let happen, which is something that they did before, is letting the Loki also get protected as well, because that team up works really well. There's so many options. Even if they don't have access to Gambit themselves, they can just copy it from the other side, assuming that's what Shikigami want to prioritize. They're going for like an Invisible Woman ban in between. So maybe just in that third ban that you have where it's like the mirrored one, you do it at the same time, just take out the Loki. Yeah, them having like Mantis Invisible Woman isn't great either because it does hit all of your dive options, but you really just don't want them to sit on that team up and just allow them to take your support strategist ultimates whilst they don't have those characters.
The players are in the lobby. We're just waiting for the final go-aheads from Heretics, which it looks like they will be given. So while we get set up to get into that draft, Moxie, any final words, any final predictions before the draft? Do you just want to see that Elsa first? Is that the one wish heading into this draft?
I mean, we'll have to see. Maybe Tanuki just like very quietly has been practicing the Elsa, and Heretics have been hiding that strategy to reveal now. But I don't know if you're Heretics, if you want to show that while Na'Vi are, as Ryan pointed out, still watching. But in terms of predictions, like all cards are off. We've seen how strange the EMEA and all the rest of the regions for preseason has been. Even the players themselves are basically saying so many of these teams, in terms of skill, they're equal. It's literally about who performs the best on the actual day.
We thank you all for your patience. We are heading into the game. I will be leaving you with Gotboxy and Ryan Central for game number 1 of our lower bracket final.
It's going to be an exciting one, and draft is a key part of it. It was Kaya from, it was Ducky over on Rad that was saying that it was the majority of the game was decided by these next couple of minutes, and it is going to be more of the same. Heretics want to try and get the one-sided gambit, but you are letting Shikigami, at this point, more than likely get the Elsa.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's going to be a case of the instant ban comes on through from Heretics on the Gambit to secure the one-sided Gambit. Shikigami going to be going for the instant ban onto the Elsa into likely the save onto one-sided Elsa. Loki gets removed because Heretics went for that Loki. There's the one-sided Elsa lock, but we do have a slight deviation from the last time, right? Because when Heretics and Shikigami went head-to-head the last time on Hell's Heaven, the ban line was actually Heretics saving the Mantis first, as opposed to the Gambit.
Yeah. And I mean, there's still the option to protect it a little bit later, unless it's banned out here from Shikigami. You would assume, but there is also the problem with Invisible Woman on the horizon too. It feels like you kind of want, if you're going to get Gambit, you cannot let that Invisible Woman go through. Maybe looking to try and one-side Shikigami. You have that option, but there is also the elements of like Deadpool Vanguard that's been protected a little bit more against the likes of Heretics. Tried to one-side it. That's what Navi did yesterday too. But it does look like they want to go for an Invisible Woman, which is going to be great for any dive-centric comps that Team Heretics want to run.
Oh, Shikigami were thinking about going for that Loki. They were like, if we get the Loki and we have God of Mischief, we can still potentially copy the Gambit from Heretics' back line, but they go for the Invisible Woman instead. Heretics do like running a lot of dive with Beetle on the Captain America. As, they're thinking about it. Daredevil might be a good play here too as well, because that really like cuts off the value that Kaya can find with a flex onto the Venom, because Heretics were in control of Hell's Heaven previously. It was Shikigami actually who changed their composition to that dive with both the Daredevil and the Venom that forced Heretics to have to field the White Fox in just counterplay to it. So taking it off the field means that you don't have that one-sided information lane coming on from the side of Frost Mountain.
And because there's so much still available, right? Like you want to ban out the Mantis here. You could ban out the Daredevil as like a mirrored option too. It's going to be the Mantis taken out, meaning that it is one-sided for Tanuki if Heretics want to run it. It's not only just the information of how the rest of the team can play off of a Daredevil for Shikigami. It's just Frost Mountain on that hero in particular could be an absolute monster, and turned it around after Rad got the first point on Celestial Husk. Shikigami switched over to more of a 2-2-2 setup, and they looked a lot more stronger as a result. But this is Heretics maybe running into the same issues yesterday. Sure, you can say that Laylas isn't quite maybe the same accolade as the likes of Terra for Navi, but I don't think it matters. Elsa is incredibly strong, her CC capabilities are everywhere, and it's Heretics proving that it's not a draft problem, it was an execution one yesterday.
Yeah, Shikigami are also going to be seeing that, hey, we got Wolverine through. Last time Heretics did not enjoy going up against both the Wolverine and the Phoenix, and it ended up getting banned out, so Frost Mountain will be picking that one up almost instantly. Easter on the Hulk, banned out of the Vanguard Deadpool, which is a good play, I think, on the side of Heretics here. Domination, that ban hammer, it accumulates so quickly. It would really like force Name to have to burn the regeneration domain, potentially setting up follow-through from the side of Team Heretics when that really important cooldown is off the clock for a good 30 seconds. But that also means that you have the fastball special coming on out from the Hulk, as Kai is going to be starting on the Strange. Don't know if he'll be sticking on the Strange, but they do have the Invisible Woman on the side of Lindstrom, so through the portal he hops as opposed to swapping over to that Venom, and we're going to get this full brawl potential composition with both the Strange and the Elsa trying to make a little bit of space, and the Wolverine looking to counterplay Heretics' backline.
Yeah, diving in is the rogue, actually, for Tanuki, as it's going to be a triple Vanguard line for Heretics on this attack. First, Naga is going to be moving over towards the Jean Grey to allow a very bully fight, honestly, from Heretics. Pretty much pushing back Shikigami. Not many eliminations, but a reset required after Shikigami going for the portal play. You sort of mentioned, like, there's no Deadpool Vanguard for Kaya to play with, but you also have that team up with Invisible Woman, just allowing a little bit more damage to be thrown out. More targets to hit with these Vanguards.
Well, speaking about Vanguards, Enzo already has Banhammer built up from the first fight because he's just getting to shred through the Strange and the Hulk, using them quite literally as a punching bag. Tanuki gets exiled, which means that Easter will be able to make it back to the rest of his team, but Heretics have already been able to establish such a forward hold. These fights have been very one-sided, so at the most part, Shikigami are closest to having strategist ultimates up, but Invisible Boundary is not a good engagement tool because it's so static, so you're relying on Frost Mountain instead. Wonderful feral grab onto Beetle, sets up for the Terror Cape follow through, so Captain America is gone, and Heretics might lose Tanuki here too.
He was able to be stunned out for a second, but Isidore is there to finish his work now. Shikigami looking to try and go in for the leap. You do have the Eternal Bond if you want to try and push a little bit more, but the dive-in is actually going to come from Naga on the other side. Beetle going for the pole play, allowing those two eliminations to return very quickly, and Lindstrom almost collecting the point for Shikigami, has to use this Invisible Boundary to keep this fight going. It's a hell of a dedication, so if this fight doesn't turn in the favor of the blue team, it's going to be a bit more precarious going forward now that Heretics have built their way up to 70%. Naga, though, free reign over on this corner. He actually manages to dodge Frost Mountain going in with the last stand. He gets an elimination onto Enzo with a Deadpool Vanguard, but it is actually Oasis that's able to grab a couple, spit them off the map. Nobody else is really going for the focus over in that corner, but he wants to try and compete and contest this now that Shikigami flipped the point.
Yeah, I think actually he wasn't able to find the spit off of the map because the window pane was in place, stopping him from having that environmental, so he just has to hold them and then spit them out a little bit later, allowing Heretics to pick apart Shikigami when they don't have those Vanguards. Kaya has already used that Strange TP too. I don't know if Shikigami will have it back in time, as Leolas does have the Apex Predator, the first of the Elsa ultimates, so you can really see what impact Heretics are having, being able to control this tempo, just not allowing this Elsa to be able to set up to have that level of damage. Lindstrom's going to be close to Invisible Boundary. Fastball special comes on through. Overtime's there. There's the Elsa ultimate, but there's very little follow through. And with Enzo about to get another Banhammer up, Lindstrom's going to be in danger.
Yeah, has to be very careful with where it takes this fight. It's been and found the target. Lindstrom holding onto the Invisible Boundary. You can see just how much space again Naga just on this right-hand side. Nobody's looking at it with all of these bodies and faces from Heretics. The Vanguards are just taking so much of the stress. Never mind. Kai just turns around, claps him, sends him back to the spawn very quickly. And a Freedom Charge allowing basically another strategist ultimate for Heretics to keep this fight going. 99% overtime is on the cards for Shikigami. They have to flip the point and they have to use so much more. Invisible Boundary trying to collect those plays for Shikigami to group up together, but Oasis might have just scooped them up again, not able to spit anybody off the map just this case again, but the pullback is going to force some of the Vanguards to be taken down. Beetle goes through, as it is going to be the copy from Name to go for his own Invisible Boundary. Worldbreaker seeing if he can make this Gambit squeal a little bit more. Naga reimbursed himself back into this fight. Elimination with the end song. But finally, Shikigami only able to actually get up to 20%. Heretics at least have a good window to build up some ults.
Let no one say that Hulk is bad in this meta, because Isidore just actually pulled off a miracle there for Shikigami. Name has to use the Invisible Boundary, but it's so deep on Shikigami's own side of the map because of the pressure coming on through from that Gambit ultimate on the side of Alex. It's up to Easter with the Worldbreaker to just keep Heretics off of the map and not let them flip. Aya Agamotto is going to be in play. Potential follow through from the last time coming on through from Frost Mountain as well, but Tanuki's so close to having this Heartbreaker online. And yet again, this Phoenix is just uncontested on the side lane. Frost Mountain gets a huge stun. Banham has gone down onto Leolas though, so the damage tick slowly starting to chip some of that Elsa's health bar down. Apex Predator is on the cards. Alex does not have the Gambit ult to purify, but so too does Shikigami. Just not have any way of pressuring the Phoenix all the way back on Heretics' backline.
even when they're trying to scoop up these fights and break the line of sight for Naga, it's still not really enough. You can see just how much of the stress is going to go onto the front line of Heretics, and it means that Naga does have this free reign. Away from the Mantis, it was banned out. He's going to go back to that duelist. The copy over from Name to see if they can go aggressive. They have the tools in order to do it, and invisible boundaries to boot. Heretics now looking at the clock and thinking, okay, we might need to go for a portal play ourselves in order to try and touch this because we've been forced all the way back. But now they need to be very careful. You see Shikigami wanted to be a bit more offensive, but now expecting that Heretics are just going to go for a Route 1 approach.
Oasis could be huge here. The problem is that you have to get past the Hulk bubbles. That's one bubble going to be used though for the cooldown. Invisible boundary should get dropped now. Phoenix going to be looking for the Endsong Inferno, trying to get the hit onto Lindstrom through the ultimate. Doesn't get Lindstrom, but gets both the Loki and the Elster, and Shikigami now are dang precious players. Kaya only now falls, so he still has to come in through with the World Breaker, just trying to hold the space. But there's the Chef from Oasis, taking him off the side of the map and making it that Shikigami just do not have players to keep overtime and play long enough for a strange TP to come through. And Heretics will be able to finish off Frozen Airfield and take us down to Eldritch Monument.
That's just the first point, Moxie. That's just the first point of a potential long day. I think America's viewers has still probably asleep, considering it finished at 8 a.m. our time in the UK.
Yeah.
Long shift, but this is going to be more of the same. So if you're still looking for those drops, then you've come to the right place, because this series is going to be back and forwards like it was last time. And a big pick there, I think, from Naga in particular with the end song going onto Layla's just as that Apex Predator was used. We saw a couple of like misses, not from Layla specifically, but some of those else ultimates not finding a huge impact. This is the case where you don't want to let that slide, especially when you have it one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, the problem, though, is that Heretics are just controlling the tempo so well. Like, they've got the Rogue, they've got the Hearts as one team up coming on through from Alex, running a triple Vanguard composition too. Means that you actually have the damage, well, the health bars, to absorb all of that high damage potential, especially since Shikigami don't have the Mantis to be able to buff up the stats. Kai is going to be starting off with a strange TP. Shikigami wants to just get onto the point, be able to go intercept Heretics before they have that high ground position to put this Phoenix to good work and pressure out the backline.
Yeah, Kaya wanted to try and channel his inner Black Sow, as it was his strange yesterday that made Shikigami have to play another full best-of-5 series. The reps are real, as it's Beetle that's running in with the Freedom Charge to go onto the offensive, charge up these ultimates for Heretics a lot faster. And when you got the likes of Heartbreaker there for Tanuki almost available, it could be very pivotal now that they're a player down in this engagement. Leolis wanting to try and win this fight up against the duelist on the other side. Naga takes to the sky, and Leolis clips his wings all the way down. Shikigami been very good in winning these first fights, and it seems to be the case here for the second point. And Heretics, yeah, they have some ultimates at least built up, but Shikigami sitting back feeling comfortable on the monument.
Such a good eye of Agamotto, found his way onto Beetle through the Freedom Charge from that Captain America, so Shikigami just went through with the CC chain onto Beetle, wasn't able to survive long enough to help the rest of his team, and winning that fight too, at the cost of only the Strange ult. Now it means that Name has this eternal bond for when you really need it. Hence, Tanuki coming on through with the Heartbreaker, like Name has to make sure he's far enough back that the Rogue does not find first contact onto the CD and drain your ult before you get the opportunity to use it.
Tanuki's taking a bit of a beating, but he has his ultimate now, looking to try and go in off of the fight and might have a Raging Royal Flush to match up to it very soon. What's it taking out? It's going to not really get onto the side of the Eternal Bond that Name just built up, but Frost Mountain was sent back ever so slightly with his ult charge for the last stand. Not going to need it, though. As the dive came in from Heretics, Shikigami kind of disposed of it, and now going to use the last stand to try to see if they can clear up a little bit more, but it seemed like it just completely missed.
No, it got Enzo, I believe, but Vanguard Deadpool was able to get just like healed up by the rest of his team. Tanuki is actually going to go onto the Daredevil, which is a swap that Heretics will now use to punish Shikigami's lack of Daredevil due to that ban draft. Usually, the counter would be mirroring the Daredevil and having that same level of information. So with the passive, they know exactly where Shikigami will be bunkered up, running upon them with the Raging Roll Flush. Lindstrom with the invisible boundary sets up the slow, though, and Leolas gets a huge Apex Predator. Oasis tries to go for the E to be able to sustain the team and potentially take them out of the jaws of Glartrox, but it's broken very quickly, and Shikigami remain in control.
Staggering Alex. Oh, they managed to catch him just on the way out. That's a big loss, actually, now that we're reaching 90% here. And the switchovers mean that, like, Heretics have to try and go in for this fight, this engagement.
You do have the Ensong Inferno for Naga if he wants to make this fight happen on the point, but these fastballs might make it a little bit harder to at least get into overtime. It's happened, though, for Heretics, able to go in for this fight, but close quarters on this low ground. You have the Wolverine and the Hulk just laying into you. You have to be a little bit more scared. Heretics seeing, now that they have to keep a foot on the point, how they can push back these players of Shikigami into a fight they don't want to take. The Ensong is going to come in right down into the corridor. It cleans up another 2, and Tanuki on the Daredevil, flushing the rest of this team out. Flips over in favor of Heretics, but it's 99% for Shikigami.
Yeah, but Team Heretics now, that one-sided Daredevil, it's going to hurt. Plus, they're staggering out this late elimination onto Eastor stuck in the puny banner form. Tanuki's going to have let the devil out. Shikigami too, wanting to go for a strange TP. Name already in that cloak form, wanting the follow-up of the Terror Cape. Out of the teleport, they jump, only running into Beetle to be able to hold this point. He's got the Freedom Charge if he gets a little bit too pressured without his strategist there to potentially have the line of sight due to the cutoff from the strange TP. Shikigami going to just bunker up, waiting, playing the long con, wanting Nami to have Eternal Bond before they decide to make their move. And Heretics, they're scouting out this hesitation. They're understanding, okay, they don't have the ultimates just yet. Pretty soon they will, though. They have to come to us, and then we can try and hit their backline at the same time.
And they see all of this from Tanuki's POV too, and you can tell the Shikigami are constantly looking over their shoulder. The Eternal Bond is going to mean that you could just sort of springboard onto this objective and fight from it with a little bit more sustain. And now you have got the Banhammer used from Enzo on the other side. I have Agamotto coming in to try and connect onto the other Vanguard, but a Freedom Charge used to help support Heretics through all of this damage. Tanuki's taking an absolute bludgeoning, and with the Let the Devil Out in hand, he is going to want to hold on to it. That was his choice in the end. You have got a Royal Flush from Alex too, but they're down in numbers. Seeing if they can actually reset this engagement. The Shikigami, their window had closed.
Yeah, this is now really rough for Shikigami. They've used Strange TP, they used that Eternal Bond too, so for the side of Heretics, they know you only have one strategist ult in the form of the Invisible Boundary, and Heretics have so many things that can force it. You're going to have to use it for Raging Royal Flush. Oasis has the It's Jeff, wants to find that flank, is scouting out where exactly Lindstrom is, relaying that information so that Heretics, they can just hit Shikigami mid-rotation before they even get to the point with that Raging Royal Flush, forcing Lindstrom to have to use the boundary off of the point. Ensong Inferno comes on through. The detonation is onto Leolas, so no Apex Predator to try to clutch this fight. Boundary's done, but Tanuki's ultimate still going, and Heretics are in full control of the tempo.
Yeah, they've forced this fight into a bad spot for Shikigami, and it's just Bruce Banner left to try and fight this. It was 99% for Shikigami, but Heretics holding on, making good use of the 3-4 one-sided characters they had available, but also starting to see Heretics shine in the right ways. Seeing Tanuki on the Daredevil when it's one-sided, we don't get to see that head-to-head against Frost Mountain. Might change up how the draft looks. Both of these teams as well, Moxie, a bit slow to adjust to drafts. It took a couple of goes for Shikigami to adjust to what the likes of Fire Strays were doing. For Heretics, I think it was Oasis that said in the interview himself, they left it till the last map against Shikigami last time to make the right changes. They didn't have that luxury against Navi yesterday.
I mean, you're looking at Beetle as well. Like, the fact that Oasis is on the Jeff means that you're having to match one Gambit ultimate sustainability to the potential of 2, right? Both the Cloak and Dagger and that Invisible Woman have far more potential sustainability with their ult cycles in comparison to the It's Jeff, which is very, very small and won't really be able to heal you and keep you alive in the scrutiny of, say, something like a Last Stand or even that Apex Predator coming on through. So Heretics using Beetle's Freedom Charge there to be able to mirror the sustained potential of Name's Eternal Bond literally just meant that they were fully in the driver's seat the moment that Shikigami had to use Eternal Bond, that teleport fight. They understand, like, okay, you've used it, we can just wait for it to be done, we've still got our Captain America, we're still going to be able to hold on to the point, we'll win the fight once it's done, and then we'll win the next one after because Invisible Boundary has to be used early.
Trading sides, these two teams. We'll see how Shikigami want to take us, whether it's Central Park or not, after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Thousand cuts!
A solid start for Shikigami, which immediately got flipped after an incredible comeback from Heretics. We thought this one was going to be close, and it's exactly what we were looking forward to. However, what happens when Shikigami lose a map? We go to Central Park, Moxie.
Yeah, but they can bleed on this map, right? We saw them lose it earlier yesterday, especially to things like that Venom coming on through. So I feel like Heretics are going to be looking at that and thinking, oh, okay, it's vulnerable potentially to dive. And especially in the ban draft, you can really start dismantling some of the key composition parts to the triple strategist or that torch composition that Shikigami are so known for when they're defending this first point.
Ryan, this seems to be a map, like Moxie said, Shikigami can bleed, but it's where they do some of their craziest stuff, especially with Doctor Strange, being able to go for those defensive and aggressive portals. They also have brought out the torch here. There's a lot to be scared of.
For sure, it was just that we didn't see all that much like shine from it when it came to playing up against Firestrays yesterday, but I think so much of that came less down to like hero drafts or which heroes were banned out or protected. It was a lot of just like general error because it had been a long series for all of those teams up until that point. And it just sort of reminds me of what Kai was saying in that first week of interviews, that the thing that they were working on wasn't inherently their hero pools, it was just the polish. It was making sure that they didn't feed as a team and just trying to make sure that everything was a lot more succinct. Yesterday, it didn't quite hit the mark, but you do at least know that you got the win over Heretics beforehand. It's just that Heretics, from what we've seen so far, if they do get beat down, they do come back stronger.
And while, let's be honest, this is the preseason, if there is a time to like get out these bugbears from your composition, now is the time to do so. But we have seen so much improvements, in particular from Shikigami, Moxie, from the group stage into here.
Yeah, and especially like if Shikigami have that potential full hold turned against them, well, we know that they can turn to things like the Storm coming on out from Frost Mountain too. I feel like that cat has sort of been out of the bag for a little bit though, so Heretic starting off in that defense might be coming in with something that looks a little bit like a Namor or potentially some level of hit scan to be able to try and put a little bit more pressure on that Storm so that Shikigami don't just get to barge the castle gates open with one-sided damage boost in the first fight.
And Ryan, I'll let you continue with your thought on Team Heretics from earlier. They had such an incredible looking group stage, but they have found themselves now here in the lower bracket and losing maps in the earlier stages of the playoffs as well. But even losing that first round versus Shikigami in the first map we just came from, they're not the infallible team we were looking at from groups.
Oh, no, absolutely. And to be honest, that's kind of any of the EMEA teams. I know people will be shocked and surprised if Virtus Pro got eliminated. We are as well. But we have seen Virtus Pro, Berber, Patspim, Rad now, like these teams lose even in tournaments to go down to losers brackets and then end up winning the whole thing right at the end. Bounce back is a necessity. No team is going to go on this like dominant legacy run where they don't drop maps forever. But this Heretics team is so well experienced in these kind of tournaments that frankly, it's what they're built on. The other side of why I think Shikigami picked this too is because the Berber Patspim Citadel's core that Team Heretics were exceptional at convoy. And that seems to be the case here as well, like 7 wins out of 8. They only lost on Yggdrasil yesterday against Na'Vi. Yeah, you're not going to want to take them to that pure payload game mode. You want to take them to a map that, despite the fact that you lost it yesterday, is still something that we haven't seen a lot of from Heretics.
The teams are ready, so we will get to see potentially at least a little bit of it from them here, as we will be heading into map number 2 very, very shortly. We were talking about the Elsa being a priority and how it could be game-changing, but we did just see Heretics beat a one-sided Elsa. Moxie, is it just fine now? Do they just leave it, or is it still something that they should address?
I mean, the fact that you're going to be starting off on like the defense, at least on one of these sides, does mean that it can be a little bit easier to intercept the Elsa before she hits that power spike. Close holding, especially with that high verticality position that the defense can just hit into the backline, be it on a strategist or on a duelist mid-rotation, can be very, very strong at just circumventing an attack push.
Map 2 of this best of 5. Can Shikigami bring it back, or will Heretics continue that fated journey for the Na'Vi rematch?
Pretty much is Gambit Elsa, Elsa Gambit, Gambit Elsa Mantis, Daredevil, Spider-Man, sometimes Gambit Elsa, Elsa Gambit. That's pretty much how these drafts have been so far, and I already saw that there was a Gambit locked in from Heretics. Shikigami, I do still think it's worth like leaning on the Elsa in this case. You don't have to rely on the Gambit all that much. It's just the ends of these drafts where Heretics have been a little bit more particular, and I think that spot on taking out the Daredevil was a good fix.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, though, I think, like, with the Gambit, with the Mag, with the Rogue damage potential and neutral off of the Hearts as one team-up, you can sort of just, like, overrun an attack without just relying solely on having one-sided Gambit altcast. Like, you can do so much damage when you just send your Rogue into Brawl, and I wouldn't be surprised, especially if, like, Heretics want to just have the Gambit Starlord combo open as well, potentially, if they do have to face down something like the Ultron Torch composition that Shikigami are known for when they play defense.
This pretty much is the same. Both sides have flipped. Shikigami choosing the map of Central Park, but also to attack first, which kind of works nicely with if you want to run some Deadpool Vanguard, that you could just sort of like get the most out of it. You don't need to change up comps. You can kind of like run along with it. But that might also get banned out from Heretics if we're going by what the last draft gave us. And it's going to be the same again.
Vanguard Deadpool. Team Heretics removing it from play. Now, do they save the Rogue here, the Star-Lord here, the Mantis here? Like, they have so many options open. They go for one-sided Vanguard Deadpool instead, which, yeah, did work out really, really well for them in terms of that last domination map. Like you said, if it is going to be Flyers, being able to have Banhammer build up so quickly, a lot of the time it's an execution state if you manage to get it onto something like an Ultron, even through the Rage of Ultron. But that does mean that no one gains access to the Mantis, and I think all of your duelist players are breathing a big sigh of relief that they don't have to play double duty and keep up with a duelist on the other side who has that 12% boost. Shikigami, though, they want to keep their options open. Like, it's Central Park, there's going to be dive in play, both on attack and on defense, and you want to be able to have things like that Daredevil passive. They thought about it for Frost Mountain. Going for the one-sided Invisible Woman probably means that this is a Daredevil ban coming on out from the side of Team Heretics, but they might look at the Wolverine too.
Yeah, Wolverine is going to be good for any like fastball plays that are going to come out, because we have seen that a little bit more. Last Stand is just very good, I think, on fighting this first point as well, to either pull everybody together on the attacking side or pull everybody off of the objective if you're the defensive side. I think the Deadpool Vanguard is a really good ban too, because not only are you starting to hit some of the players like Kaya, who has been a superb Vanguard Deadpool, but also the team up with Elsa for one, and also it's just a good option for any kind of composition, similar to what Elsa provides as a duelist. Deadpool Vanguard is like that for the front line as well. He sort of is interchangeable, and it also is going to suit Enzo, who is also a terrific tank pool.
Well, here we go. Shikigami going to be starting off on the attack, so it might swap off of this torch composition. You still on the Angela too. Might just be using that higher speed to be able to get the scout off. As a Team Heretics, they're actually going to be starting not on something like a Namor, in case we get a Storm, but we do have Tanuki fielded over to that Phoenix, the solo duelist for this team, as yet again they go with this triple strategist line, foregoing even the Rogue and the Mag, despite Alex getting the Gambit through.
Yeah, we're sort of having a bit of a fly around the POV as we're seeing, but you're about to see a bit more of a fly around as there is a torch hovered from Frost Mountain, as they do want to go for this triple flyer composition with the Angela. Heretics have seen this. Shikigami actually took a map against Na'Vi with it, and Na'Vi in the grand finals going, okay, how are Team Heretics going to deal with this? Because we struggled a little bit more.
There's a split coming out. Shikigami, all of their flyers are actually wrapping all the way around the back of this point. Beetle looking for an in to try and hit these strategists, but the guard is there. Kaya is playing bouncer to the Captain America's approach, not letting him through. And Shikigami, they've already got such a huge presence, just like wrapping all the way around this part of Central Park, forcing Team Heretics to just have so many different positions that they have to be concerned about.
Yeah, and you can see just Frost Mountain, let's lead over towards the left-hand side. Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Kaya on the ground. Follow me, ladies. Let's just make our way over to the objective, trying to isolate some of these picks and targets. Looking towards Enzo, that's forced to use the Deadpool in your area AoE, and actually takes out Naga clean cut out of the sky.
The body block as well from East, though. Saw Frost Mountain going low. Steps in with the Angela shield directly in front so that the torch stays standing before getting the spear off onto your Ultron. That's Shikigami getting first tick and potentially more. Unless Team Heretics go for a strange TP. Yep, there's the swap onto the portal, but there's nothing to really be able to stabilize this position. No Loki regeneration domain, no strategist ultimate. Beetle's got to jump through, but it's not in time, and you go directly into the ring of fire, which just charges Frost Mountain's ultimate a little bit faster.
Rather doing the Leo DiCaprio like whistle, like pointing at the TV, like it is that easy to make that mistake against Shikigami on this map. So a reset is in order for Heretics. You have got like more of these like 2-2 setups now, very dive centric. You've got Oasis over on the Lunar Snow without that White Fox pairing to just make sure that that dive has a little bit more fear from Shikigami, that you have some CC in order to work with, and also to try and group everybody up together with the fate of both worlds. Now May trying to spot exactly where these players from Heretics actually dove in onto, as Heretics are looking to try and take a fight early.
Well, I mean, the big swap from the side of Heretics is actually Star-Lord. This is what we talked about, right? If you've got the Ultron, if you've got the Torch, this is your best way of counter-playing it, as Alex is getting really close to that Gambit ultimate to empower that Galactic Legend. Kaya manages to catch Tanuki, Rage of Ultron from behind on the side of Shikigami, who yet again just continue eroding the map space from Heretics, not allowing them to stabilize, because Heretics, like their front line, it's so more mobile than that backline, right? Beetle's playing to just try and interfere with the objective, put pressure on Shikigami's backline, but that means there's far less peel on the side of someone like Oasis in comparison to Lindstrom and Name. Invisible Boundary, it's so aggressive from the side of Lindstrom. They have zero concerns about potentially letting a Gambit Star-Lord ult combo go through, because they just were able to separate the Gambit from the Star-Lord.
This could have been a bit of a backfire from Shikigami, wanted to go offensive with the Invisible Boundary, but it left the door open for Heretics to actually just backcap the objective and hold on to it. Now the offense has come out from Heretics, just as Shikigami bottlenecked Heretics from these two chokes. You've got the likes of Supernova for Human Torch as well, that you could just sort of usher Heretics away from the objective and get yourself a very quick second checkpoint. But it was an overstep, it was punished, and now Shikigami, despite the fact that they have a very mobile composition that could just go over this castle, it's a hard place to pick up the objective from.
I mean, you're looking at Isidore. You're really looking at Isidore being able to body block this Galactic Legend coming on through when Alex uses that Gambit ult. They're going to actually hold on to it, using it only now, catching the disengage. First stage Gambit ult to force Shikigami back, then Galactic Legend on the second step to actually catch them before they can go back into the spawn and hop behind any form of cover. Really good way of being able to play those ults. You know that Shikigami don't have strategist ults to be able to survive one or the second, and it gets you so much more time to be able to set up Tanuki on this position and just tax Shikigami's approach. They've swapped to dive though. Kaya's on the Venom, Frost Mountain the Daredevil, something that Heretics thought about banning out but chose not to, which means that Beetle is going to have to play Peel with this Freedom Charge when the backline gets hit by the dive.
Oh, like Captain America is just so good in these kind of like neutral engagements, offensive, defensive. He's going to be able to just be in awe of these kind of scraps as they go in. A dive leaped in from Kaya and it's sent straight back. You got Name switched over towards the Jeff for the team up there amongst Frost Mountain being able to be back onto that Daredevil. The dive, however, just in the time it took to set up, instantly sent back to spawn, and Heretics pretty much having full rule of the courtyard. Beetle is going to be the one that gets all of this information to see where everybody's coming from, and Shikigami boxed in despite a very open point.
Yeah, might be boxed into Lindstrom's Invisible Boundary too. Like, your hands are about to be tied in terms of where you're going to get to use it, because Heretics, they're literally right behind your spawn, and Tanuki has the Endsong Inferno. Like, you're trying to get close enough to the objective that you can use the boundary on the actual point itself, but you're still having to be constantly worried about this Captain America in the backline, just rewriting all of your attention. Enzo comes on through with the Banhammer, still no Invisible Boundary baited out of it. Now we get it, but this just means that Tanuki will be on the countdown, wait the 8 seconds for it to drop, come through with an Endsong Inferno, still let the fight long enough for Heretics to hit the true win condition, the Gambit and the Star-Lord.
Nami going in with it. It's Jeff as Frost Mountain trying to be offensive in nature. Tanuki holding the S key, but he's still able to get the elimination as he peels away from the attack. However, Shikigami have used this as a good chance to actually get a hold of the massive squirrel on the objective and push it right the way through to second. The good thing, Moxie, a lot of time was bought for Heretics.
Yeah, the bad news, though, is that Alex is the last player to fall. So Team Heretics, like, they're still going to try and hold their space because Oasis just having that range with Jeff. They don't want to give too much up for free against Shikigami, but they're just waiting for the Gambit to come back through with the true retake play. This Gambit ultimate potentially just on its own because, again, Shikigami, no strategist ults. You do have to worry about the Meteor M from Easter absorbing some of the hits coming on through from this Galactic Legend, as Tanuki is tasked with clearing that Venom to make sure that Kaya doesn't just get in onto the backline and force Heretics to split their attention, weakening up the front.
Oh, Tanuki versus Frostbound and Daredevil head-to-head. Let's go. These are the kind of matchups we want to see, but Layla's one-sided. Elsa is going to be trying to admin the server as much as they possibly can. Let the devil out. Farmed up first from Frost Mountain. He's been on the character a lot further, but he has got this Galactic Flush maybe coming out in the hands. You at least have the Royal Flush from Alex, and a little bit delayed, a little bit later was Naga with the Galactic Legend. The timing well-suited. Doesn't get the buff towards the end. Doesn't need it. He's cleaned up houses. 1 minute left for Shikigami to push this further on their attack.
They're about to hit some huge ults, though. Leolas will have the Apex Predator, so all eyes on Oasis to see if you can get the It's Jeff to save your teammates the way you would them grab out of a strangling prison. But, I mean, if Leolas gets the angle, Glatrox can just grab them off the side of the map, which is exactly what they're going to be looking to do. There's the wraparound rotation, playing more of that distance, having a little bit more cover too, and forcing Heretics to have to just rotate back to the actual objective itself. Kaya's been scouted. Tanuki makes a little bit of a misplay. Might have been trying to go for a Devil's Latch to grab someone off of the map, but ends up going up himself. Beetle comes on through with the Freedom Charge. Apex Predator is there, but Leolas is taken off the map by the cap, and now Lindstrom has to use the invisible boundary just to buy time for Shikigami to try and formulate a response. They get the Star-Lord. Tanuki's about to hit the Let the Devil out, and Heretics, once the boundary's gone, they've got the true elimination potential, and it's OT. Shikigami cannot manage to kite this out. Nami with a huge Eternal Bond is enough sustainability, but now you have to get the Dark Teleportation to dodge Oasis's ult.
Tanuki let the devil out. He takes so much damage. Let the devil back in. Let the devil back in. He retreats back into the castle, which is definitely going to be failing some health and safety notice, considering he fell off of the map shortly before. But Heretics are still able to scrap out this fight. You have got Oasis that might be licking his lips to get a grab to take everybody from Shikigami away from the objective. Ultimates-wise for Shikigami on this attack, not too much. You have the Royal Legend actually clambering its way through. It's Naga finding all of the picks one at a time, drip by drip. Shikigami are running out of fuel to push this attack further, and Heretics stopping this just shy of third.
That's why I was slightly concerned about a lack of Star-Lord ban in the draft. And when I say slightly, I mean extremely. Because, like, now Shikigami, if they try to go for, like, the Torch, the Ultron play, right? Heretics, all they have to do is get one good Gambit Star-Lord combo, and away goes Shikigami's whole win condition.
And I think they said that, like, after their win against Na'Vi, they said as soon as the draft was over, they knew that they won. And I believe that draft did end with a Star-Lord ban from them to make it one-sided. For that reason, you also, like, have access to the likes of, like, Meteor M, which is also used to, like, mitigate some of that. Kaya is actually going to be over on the Magneto, if this is to believe so far on this defense. But it's like, there's so many good options, certainly for this Vanguard frontline for Shikigami. One of the more flexible ones, certainly matching up with what Team Heretics are giving. But it's still, like, way too much to deal with, and Heretics do make the right adjustments very quickly in the middle of a game. It's just the adjustments to drafts that I think they struggle with. When it's even like this, yeah, they're just going to deal with whatever Shikigami throw their way.
I mean, speaking about throwing, we're probably getting a Logan, a Wolverine being thrown Shikigami's way as soon as the doors open. Enzo will be on the Hulk, Tanuki the Wolf, so you've got the fastball special, but do Heretics actually decide to stick with this composition? Because, like, the moment they scout out there's going to be a Torch Ultron, it's likely going to be a move to the Gambit, the Star-Lord. Yeah, we can already actually even see Tanuki's already on the Star-Lord. Oasis goes to the Luna, having that freeze potential of if Shikigami try to go and put pressure on the backline, but also the Idol Aura to give extra survivability to the Star-Lord, who's really going to have to work in double time. You've got to clear out both the Ultron and the Torch, all while worrying about Isidore clearing you out too. Like, this Angela is literally just going to be counted Star-Lord measures.
Also, just remember the Frost Mountain said something about Team Heretics. He called them triple strategist merchants. And Heretics now on the 2-2 roster saying, are you sure about that, son? Is Tanuki and Naga the ones to take up to the sky? It is a battle above ground, but we're seeing it just from the players that aren't able to traverse the skies all that much. Enzo stunned out with the banhammer. It's still going to go through onto this backline as Alex was taken out in transit. And now you've got Frost Mountain actually retreating from the skies, wanted to take some cover in the bunker spot. The Shikigami are so well versed in playing. Finds a pick onto Enzo after the ultimate, and it's going to force a reset whilst Heretics try and regroup.
Yeah, there's a very high priority list as well on the side of Shikigami. Bonus points if you can get the Star-Lord or the Gambit, because that's going to delay the ult conditions here coming on through from the side of Team Heretics. Like, Beetle's trying to do everything that he can. He's not going for eliminations. He's, like, literally just trying to turn the focus. Look at the Captain America, peel your backline, and allow Shikigami not to be in position with this Torch and Ultron to play around that corner cover and put the pressure on your team walking out from main. Enzo's been able to break out onto the point, starts firing away, building back up to that next banhammer, but Lindstrom has the invisible boundary, and now we have the true test, Ryan. Alex is about to get the Gambit ult up. Tanuki, the Galactic Legend. This is where Shikigami could potentially lose the Flyers. Invisible boundary overlaps with the Rage of Ultron, which means that Tanuki can just wait it out to be done and then potentially come back through in this next fight. So it's going to be up to Kaya with the Meteor M to sustain you through that one, because Torch and Ultron cannot gain healing from Eternal Bond unless the Torch dives into it.
Yeah, they have to be pretty much scraping themselves along the ground, but it's a good call. Heretics using the Royal Flush. Tanuki was 88% having the ultimate, so that was part of the plan. They want to try bait out as much as they can from Shikigami and just let the skies be a little bit more clear. You have the Supernova used from Frost Mountain, and Tanuki is potentially sending him down to the ground. Meteor M trying to eat up as much of the damage as possible. Isn't going to lead to an elimination from Kaya, but it means that the full duration for Tanuki's ultimate doesn't get too much. He does catch Frost Mountain, try to retreat back to his strategists in the backline, who are now trying to spring their way back onto the objective with the Eternal Bond. Everything's been upgraded and moved out of the objective, and Heretics looking to try to like peel this back. It's not sure whether they're in or out. They found some picks, but it's actually Shikigami coming in with a portal to make sure that this sort of in-between isn't going to find much for Heretics.
Yeah, but that Heaven's Retribution will be sustained through with the Freedom Charge. Oasis still has Fate of Both Worlds. Pick potential, damage boost potential onto the End Song Inferno too. Shikigami already down one of these ticks. Going to have to put boots on the point soon or they'll lose control of first. There's the End Song with the damage boost. Lindstrom falls and he was the closest strategist to ult. So Shikigami now relying on Rage of Ultron instead.
And it's the portal already used from Shikigami, which means that they can't stall out the point now, but they also can't go for these aggressive defenses that they try and go for. They want to try and end things here. With 30 seconds left, it's a Rage of Ultron perfectly placed from Leolis to provide a little bit of space. Heretics have to give some space up.
They've got the Gambit. Oh, Tanuki falls off the map. Alex has the ultimate, though. Heretics can still make a play for this. Lindstrom does not yet have invisible boundary. Shikigami are scrambling. Take poke, convert it to a strategist. I'll have both to be able to survive the Royal Flush coming on through when we go into OT. Enzo's got the Banhammer, too. There's the invisible boundary in reaction to Alex's ultimate. Lindstrom lives, and Name still has the Eternal Bond for afterwards. Even if Tanuki gets the Let the Devil Out in time, it's going to have to take so much coordination to bait one strategist ult up and still have the End Song Inferno to finish out the fight.
Eye of Agamotto going to come through. Doesn't connect onto anybody from Heretics. They're all able to try and dodge it in the end. The portal is going to be used from Beetle as the Let the Devil Out is going to come through from Tanuki. One of the strategists has gone down on the other side, though. However, in fact, two of them for Heretics. They don't have any more healing to come through, as it looks like a seed on Kaya. The Vanguards wanted to smash this point and stop it right in its tracks. Team Heretics having flashbacks of how this map went last for them, as they're really struggling to get things going. Spider-Man is going to fly in from Frost Mountain to really aid and help this defense as the cleaves come through from the axes, pulls everybody off of the point, and Shikigami even us up with a stalwart defense.
Oh my goodness. Shikigami completing another full hold coming on out of their defense on the side of Central Park. I mean, like, we talk about the Torch, we talk about the Ultron, we have to talk about Isidore. I mean, we have to, he's the MVP. But the things that this Angela was, like, doing, both on the attack, but also the defense to be able to interfere. When Heretics wanted to make plays both onto the backline or put pressure onto the Flyers, they've got to get past the Angela first. And you can, like, say that, okay, yeah, Angela Angela isn't normally a character who does all that much damage. We don't see in terms of stats all that high in impact for her because she's about things like displacement and peel. And that's things that you have to sort of read between the lines to be able to see. So the fact that we're actually getting an Angela MVP goes to show exactly how impactful Easter truly was. 7 final hits, 15k damage, and 40,000 damage blocked. But crucially, look at the accuracy. That's a melee character who's sitting at almost 70%.
I mean, it's crazy that Isidore was just completely clearing it up the skies for Shikigami. It does mean, however, the Heretics have the free reign of a convoy choice. It's a good game mode for them. We'll see exactly which one they're looking to take after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
is on. 1,000 gods!
We talked yesterday a little bit about how Dracula's castle should possibly even be renamed to Shikigami's castle at this point, as you said, Moxie, but someone I want to really bring up there is it really kind of came down to Kaya's castle there, because they did so much. They were holding the front line, defending the back line. They went 10 final hits for their team. Why was Kaya so impactful there?
I mean, the fact that it was the first elimination of Shikigami's defense being Kaya getting the pick onto Alex on that gambit meant that we got a delay in the first cast of that Raging Roll Flush, and allowed Shikigami the opportunity to build up resources to counter it. You're running a triple strategist backline, which means that you're having to split all of that healing 3 ways. The chances of you actually getting first strategist ultimate online are very, very slim, and that's why, again, we get to see like the strength of the Invisible Woman having that amount of pierce, especially when all of your team are kiting meeting up behind the point of first on Central Park means that the invisible boundary builds so quickly, but so too with the stack AoE healing of the Ultron drone does Rage of Ultron, and so many times in those fights it was like literally if they don't get this ultimate up now, they probably lose the full hold and we go into second.
Magneto not so much being the savior of all mutants there, but being the savior of the courtyard, holding on together, as none of the backline were mutant in this case. But Ryan, let's look ahead to the future. We sit at 1-1, and it's convoy time, as it looks like Heretics have chosen to take us to Yggdrasil Path.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the convoy game mode is pretty good for them. They're 7-1 on it, but the one loss that they did have yesterday on this map was against Na'Vi. So it's whether they've managed to fix stuff. Shikigami also winning out against Rad on this map yesterday means that we've seen very recent games of both of them.
And it looks like this time, after the first two games, the teams are ready very quickly. So we are heading in. We're not wasting any time. Let's head into map number 3 of Shikigami versus Heretics.
Can't waste any time. We've got a best of 7 later. And unlike all of the other best of 7s, I think that we have, Moxie, it's probably going to be closer than a 4-0 Virtus Pro win because there's no Virtus Pro. It looks like it's going to be more bans on the Gambit for Heretics and Elsa one-sided. Shikigami didn't really need to rely on the Elsa all that much in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that last ban, though, that Heretics used against the Wolverine on Central Park, maybe if you change that to something like the Ultron, so they can't run a triple strategist line, you might be able to find a little bit more value, at least at stopping the triple strat, because we know it's convoy, triple strategist, especially on Yggdrasil Path, is always going to be in the discussion for playability. As with the Gambit save, yet again, we go back into Loki ban, Elsa Bloodstone save, but for me it really is up to Team Heretics. Like, how do you adapt? How do you now try to ban in anticipation of what Shikigami are going to be running at you? Is it going to be looking at the triple strategist line? Is it going to be taking out the Loki so that Shikigami can't just stall for eternity with the Adam Warlock Loki reds?
This is where things start to really diverse in choices here. Deadpool Vanguard has been the common third ban for Heretics to make sure that Enzo is the only one in the server, but both sides actually taking this out makes sense because the triple Vanguard line is something that both teams have been very keen on using on their attacking side for sure.
Yeah, I think as well, like, the fact too that, like, Deadpool gets the upgrades in the OT rounds, and if both teams are looking at getting that potential full push through Yggdrasil Path, which we have seen in the past, you don't want one-sided Deadpool upgrade in the lobby before your strategists have ultimates to be able to try and survive through an early build-up of the Banhammer. I do like the Shikigami, though. They're, like, prioritizing keeping this Daredevil saved. It does mean that Heretics now are invited for the first time to be able to ban out this Invisible Woman, and will joyfully do so. Not just that, but also pick themselves up one-sided Invisible Woman if they decide to lock this through. So Shikigami, they might see an opportunity to take one-sided Daredevil here.
Might be a good chance for them, but Heretics, if they want to sort of play towards a triple strategist, you have 2 of the strongest already part of your roster, and you kind of need to get rid of the third because Mantis still hasn't been banned out at this point. That's what they're looking towards. But it does mean, because of this, there is a one-sided Loki on the side for Shikigami.
Yeah, there is a one-sided Loki, and Shikigami will be very happy to be able to play that since they're going to be starting on defense first. So Name, banned off of the Invisible Woman, will be fielding the Cloak and Dagger instead, as Leolaz gets the Elsa once more. Keep on Kaya too. Like, if he actually goes for this Venom, we could well see Team Heretics try and go for something like that White Fox to be able to deal with the dive coming on through, especially since Frost Mountain, he's thinking about it. He's going for that Daredevil, which means that absolutely Heretics are going to have to put counter dive measures in play, or they're constantly going to have their team's attention split 2 ways. 1, trying to just push the objective itself, and 2, having to keep their backline actually up to sustain the rest of the team.
And one thing that we did see brilliant glimmers from Shikigami in that last map on their defensive side, which is where they're starting on Yggdrasil, is defensive positions. And certainly when you look at like Lindstrom, there's a lot of experience being a substitute play for Virtus Pro way back when. Him and Name position themselves brilliantly, and the rest of the team knows when to flock to them, when to disperse, when to try to make sure that some of these like group plays, for example, can't come out. It is going to be on the defense though. Isidore is the one with Groot in hand, and Enzo, seeing that there's going to be a lot of walls, switching over to the Emma.
Yeah, Frost Mountain just like using the close proximity to Heretics' spawn, reading out what exactly they're playing. Tanuki, though, because Shikigami went for the ban onto the Mantis late for Heretics, does still have access to the Man Without Fear, and now we see the adjustment. Yeah, both Daredevils rotating to meet the other, so that we get the stalemate coming on through. Oh, hello, fancy meeting you here, but that means that Kaya just gets to go in, hit the backline, disrupt, doesn't stay in too long, doesn't want to get stunned out by that Phoenix, and potentially punished.
Look at the outlines of the Daredevils. They're both just stood there, just getting this information and then eventually going for the 1v1. It's the Spider-Man pointing me, but there's like two walls in the way because they're sensing each other. But it's the first pick actually going away onto Kaya with all of that information. Heretics are able to take a good fight, and this payload has pushed a long way already, and that's before Rogue actually pushes in to make sure that Shikigami. Kaya's switched over towards the straight. You have no time to go for a portal play here. That's done.
Yeah, no, this is for sure done. Enzo with the Emma Frost as well. Like, you've got so much good counter dive potential against the Venom, but you can also just hold your position on the objective. So if Shikigami want to just like use the Venom, it's going to be soft dive. They know that Kaya would be out, but this is Shikigami to a T, right? Into the portal we go, swapping to the Strange, not for a contest, but to just flip that map. You do have to be careful though, because as we said, Enzo on that Emma does just manage to absolutely mince the Doctor Strange with the Carbon Crush and that Diamond Form, but Legolas is absolutely shredding Jean Grey. All the damage that this Elsa does, we said it would be a win condition for Shikigami, and off of the back of Nami with the Terror Cape, applying the vulnerability, this Elsa's absolutely unleashed.
This idea has been in use from some of the players from Shikigami since they were on Al-Qadsiya, and it makes sense as to why. Lots of time on the bank for Heretics after such a quick first point take, but it's been bought out now. Straggling Prisoner is going to be used to try to pull some of the players from Heretics together on this attack, but it's Beetle that's cut all the way through. There's all of these characters just holding W and left click, and it's absolutely torn asunder from Beetle and Tanuki as they find the eliminations. Means that the payload's going to keep moving, and Shikigami want to try and regroup before these doorways are shut down from Heretics.
Well, that was the one-sided Royal Flush fight. That's why it was so short and so Heretics one-sided. But that does mean that Shikigami will have both Strategist ultimates as well as the Apex Predator, and we're moving into one of the hardest aspects of Yggdrasil for these attacking teams to be able to complete the push. Enzo can try to open it up with the Sonic Seduction. Ideally, you're looking at Beetle being able to get into the back line and get the connection of Heartbreaker onto either Name or Lindstrom so they don't have the Strategist ultimates and the CC immunity it would grant them to be able to ignore this Emma ultimate. Speaking about ignoring, Oasis might as well be on holiday. He's just playing all the way from the back. No one from Shikigami can get on top of him. Lindstrom did get the copy off onto Name with that Eternal Bond from the God of Mischief, so dodges the CC of the Sonic Seduction, and Shikigami will hold that position, but no eliminations off of the back of it. Heretics more than happy to bait one, and now just have to worry about the other Eternal Bond standing in the way of eliminations off of Ensong or Let the Devil Out.
Has to be a little bit of a hot step for Kaya, leaping in to try and pull some of the attention away, but it's a brutal fight. It's a great Terror Cape, actually, that does allow a C-Dot to go and get the pick in the end. Now you've got the Eternal Bond, you've got the Ensong being used from Naga that's trying to reset himself, make sure that he's up to full HP before Leolis takes down some more of the frontline characters. Frost Mountain actually cleaned up house in this engagement, and Shikigami hold on.
Oh yeah, Name has been on absolute fire with these Terror Capes, and Heretics don't really have a good way of being able to block it, right? You would be looking for a shield, but Enzo with the Emma is the only one who can really do it, as opposed to something like the Strange that's a little bit more consistent, as Frost Mountain, again, close up hold on the choke, scouting out Heretics' rotation. They know that they're going to be closing up to that Gambit ult. Oasis also swapping to the Invis to try and have the counter peel coming on through from that dive. Lovely Wolverine grab from Tanuki, sets up the elimination onto Frost Mountain, but everyone was baited into a hallway having to worry about the Elsa ultimate.
Where did it go? Everybody was lined up. It didn't seem to connect onto anybody in the end, so a big ultimate use from Shikigami without too much value either for eliminations or creating a little bit of space. That space is very much being closed up from Team Heretics that are actually forced to use the Eternal Bond on the other side. Shikigami trying to create some semblance of area to work around, and it was Lindstrom that went for the copy to try and bring out another one in the end. Now the Eternal Bond is going to springboard a little bit more action as Last Stand is going to be used from Tanuki Shikigami. This fight is just backwards and forwards. We're watching Enzo lean forward. Oh no, we need the peel. Run back. Okay, now we can move forward. Eternal Bond still looming on the ground, but with all of that gone, there's the Royal Flush that's one-sided, about to cut the way through Shikigami's defense if the door is at least open from the group.
Yusuke just slams that shit like, nope, you can't come here. You might be able to purify my ultimate, but you can't get past the walls. And that means that Shikigami only now lose one of their players and can still put together a regroup. Lindstrom, Name both taking a little bit of damage. Leilas has been able to find the Phoenix, but with the Rogue's presence up on the high ground, as well as the Sonic Seduction coming on through from Enzo, they're dealing with the stall one by one. And Shikigami just did not have an ultimate to be able to stabilize the hold around.
Rough old fight in the end, but at least Shikigami bought a good amount of time. 90 seconds added on, which means that they're just above 2 minutes to work on this last attacking point. We've seen some teams finish out here. We've seen some teams actually lose the map because they weren't able to push up far enough. Heretics don't want to make that mistake, kind of like they did against Na'Vi, where they were full held on this map, which was their choice. At least a little bit better on their attacking side, and a lot of ultimates to maybe finish out here on Yggdrasil.
Yeah, 2 minutes almost in the bank. Kai is going to be looking really at trying to hit the backline and slow out this objective so that Shikigami can get a few more fights, but Heretics are just so ready to deal with this dive. Down goes Frost Mountain, grabbed it by Tanuki into the follow-up from the rest of the team. Beetle with the Heartbreaker too is pushing the rest of Shikigami's players back so they can't try and just go stall on the point itself. Split apart, they haven't lost anyone else, and it's just going to be a bunker up stack, wait for you to have a strategist ultimate before you try to make your next move. But Heretics, they're just catching onto the Venom instead. Kai has been scouted out so far away from the rest of Shikigami's team, there's no opportunity for him to get out.
Yeah, they're just doing it with their normal, not specialized. The Daredevil isn't in the server anymore, at least on the side of Heretics. Naga finds a pick onto Frost Mountain, and the Straggling Prison actually interrupted from Isido. A great catch-up from Tanuki, leaping in to be the savior. Eternal Bond has to be copied and used up from Lindstrom to provide something to play around. There's the Apex Predator coming through to at least find one pick, and you saw the Invisible Boundary tried to be used to help Beetle, but it was just a little bit late. Might not matter, however, as there's still eliminations coming into favor for Heretics. Naga's been tremendous back playing on the duelist role. A leaping from Enzo is a last-ditch attempt to trade out Leilas, and it does connect. Follow-through matching as well. Wolverine last stand catching up the Loki into the sky. He's not able to get away out of this one, and now the Galactic Legend, seeing if it can go up and get this tenacity of the Wolverine, eventually takes him out, but a lot of those bullets in the pistol from Frost Mountain used, and pretty much all of the time back gone from Team Heretics. They're going to have to go for an overtime fight here.
What a swap from Name. Comes back on the Jeff to be able to heal from the spawn door as Tanuki swaps off of the Wolverine onto the Strange, having to portal the team in. Ends us on the Penny Parker. You're just looking to try to have some of those spider grabs coming on through to set up a CC. Swaps back onto that Emma, but we can see just Name entirely split off from the rest of the fight. Heretics have no way of being able to get on top of this Jeff, which means that all of that healing is going to be there. That's just not available for Team Heretics. Shikigami just full stack outside of the portal, and Heretics have no way of being able to break through. It looked like it could be a full push, but with some very smart swaps on third, Shikigami are able to staunch out Heretics' position and manage to complete the hold.
Even the thing right at the end as well, you know, that they're going to go for a portal play. Yancy street charge in, no mobility abilities that can really come through and touch if it was a bit further away. Outside of that, you just haymaker the portal and make it really hard. Shikigami, looking back at that a little bit, maybe on that first point defense, going, we should have done a little bit better there in the end, considering that Team Heretics were like full held there before by other teams. But it was a good hold on second to just buy a bit more time, and then third, a respectable place for that payload to stop. The problem, however, is being able to finish out the map. Heretics chose it. You would imagine that they know how to defend it too.
Yeah, I think if you're Shikigami as well, you're looking at Lindstrom and trying to work out how often am I going to be in a position to see Alex to be able to get this copy onto the Gambit. It's probably not going to be a lot because Heretics, they've got the defensive position, so now they can keep their backline fully out of line of sight from the Loki. So for Shikigami, it's all about this dive. They're probably going to lose the Gambit ult. Although Heretics, they're running both the Emma and the Cap, so they've given up the Rogue, they've given up the Hearts as one for the stall-out potential of Beetle. Captain America, much more sustainability, much brawlier as well, to be able to just continue putting the pressure on the backline and stalling out the objective for as long as possible.
Are we about to see Tanuki and Frost Mountain, like, go again for this stare-off in the corner? Like, meet me at this position at 5 p.m. CEST. Yeah, you can sort of see them sort of looking at each other, seeing if they want to go in for the dive. With a bit more help this time from Beetle, I think is about to leap in off the back of where the Daredevil is playing from. But watching it from Oasis' perspective, not quite as far away as the Jeff with the just no drop-off healing. He's still able to get a good amount of info and make sure that Shikigami can't go through these flanks. Mostly it's just going to be this group on the point from Isidore to try to bully their way forward.
Oh, there's the dive coming on through. Frost Mountain's been able to coordinate, but the Carbon Crush with that Emma Diamond form sets up the elimination onto Daredevil, but also means that your position's static for Laylas to be able to shoot through. Terra Cape comes on through from Name. Heretics, they're already actually swapping the Emma onto this range to try to TP back into this fight, as they're just looking to try and stall out as much time as they possibly can. Breaking around this first corner is very problematic unless you're playing something like a Venom, where you just wall jump in and smack down onto that back line. So much follow-up damage.
Akai will take the trade, especially because it took so much of the focus away from the objective from Heretics. Portal play actually going in from the other side. Enzo was playing on the defense, trying to get the strategist back quick. So, bit of a reverse play in the end. But are you going to be able to actually touch the objective at this point? Only just. There's not much place or time to go. So, Heretics don't really have too much of a space to work with. But if this ends up working out, that was a heck of a play for Enzo. The fact that the elimination feed is filling up with the blue of Shikigami, however, makes me feel like it was a bit of a last-ditch attempt. And it's going to be another fast first take.
Yeah, I mean, Lindstrom was just out of Heretics' line of sight. They could not be able to put pressure on the Loki. Lindstrom's got regeneration domain, so if your players drop low when you have to reload, it's okay. You won't lose someone. No risk of trades, and also full charge of God of Mischief to try and match up to Alex when Heretics try to get aggressive with this Raging Roll Flush to retake some of the space that Shikigami have been able to recruit. You're still going to be looking at the Strangling Prison too. Like, you don't want to use it first. If you do, Alex will just cast the ultimate and purify everyone who got grabbed.
Yeah, Tanuki switching away from the Daredevil over towards the Wolverine, see if he can feral leap some of these players out of position. Here's the copy. He managed to get the Gambit on the other side, you're right. So it's a Royal Flush copied in from Lindstrom. It's going to be mirrored on the other side from Alex thinking, hey, that was mine, give it back. Kaya finds the first pick onto Tanuki, however, and immediately Heretics, using a big ultimate, Moxie, have had to rescind so much space.
Big play from Eastor too. Like, Lindstrom getting the copy forces Alex to have to reciprocate, and then Eastor comes through with the Strangling Prison after it's been cast to not have the Purify. Heretics do have stall potential. Apex Predator from Laylas tries to actually grab them off of the high ground because, again, Frost Mountain's on the Daredevil. You've literally got wall hacks to be able to see when they're rotating and where, catching them unawares with that Elsa ultimate. As Heretics try and take Sanctuary inside the invisible boundary, Shikigami will wait for it to be down, coming back with the Eternal Bond, but they've lost the Daredevil, which is a lot of information of understanding where Heretics will play from. Closer respawns, Freedom Charge, and not enough elimination so far to sweep out this fight, but a huge pick from Lindstrom onto Beetle means that Heretics lose a lot of sustainability. Last Stand is good from Tanuki, though, picks up both Name and Isidore, but Frost Mountain tries to equalize, goes through with the Let the Devil Out, and it looks like Heretics might be on the way out of this hold.
Yeah, masters of the melee. It's Tanuki that found two great pickups to take the fight off of the objective, but all it did was create some space for Frost Mountain. Now it's Enzo that has to come in and be the hero, the savior, leaping into victory. Kind of gets caught on the wall, but he does have the strategist there to help him. Very key picks in the end from Heretics there, but it's still 2.5 minutes that they have to hold on to this defense. It's going to shuffle back a little bit, but those goats are going to be stuck pretty much just shy of the second checkpoint. So Shikigami just building up the ultimates, ready to go again.
Putting all of the pressure now onto Alex as well. You've got the Star-Lord ultimate. Shikigami will be ult tracking the Gambit. They get the Star-Lord. They don't care if the Gambit ultimate comes on through now. They can just pile all of the pressure in, deal all of the poke damage. Even if Alex gets the ult, it's not going to be that with the Galactic Legend for a little bit of time. There's the Gambit ult cast. Shikigami trying to disengage out of it. Kaya catches Oasis. Leolas 2 gets the hit onto Enzo as Lindstrom does not get the opportunity to capture that Gambit ultimate, but does copy the CDs. Like you said, Eternal Bond allows Shikigami to to hold their position. Strangling Prison forces Beetle's position to be static, so no additional armor for the rest of Heretics team. The Glotchrock's on the wall, though, but Leola's in neutral is still getting all of the eliminations. Enzo's coming back on the Strange. That allows the stall to come through, but Loki's in the lobby, and Regeneration Domain is the best trick in the God of Mischief's arsenal.
The Glotchrock's in the wall can't hurt you. At least that's what my therapist was saying, but I'm not too sure about it now. It's the Feast of the Abyss now from Kaya that just wants to eke this 5 meters forward, but Tanuki's built up another last stand, and everybody's grouped up together. He gets the pick onto Frost Mountain, and he's got these strategists backed up into a corner, screaming for dear life. Shikigami, maybe there's enough space to actually get onto this objective and push it past, but they have all of these plays from Heretics looming and fighting. Eternal Bond's coming out again to just bring this down into the blue of Shikigami. Terra Cape's flying around, and there's so much fear in the server, you could almost smell it. Leolus, it's like a fish to water trying to find up these picks and these eliminations, but Heretics are so good at keeping these fights going. They haven't heard a bell, but they have heard the second checkpoint has been hit. 2 minutes left for Shikigami.
And welcome to why we call the last fight on second Yggdrasil path the alt dump fight for the attack team, because that's pretty much the only way that you can actually beat the stall potential from the defense side. Nami just using the Eternal Bond, even down to players, understanding we have the sustainability, we've got the Terror Capes for the vulnerability, and we have Leola's on the Elsa, so this is still winnable. As Beetle now under Captain America goes for that stall out, Enzo too swapping onto that Venom, wanting to just try and drain as much time and ultimates on the side of Shikigami, who are going to be starting to get a little bit desperate. They had such a healthy time bank when they rolled into second. Now they have about a minute left, and they know that they have to deal with a true fight win on the side of Heretics if they let them regroup, because Alex has that Gambit ultimate, and it's all up to Lindstrom. If he can get the copy off onto Alex to be able to match this, or if he gets the Eternal Bond replication from Nami, Shikigami can potentially hold that position.
Eternal Bond, I think, is what he was able to grab onto. Cloak and Dagger, it's the Terror Capes that fly out as well. So Lindstrom leaping in. Leolus also with the Apex Predator, not pulling anybody out of position. There's that second Terror Cape that's going to come through. Everybody at Heretics covered in purple, hoping that they're able to try and cleanse their way into holding on to this fight. There's the leaping that's going to pull this group out of position. He's not going to be too long for this world. Tanuki's absolutely fried him. So now Heretics have something to stand on with this defense. 45 seconds left for a portal play. I'd imagine for Shikigami, if they're going to be given some space. You even have the Daredevil sort of switching around from Frost Mountain to be able to touch, but he's got the Venom in behind him and a bit more peel on the other side as Enzo and Kaya are going to be having their own little hallway battle. Seeing now this defense, Heretics holding on a little bit longer for Shikigami. No ultimates that are really built up with. You have to look at Nami to be that Eternal Bond to actually find a way through.
Oh, but you lose Lindstrom. No regeneration domain to try to stretch the Eternal Bond against both the sustain of the Freedom Charge and the fate of both worlds. And like Heretics, they're just gonna hold right up close to Shikigami's side. We're getting the strange teleport coming on through from Lindstrom. Beetle scouts it out. Everyone from Heretics adjusts their position in anticipation of that portal. Frost Mountain lives long enough to hit the OT, so the strange portal could potentially come through, but no, it looks like it got cancelled out. Leolaz has to just try to come through from main instead, but Shikigami just don't get the opportunity to use it, and Heretics complete the hold.
A 4-meter distance, but those small gaps become insane canyons when you're playing up against top teams like Heretics. Their map choice going their way, and as we were shouting out Kaya on the Venom, Enzo goes, remember me, a performance of the ages, and Shikigami now having map choice, have the whole pool of maps resetting so long as we haven't gone there before in this series.
It's just the tale of Yggdrasil path, isn't it? You come in with, 4 minutes on second, and you see it dwindle away into almost nothingness as you have to burn your whole ultimate economy, so you lose the snowball potential headed into third. One fight win is all you need on the defense to be able to reestablish that hold, that position. And when you have two dive vanguards who can apply pressure both onto the front line or potentially the back line, Shikigami just gets split so many different ways that they have to try and stop all of that incoming aggression. They run out of time. They're not able to build up those ultimates and make a good go of any fight of third.
Leolus with the Elsa, 32k damage, 42 and 5, still on the losing side. Got to say, Tanuki did a lot with pulling those fights in, but we'll see where the series is going to go because it's been an absolute doozy so far after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
A solid matchup between these two teams, coming down to, as Ryan said, just 4 meters between these two teams. It was that close. But Heretics, I'm going to go against their name here for a second. I'm just going to pile some praise onto them with a spectacular defense, being able to isolate people exactly when needed with that Wolverine. And it looks like, Ryan, we've just found our next map. We're heading to Spider Islands.
That's brave. We sort of already mentioned it. Team Heretics very good on Convoy, and this was a map choice for Shikigami right at the end of that final best of 5 in the upper bracket of playoffs. But it did not go their way. It went the distance, quite literally, like when it came to the map, but it was Heretics that came out on top. So it might be the definition of insanity, going for the same picks and hoping for a different outcome. But that kind of worked for Heretics. They did lose on Yggdrasil and were able to sort of win it back. This is just a case of both these teams trading wins on either side. So maybe, just maybe, this goes the way of Shikigami.
But Moxie, this is a Convoy map. We were talking in the break a little bit about the success rate of Heretics when it comes to Convoy.
Yeah, but you found a lot of success with your Torch Ultron Angela composition on your earlier Convergence, and as Ryan said, we did get to see this previously go the distance in terms of Spider Islands Heretics versus Shikigami, and they did start their first point defense on that Ultron composition, so I would expect to see a run back of it here.
Using those buildings as a little bit of cover to siege down that first point where you wrap around with Spider Zero. It's a tough one to push on into. We'll have to see if they're able to break that main hold. So far, it looks like Team Heretics will be starting on defense, as Shikigami have chosen to play a little bit aggressive to start us off here to try and break that hold. But so far, draft-wise, going back and forth each time. As usual, I keep checking in after every game. Are we happy with the one team getting Gambit and one team getting Elsa so far? Let's start with Moxie.
I mean, we've seen that Heretics can beat the Elsa. We've also seen that Shikigami do run into problems with the one-sided Gambit. Like, it forces your ultimate rotation to be very, very different when you understand that, like, one team will have Gambit, and not only do you have to worry about them potentially overwhelming you very quickly with just the speed of the Raging Rock Flush, you also have to worry about the one-sided ultimate acceleration gain off of the back of it, too.
Ryan, I will ask you the same question. Are you happy? Would you like to see some adjustments as we head into the game?
I'm happy. I like there being conflicting identities for both teams, but I am curious on like the Daredevil protect from Shikigami. Like Wolverine is finding a lot of impact. Are they going to be banned out? Where are these drafts going to differentiate? We'll start with the obvious parts, I suppose, of it. Like, we're expecting with these kind of levels of teams, like a phase 1 draft Moxie, it tends to be the same. That looks different, no? That looks very different. It's an Elsa ban for Team Heretics, a team that said that, Rad said it as well, that it's NA propaganda to be banning out this character first. We might see a Gambit v Gambit.
Gambit mirror. Yeah, likely. Loki ban. Invisible Woman ban. Oh, no, Loki ban. Yeah, I think like Heretics, as they're sort of like trying to work out what exactly Shikigami would play for. The Invisible Woman's really, really strong. With like the Torch Ultron, Loki loses out a little bit of value given how hard it is to actually heal flyers with an AoE projectile primary. You can sort of get around it by healing the buildings around you and the splash, but oh yeah, this is very interesting. Okay, Heretics go for one-sided Invisible Woman. Shikigami thought about going for one-sided Gambit. There's one more tile of ban before Heretics get a save, so it could be the Gambit ban here on the side of Shikigami, but that does allow something like the Mantis to slip through.
Yeah, I think it is. Heretics locking in a one-sided Invisible Woman and then a Loki ban here. Very odd. And they're still not banning up the Gambit. The Shikigami are just like, have it. Have it. Like, we are more than willing to go up against you in a Gambit off if we need to. And it's the fact that like, Heretics have got the Invisible Woman, something that Fire Strays was doing and Shikigami have intimate experience against because that was pretty much the main focus for them. The Elsa has been banned out. They weren't Gambit lovers. They wanted to go for the Invisible Woman just to give themselves something concrete to build around with Triple Strategist. Ooh. And instead of protecting the Gambit, they're going to protect the Wolverine. This is a very different draft.
Well, Tanuki was getting so much work done right on Yggdrasil, cancelling the Strange TP, grabbing the Groot. If Shikigami want to run like the Groot or even the Venom, you have that Wolverine who can play so aggressive against your Vanguards, but also play a little bit more passive towards your backline. Just wait for the other side to make that first move and grab them out when they show up. As we've got a Mantis ban now coming on through from the side of Shikigami, so still no Gambit. I feel like for both teams, they're like, okay, we both have Gambit. As long as no one gets one-sided Loki to have 2 casts of it, we're good with just taking the coin flip.
That's an interesting perspective, and a Deadpool Vanguard means that, like, that's going to be, at the very least, one-sided. So here it's like, do you ban out the Mantis to keep it honest, to make sure that there's not going to be that in play? Or are you going to go for the Rogue to make sure that that team-up doesn't work? It's sort of expected, like, Vanguards, triple Vanguards, potentially making it a bit more meatier. Wanted to make sure that that Gambit doesn't have as much stock now that it is protected. They can also run it themselves, so that is a one-sided Rogue in favor of Heretics.
Yeah, so it's not quite like that same 50-50 coin flip that it would have been. In terms of the ultimate, yes, absolutely. Both teams having Raging Royal Flush, you can potentially play for the mirror, or you can sort of just like lose the fight and then come back into the next one with your own one-sided Gambit ultimate to secure that victory. But since we're going to be seeing one-sided Rogue, that's like one-sided Hearts 1 coming on through from your Vanguard line, you also have to worry about Heartbreaker. Shikigami, though, they did manage to get the Star-Lord through, so you're still going to be able to have Frost Mountain pair alongside that Gambit ultimate and really put a lot of pressure onto Heretics' back line. We talked about, you know, triple Vanguard, some of the other reasons why Invisible Woman is so strong, because you're fighting in such bottlenecked positions on Spider Islands, especially this first one where everyone just stacks around that first corner, try and get as much stall off as you possibly can. But what we actually have from the side of Heretics, it's not triple Vanguard, it's triple Strategist. Alex, because you got the Vanguard Deadpool banned out against you, is going to be swapping onto the Strategist Deadpool instead.
He did this against Na'Vi. It was on Hell's Heaven before and said that, you know, obviously the matchup that you're going to have with the Jeff Oasis has been exclusively over on the Landshark. You got the team up that can work wonders there. And with the picks with like Hulk, it's just too much mitigation and a very quick pick onto Isidore. Shikigami also having access. It's Nami that's going to be picking up the Mantis to try to make this a triple strategist line. Kaya switching away from the one-sided Deadpool Vanguard over towards the Thing. Layerless on Doctor Strange and then Isidore on Hulk. Big changes that Shikigami want to go for a little bit more of a whole W
Pain
approach.
Brothers.
Yeah, they just really want to make this a sloppy fight on the point as both teams are taking chunks out of each other.
No, it literally is. Pain Brothers. The team up is coming on through from the side of Shikigami. They've also got the Hulk bubbles to be able to match the Unbreakable Guard, but what they don't have is the Invisible Woman to match the side of Team Heretics because they got banned out. And you're already 80% to the first Invisible Boundary within the first fight. You can see how much healing this is outputting with the amount of people stacked up and taking damage at the same time. Fastball special yet again comes on through from Tanuki. No grab though. Good guard coming on through on the side of Isidore. Yancy street shots too, making it hard for Heretics to just kite out, but they're okay without kiting out. They'll just drop Invisible Boundary and hold their position. Shikigami baiting that one though, can come on through with one-sided Raging Roll Flush. Everyone from Heretics tries to get away from it, utilizing Eye of Agamotto as a way of stopping Shikigami taking momentum, and it's just brawl for brawl as Oasis makes off with 3 over the side of the map.
Oh, and it's Daredevil, Strange, and Hawk. It's a big meal that he's just taken towards the bottom of Spider Islands off of the Abyss. But a brutal fight with stuns from Eye of Agamotto from Beetle, and then the clobbering time from Kaya. Everybody bundled up in a room, but this objective has barely moved on this attack inside of Shikigami. They chose this map. It went poorly against Heretics last time, and they're struggling to get their way past this first corner.
Oh, the fastball special. You have to be so worried about it. Still, your backline is taking damage at the moment. 70% almost again to this next Invisible Boundary as Tanuki gets another grab, this time onto Frost Mountain. The follow-ups there from the rest of the team. Shikigami lose the Daredevil and the information, and Tanuki just continues hounding Shikigami's players down. At this point, you're huddling in spawn. You're so scared about where this Wolverine's going to show up from.
It's a leap down from Tanuki. Ends up seeing if he can go for the fastball play again soon, as it is going to be the shields going to just give them a little bit of respite, but only for a second before Kaya starts swinging again. We've got some more support and a Terra Cape actually coming through for sustenance from Nami, and Eternal Bond to actually try and cut through this bouncer composition from Heretics. Now they're starting to drop, now they're starting to fall, but you have to imagine that the portal play is going to mean that these big burly members of Heretics are going to be very soon back on that objective.
Yeah, though Shikigami, they will have Raging Roll Flush coming on through from the side of Lindstrom, but like you said, Beetle can set up that strange TP. Doesn't look like they're going for it just yet, though. They're going to walk out of main instead. Invisible Boundary, it's Jeff. Oasis could come through with a huge eat since Isto's off of the Hulk. No Unbreakable Guards to be able to stop the Jeff eat. Isto's just going to wrap all the way around the back, use the ban hammer to put the pressure onto the backline. Even just holds the ult, trying to take the Jeff down the traditional way. Huge clobbering time from Kaya, leads into the Terra Cape vulnerability, and Heretics fall before they get the opportunity to use the Invisible Boundary and stop Shikigami from picking up first point. A huge turnaround fight that, honestly, Shikigami needed. They had to get a fast fight win to make up for the amount of time that they lost just getting through spawn.
Oh, but it's not done yet. Team Heretics might be giving Shikigami a taste of their own medicine with an early defensive portal play. These bodies back on the point might send Shikigami scrambling. You have a Let the Devil Out and your ban hammer available for Isidore that does get stunned out for a second. Fastball trying to cut through. Tanuki doesn't get the connection. He leaps his way back, but he has found the Deadpool over on the corner of the map. Isidore's going to throw out the ban hammer beforehand, and it's Jeff is now going to be used mostly to just get out of harm's way whilst he was the main focus. Doesn't last for long, however, as Let the Devil Out is going to be used from Frost Mountain. He gets fully stunned out, though, as the last time was used. Eye of Agamotto going to follow from Beetle. Doesn't get the connection, but they still lose one of the duelists on the side of Shikigami from the Gamma Burst afterwards. Heretics have done well, considering that it was a point lost for them. They've immediately clambered on the other side of this gate.
Oh, here comes the fastball again. Oh, clobbering time from Kaya, though. Heretics, by stacking up, they are all just getting stunned out by this thing. And Layla's going for that Psylocke too, has a little bit more map monopoly space, trying to split apart some of Heretics' team going forward, scouting out where exactly Heretics will be just walking out from, and then relaying the rest of that information to Shikigami so that they know when do you have to worry about potentially that fastball special coming on through. But the answer is you don't. Tanuki swaps instead to the Daredevil to match Frost Mountain. We've got the Daredevil mirror yet again. Ends up feeling aggressive, can just go on to the point because he's got the World Breaker if all else fails and his health bar starts to tank. There's the Hulk ultimate. Shikigami going to have to back on up, but Beetle on the split approach on the left side's already splitting the team, and Shikigami just giving up all of the space. It took so much just to be able to break through this first choke. With less than a minute left, they find themselves right where they started.
Retreat, run away was the call that came out from Shikigami, but now they're pretty much held right by their spawn doors. Enzo's not afraid to make his presence known, and Beetle, looking at the fact that there's not many barriers that are going to be in the way, means that Naya Vagamoto, even the Maelstroms themselves with that team up with Invisible Woman, are going to find a lot of value, especially when everybody's grouped up. That Terror Cape, though, is pretty much fish in a barrel approach, but there's not going to be any follow-up on the side that it comes from. Van Hammer now seeing if Acidor can find some space, and look at Laylis and the rest of the team charge their way in. Dance the Butterfly is going to try to carve through this backline, but you have got the ultimate used on the other side from Alex. This sustain is just enough to keep everybody going, and the invisible boundary is about to be up from Naga at the same time as well. But there it is, the slam down as well. The clobbering time off of the Royal Flush means that as the ultimate just came online, they were sent right back, and they're given one extra fight potentially before the second checkpoint.
One more fight, overtime and play, invisible boundary, but you have to worry about Eternal Bond being able to pull ahead in terms of sustainability and that vulnerability to still find picks through. Frost Mountain opens up with the ultimate, forces Invisible Boundary pretty much off of the objective, and that's Name's cue. Come out with the Eternal Bond, have the latest sustainability, have that Terror Cape too. Beetle tries to come up through the Eye of Agamotto, but Name's able to fade it out with the Dark Teleportation, and Shikigami have the lead in this fight. Oasis might be able to turn it. It's Jeff comes on out. Can you get enough of these players off of the point to be able to complete the hold? Frost Mountain's down. Alex is earthbound, but he's still firing away, shredding out these Vanguards. The Heretics just don't have the damage.
It's hit second, so this fight is a little bit more problematic for Heretics. They want to try and reset as fast as possible, and it's echoing similar to the last time that these two teams played, where it got to this part of the map. It's been an absolute brawl. Kai's been listening to Layalis's villain playlist when it comes to swinging those fists around. He's found so much value, has another clobbering time pretty much looming, but you have to imagine that Isidore is going to be the one that looks for the target. He's got that banhammer. Who's he going to want to try and fight? The leaping is good, waiting for these little barriers to drop before the fight comes in, as Dance of the Butterflies is going to pick off more targets. The Vanguard's holding on to their ultimates. It was the Duelists that did the Lord's work there, as Frost Mountain is going to be holding and grabbing onto the Devil out very shortly. Team Heretics forced to reset again fast. Shikigami looking to finish out the map.
They could do as well. One-sided Gambit ult. If you can overwhelm the backline before Invisible Boundaries bolt up, this is absolutely doable for the side of Shikigami. Nami too, trying to just battery up to that next Eternal Bond to be able to beat out the boundary, but Heretics, they've got the primary pierce, they'll have the Invisible Boundary, they've already lost Beetle! They've already lost their whole back line! Raging Roll Flush, let the devil out, and clobbering time! Just become an absolute Frankenstein's monster of too much damage for Heretics' triple strat line to heal!
Holding W with the Royal Flush becomes punching your keyboard when the Thing and Daredevil can just be sent catapulting at Heretics' backline. Shikigami finishing out the map, considering that they were stuck on first, floundering their way out of that first checkpoint. It's going to feel pretty damn good for them right now. Heretics need to try and match it to go for these overtime pushes, which is only going to suit Shikigami with an OT Deadpool Vanguard. I guess the other side of it, though, is that Heretics are going to have access to the strategist version with Alex, and that has found a good amount of success.
Yeah, but Shikigami, like, they've got the torch. We can already see it in the lobby. Not only do they have the torch, but they also have both the Mantis and the Ultron and the Gambit. So, not a lot of, like, burst healing in comparison to something like an Invisible Woman or a Luna Snow or a Cloak and Dagger based triple strategist line. But what you do have is a lot of damage potential and very fast generating ultimate cycles. Plus, like, if you're Team Heretics, who do you really run on to? I feel like Heretics, they're going to have to play a little bit more reactive as opposed to proactive. Like, you can try to go for the fastball, but ideally you're looking at Kaya just trying to dive in on that Venom, create space, deal with the Vanguard, then deal with the Flyers, because all of Shikigami, these are multiple moving parts that form one large vehicle at the end of the day. Your Vanguards create the space and draw the attention off of your Flyers, who are much more fragile.
shifting gears, so Shikigami really need to do their MOT. I think only Brits are going to understand that, but it's basically making sure that these wheels are working and not about to fall off, as this could be their last chance in preseason if they don't get everything together. Heretics looking at the composition of Shikigami, trying to play on this defense, and it's pretty much trying to keep it as close to what they wanted as they can. Tanuki's still over on that Wolverine, looking for those fastballs to take people out the sky, and Naga probably looking for those force physics to see if Kaya oversteps his mark. He could be the first elimination against this defense, and it could send the whole thing packing, but as of right now, it is just trading in the neutral, building up ultimates, and Tanuki's falling off the map for the 4th time today.
Oh, and that's the green light. No Wolverine, no additional pressure on the front line when you decide to step up and just brawl through in the close quarters. He still even gets to hold on to the banhammer too, which will be felt by the strategists on the side of Team Heretic, since no invisible boundary built up just yet. As Shikigami, they just continue giving this space. They're playing the poke with their flyers, but they're not brawling on the front line. So what it's actually doing is really limiting the amount of heal output that both the Jeff and the Invisible Woman can do. There's the Wolverine grab, setting up for a pick onto a Vanguard, but Shikigami just heal through it. Oasis trying to get the amount of damage and heals, finally takes Kaya down, and Heretics, they get the ball moving.
Everything is starting to shift forward, and this is before any other ultimates have built up. It is just the Deadpool strategist version that's brought theirs out as its Jeff has been built up. Look at this push, though. Shikigami have been forced all the way back. Belalis might be able to leap out similar to Central Park with the Rage of Ultron to allow a dive in a fight here. It's very close, though. Somebody's touching to make sure that this doesn't eke over towards the other side. And there he is, Leolis, the absolute hero from the sky. The villain era is over, and Leolis has actually found the perfect amount of space against Heretics. It's just 2 minutes to go.
But that was both Gambit and Ultron ult. So now for Shikigami, you have to force Invisible Boundary before Heretics can get onto the objective. It's so close to that checkpoint and getting the additional time. I think they're scouting out. Yeah, Beetle's just going to go for a strange TP. Name is going to be the target. Has to use the Soul Resurgence just to try to run away. But unfortunately, that Mantis is going so low. Gets grabbed out by Tanuki's last stand. Also catches onto Lindstrom. Leolas trades onto the Invisible Woman, though. So Heretics flying without the Invisible Boundary. Still potentially fragile in this fight.
Nami's thinking, what do you mean? What's what you said? Screw me for? He got jumped up with a portal, solo Eye of Agamotto, and then solo left-handed. Frost Mountain's also been spat off of the map as Heretics are looking to get to this first checkpoint in the end. Shikigami dropping intermittently means that there's no way to group up, but a Banhammer's been built up from a Seador, trying to stall this out and keep this fight going, at least for a short period of time. Might be enough to try and fight this in the end, but you lose Lindstrom. Nowhere near having the Royal Flush, but you have another portal in the Invisible Boundaries now being forced out as the defense from Shikigami somehow, someway have managed to keep this going. Frost Mountain let the devil out potentially. There it is. It's going to come out and get the full fury. The Wrath is going to go onto Oasis on this Jeff. Pretty much unkillable, but it's going to get dove on instead onto Naga. Now World Breaker from Enzo is going to be forced out, and Shikigami look to be turning this fight around. All of the strategists going down as Frost Mountain through the back of the portal, keeping this down. So Heretics, 20 seconds left. They've already used the portal. People have to try and dive in for this final fight.
I mean, Tanuki is going to have that last stand, but yeah, you're staggering out Enzo in this puny banner form. Beetle comes back on the Venom to be able to swing and touch. You've got the Starlord for the iframes and the speed of movement, but Name has the It's Jeff. Kai's about to get Feast of the Abyss online too. It all comes down to this Wolverine ultimate. If Tanuki can grab multiple, this is winnable for the side of Heretics. Kaya makes the first move, though, hits the back line, gets the anti-heal onto Oasis, and takes out one major part of Heretics' sustainability. Alex is trying to use the ultimate, just sustain everyone, but without that Invisible Woman, it becomes so much harder to do so. Name with the It's Jeff. Shikigami have one-sided sustain, but not the Landshark, because Enzo takes him down with the Angela, and we go back and forth.
Leolas.
You've got the Galactic Legend so close, but Leolas with the Dance of the Butterflies. Heretics still split players. Some of them chasing Shikigami, some of them on the objective itself, so they will lose players, bleeding out to that Psylocke ultimate, and just out of time, Tanuki's not able to get back onto the cart, and Shikigami complete the hold. What looked like a full hold on the side of Heretics with that true brawl composition falls apart beneath the fists of the Thing, and with that distance, it's enough for Shikigami to close out Spider Islands.
And Shikigami backs to the wall consistently on that defense, able to fend off the offensive side of Heretics. The sort of composition showing it can be carbon copied over with the flying elements, but Frost Mounted leaping through with the Let the Devil Out of the portal. Leolus going for the aggressive Rage of Ultron off of the back of Lindstrom, getting to play the Gambit, playing around it a lot more. Heretics have been brought again to a full 5-mapper in the losers bracket final. It also means that Na'Vi are going to be licking their lips, rubbing their hands, thinking that these teams are going to be knackered by the time that they actually play up against us. But there's just one map left to decide it, and it can't be Convoy for Heretics. It has to be Convergence or Domination.
I mean, we have to give Name flowers too. Like, Jeff the Landshark goes down a total of 3 times for all of those rounds. And like, when Shikigami, you were basically saying, how have Shikigami been able to sustain their position on this point with this defense? It's Name. Like, Heretics understand, okay, the Jeff is a problem. He's playing in small room. He's just healing everyone on the actual objective. So they try multiple times and split. Like, Hulk goes after him. Strange tries to use the shield to be able to block off some of the healing coming on through. But the fight continues and they get caught away from marking that position. And with that interdimensional toy box as well, coming on out with the Deadpool team up, Name just has so much sustainability for the team to benefit from, and Shikigami complete the hold, taking us to map 5 after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
If X is both of these teams, we have now seen the powers of X, but we are heading to the House of X, as we are going to be heading to Krakoa for our last map of this series. Unless, of course, well, we can't tie, it's domination, so that's a relief. We're not going to be heading to a map 6 in this best of 5. But Ryan, a domination map to close this out.
I mean, it's the best way to end it for both of these teams. Like, the long wins that have gone their way, certainly for Shikigami yesterday against like Fire Strays, it was a domination map to end it out. It was Celestial Husk, which we aren't going to see today, but it is one that you're going to have the full like roster of heroes on play here. Dive is very good, triple strategist. Even like Adam Warlock can still find some play in areas. Granted, both teams have very much moved away from it, but this is going to be the best way to end this.
And Moxie, we have seen that last game, we saw the Gambit being allowed through for both teams, and then not picked for a large chunk of the game from Heretics. They've really got their own style going on here.
Yeah, I mean, they played Brawl. Like, straight up simple. Yeah. That was a Brawl composition where you're just relying on the pierce abilities of the Jeff and the Invisible Woman to just constantly have, like, if we're healing one person, we're healing the rest of the team, and we're damaging the enemy at the same time, which means that your ultimate economy is, like, always really, really strong going into those fights. And it worked for a really long time until Kaya just swapped onto the Thing and had an absolute field day being able to just swing those haymakers into a whole stack of 6 players.
It only takes one sometimes. You saw, just as you mentioned, Heretics held that for so long, and then suddenly Shikigami were just able to get into that room, and despite some fish crimes holding them back for at least a little bit, they were able to break on through and just do some insane work. But completely different beast here this time, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just like a floundering of communication as well for Heretics that don't want to lose in games like this. It's going to be more chaotic, where Shikigami, they've wanted to try and polish up their game. Now it is just going to be an absolute bloodbath on Krakoa.
That is very possible. This is the kind of matchup where you see teams like this that are so good at the brawl and the dive, so flexible and versatile in their compositions, and especially when it comes to those overtime fights, so effective at portal plays in particular for teams like Shikigami, and when those run out, swapping over to those fast characters to get back to the point in time, Moxie. This is the exact kind of matchup. As we said, it's kind of perfect for these two teams to end it out here.
Yeah, I mean, well, you wouldn't go to a convergence, right? If you're Heretics, because you would potentially go to Shin Shibuya, which is full hold central, or you would go to Hall of Deshalia, where you would run into the same problems that you had on Central Park, Torch, Ultron potentially as well. I think that's going to be something like they have to be concerned about going into this one of Krakoa too, because as Ryan said, so much is really, really strong. Ultron Mantis is very, very good, especially on maps like Grove, where there's a lot of good like terrain for your Ultron to be able to hide around, but also if you win that first fight, you're just pretty much undiveable.
I've just got some word in my head from Professor Xavier. The Krakoa Council has convened, and it's a unanimous vote. We are going to be heading in to that map number 5 very shortly to decide who will be going on to play against Na'Vi in that grand final coming up later. This is going to be an intense one, and I'll just throw it in, a soft one for you. Just a couple words each. Start with Ryan. Who you got?
Let's go Shikigami. Let's either have me cast a curse it or just give us the upset of the century. And yeah, the council has convened and they have said, fight, as Heretics are scrambling for this final map. It's going to be a great one. I do wonder, Moxie, we saw it a little bit with Virtus Pro yesterday. They went for a wildcard draft going for specific players as hero pools. I wonder if either team's going to stick to their guns or we're going to about to get freaky.
Well, we're going back to Gambit one-sided, Elsa one-sided, as Heretics move away from allowing the Gambit coin flip to come on through. Shikigami will be trying to grab themselves one-sided Elsa, as this should be a Loki ban into Elsa save. But I mean, like, we sort of knew this, right? The moment that instant ban comes through. What we're looking at now is how does the rest of the ban fare? It's domination, so Vanguard Deadpool, very high in priority, but as we've already seen, if you ban out Vanguard Deadpool, that doesn't just knock the Jeff out entirely, just forces one of the strategists to have to swap on.
All right, this part of the draft, fairly standard, fairly vanilla, I think. It was the last map that was a little bit odd. Here, Deadpool Vanguard for Shikigami, banned out Invisible Woman, potentially wants to get grabbed onto from Heretics to make it one-sided, meaning that you have a backline of Gambit, Invisible Woman, which could work, but it is a one-sided Deadpool Vanguard for Shikigami. Heretics won't mind. Alex might just run the strategist.
I mean,
because Gambit's in
though.
play.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, Banhammer beats out the Charge 2 Raging Royal Flush, so if you can apply it onto the Gambit, it does become a little bit harder for that strategist to be able to stabilize. As we're actually getting a ban onto the Daredevil, and I think that's like a really high impact ban coming out from the side of Team Heretics. Frost Mountain being able to play the Daredevil, having that information, it works on pretty much all of your maps. Carousel can be particularly tricky as well, if there's a lot of like verticality, just being able to hold your position on the wall itself and just waiting for the team to walk out, the Vanguards to go past, and then hitting the backline when no one is any the wiser. As we're going to be seeing Vanguard Deadpool and Shikigami getting that one-sided Elsa, Heretics going to be getting one-sided Mantis, one-sided Gambit. So triple strategist line on the side of Team Heretics, yet again sticking to their strengths. Shikigami, though, they still get the dive. And Kaya will just look for soft engagements, trying to create more space for Leolas and Frost Mountain to work off of.
This is hard, though. Like, it's a good draft, I think, from Heretics, because that last one, you kind of don't want Tanuki to be able to have this, like, one-sided Daredevil, but you can also let the other team have Gambit, Invisible Woman, and Mantis. That feels like as gripping as it's going to get when it comes to the backline. Does Shikigami have to at least take one of those options out? Deadpool Vanguard is going to pair up nicely with Elsa, and you have to look at Leolas. You're playing the server admin. It's time to admin mod these people out from Heretics potentially. Otherwise, you are letting that strategy run riot from Heretics. A great way to end the identities of both these teams on full display on this domination map.
Well, Heretics did get Tanuki onto that Phoenix, and they have the Mantis for the 12% damage boost too. So damage potential potentially able to meet what the Elsa can output, especially since we're going to be starting off on Grove, where a lot of these fights take very long distance positions, which is why Shikigami instantly going to have Kaya start on the Strange, teleport the team into position to be on the point, and force Heretics to have to walk into them before Enzo on the Mag can get into position to anchor it, swapping off to the Venom, which now means that Heretics with attention will be split. Venom into the backline, forcing out some of those resources, while Shikigami scouts out Heretics' counter dive, not against the Venom, but onto their own back line.
Here comes Beetle, charging his way through, finds one of the strategists as Lindstrom has gone down in the process. Tanuki going to be fighting and brawling onto the objective, and with the help of Naga, able to take out a few more picks. Heretics looking to take the point first as Shikigami want to go for a quick reset if they can. They might be stalled out a little bit longer as Leolas is the last to go down. The Heretics winning out that first engagement, wanting to push up and make sure that these chokes are full held.
Yeah, Heretics doing a very good job of just staging the dive perfectly. Soft dive for the first with Beetle and Oasis just instigating into Lindstrom, forcing out the regeneration domain. Invisible Woman being banned means that you don't have to worry about force physics pulling you back when you're trying to get out. Reset, stabilize, go back in again when the backline is much more vulnerable. And winning that first fight puts Tanuki into such a good position. He's already 80% almost to this Endsong Inferno, always has the damage boost, and now gets the opportunity to read out where the dive comes through again. Him to the point that Frost Mountain actually swaps onto the Phoenix just to try and match him.
He's actually very close to matching up Ultimate Charge too, despite the fact that he switched over away from the Star-Lord. But Kaya's been taken out in the neutral from distance from Naga, who's making the mechanics work very well with the damage that he's just able to output, not only amplify with the abilities that Mantis has available to them, which means that Shikigami stalled out for longer. His ultimates were building up and there was a chance to maybe go and really start to catapult themselves forwards. Yeah. They've been reset.
I mean, the problem for them as well is that, like, Mag is in play on the side of Enzo as opposed to double dive Vanguards from Heretics. Meteor and one-shot potential. Lindstrom's already used regeneration domain, so you're going to be vulnerable. You don't have a shield outside of the unicorn bubble coming on through from Easterdor. Frost Mountain does catch on to Tanuki, so Endsong Inferno, Meteor and combo not going to be up and available.
Kaya.
Heretics losing the Mantis as well. That's enough to force Shikigami's hand. They're going to walk onto the point, utilize the Banhammer, not both strategist ultimate, to be able to walk onto the point and just flip it.
Did Kaya just win a 1 versus 2? Like, he was fighting his own little battle over on the corner of the map. I think he had a little bit of help coming through from Isidore, but yeah, the Vanguards were on a whole different plane of existence here. You can see the outlines of them fighting up on the high ground. Leolas is like, okay, which fight are we taking? We're like fighting 3 different fights, guys. Which one is the priority? And they're looking at the fact that Heretics haven't used an ultimate in quite some time, probably expecting what we're seeing on screen. All 6 available. It's just a case of what is the go button, what is the call out. It's Shikigami that are going to move first, actually,
ironically, with a copy from Lindstrom, who's going to go for the Gambit swap. He's actually able to grab up a big ultimate to take this fight into their hands, as Alex is going to come out with it himself. Ensong Inferno, is it going to be matched as Frost Mountain's the first to use it? Heretics have had all 6 of these ultimates, but they're just waiting for Shikigami to use theirs first.
Yeah, Soul Resurgence comes on through from Mantis. Nama utilizes Eternal Bond, gets through the portal to be able to dodge the path of Meteor M. Heads up play from the dagger, but Shikigami, like you said, out of sustain ultimates in comparison to Heretics, who still hold Freedom Charge. And Song Inferno comes on through from Tanuki. Oasis untouchable on this left lane too. Takes out Lindstrom's Loki, and Heretics in the overtime will be able to flip that fight and see Shikigami out. No one swapped to the Strange to be able to TP in time, and that closes out Cradle. Heretics go 1 up and are now within 1 point, 1 round of sealing out this series and grabbing that reset rematch against Na'Vi in the grand finals.
Gotta say, great restraint from Heretics with all of those ultimates starting to fly out from Shikigami. The call of hold was a pretty loud one. I also like Beetle using the Freedom Charge last after everything else was used, because you could just ult charge these guys that have just used up their ultimates a lot faster, and it trades across going onto these extra points. On that side, you have got Kaya that is going to be on that Deadpool Vanguard that is still going to progressively get stronger and stronger. It's actually a switch around. Actually, Isidore was on it, so now Kaya's switch over. So never mind. White Fox is going to come out to play, expecting more of a divey composition on the other side, as it is going to be Layla switching back over to the Psylocke.
I mean, not just that, but this also now means that your strategists can sort of peel each other, because Easter and Leola's, they're going to be tasked with going to put pressure on Oasis. Like, this Jeff is actually getting away with so much. Every time we go to Oasis POV, he's just playing on the off angle. No one's actually getting on top of him, and it's allowing Team Heretics to stabilize through a lot of these fights and set up for very fast dives with the speed boosts coming on out from those healing bubbles. Tanuki catches Frost Mountain, though. Shikigami missing the Elsa, going to be down a lot of burst damage and potentially down Leola's as well. You saw trying to put the pressure onto the backline, but just does not want to hold his position, understanding that the Phoenix can potentially stun him up and leave him too vulnerable. So he has to be a little bit more passive, relying on Kaya instead. Banhammer comes through, but the Deadpool's already fallen. Leola sees one go low, but the Mantis doesn't manage to make it into the HF in time. Oasis might have been able to grab up some players, but crucially, Heretics, they grabbed the point, and Oasis got both the backline. Nami and Lindstrom down.
All taken out, and you've still got the Royal Flush to sit back on. Oasis is absolutely getting away with it, and who is one of the major characters that's very good at hunting down Jeff? It's Daredevil, and it's banned out from Shikigami. They won't have access to it, so it is a heck of an ask for the likes of Layla to actually go in onto the backline and go for those fights, making sure that Oasis can't go through with it. Freedom Charge is going to be used from Isidore to allow a fast aggression, but it's going to be swapped over on the other side as Royal Flush comes through. Enzo is taken out as Layla was retreating in the process, but still finds the elimination, hoping that the Dancing Butterfly is able to split these players apart as Naga and Alex both go down. They're isolated. They weren't in line of sight of each other, but it is the Psylocke that takes them down, and it's maybe potentially a quick reset here as Heretics are trying to reclaim the point, and the portal's in place, so yeah, they want to turn this around quick.
I mean, you've got the Soul Resurgence, which might force Lindstrom into having to just match fate of both worlds to have the sustainability since your players are going low. Lindstrom gets slapped, though, doesn't get the opportunity to use it, and you've already lost 3 before it can come on through and heal the team. And Heretics, they've got Tanuki just waiting for this Lunar Ultimate to be done. You've got the stun out. Easter, like you said, has to go for the portal because Shikigami do still have control of the point, but they lose the backline before the portal can come through. Did Easter use the portal cast time? We'll have to see. That's something that Heretics can punish if we go to OT, and Shikigami don't have it back.
Love that play from Heretics, though. Just the fast retake, even though the point is flipped over for Shikigami. That goes wrong. That could very much be curtains for this part of the objective. But Heretics having 3 ultimates to sit back on 2 of those, a lot more supportive in nature, means that if Shikigami want to go for a fast play here with the Apex Predator, it might not amount to too much. Kai trying to build up a Banhammer to the fastest of his abilities. He's taken so much damage, though. Forced to use the shield to just provide some space and a window forward. But Lindstrom gets taken out from Tanuki. That's going in for the flank. Edsong Inferno, if he wants to leap in a bit deeper, is handy. But there's a pick also. Now, Heretics just finding and isolating these hits like Shikigami going down one at a time. It's in complete free fall.
they're so split, and because they're so split, that fight doesn't really build up all that many ults. I don't think they have Portal. No one's swapping to this range, which means that Heretics just have to deal with these isolated players with all of the ultimate economy. Jeff comes on through from Oasis, has the sustainability. We've got Banhammer on the point too, and Shikigami have lost 2 of their players already. Soul Resurgence, the damage boosted Endsong Inferno. Shikigami are out of options, out of time, and out of Ignite preseason. Team Heretics seal up the series. They get the rematch versus Na'Vi, and I mean, honestly, I think the MVP probably goes to Oasis. That Jeff, every time we saw the Jeff POV, just absolute vacation in the backline on the off angle, splitting the team, healing the rest of the team, and making sure that no one gets an opportunity to get on top of them.
And just as the criticism started to loom for Heretics for letting the Elsa through consistently, no matter the team, whether it's Terra for Na'Vi, or in this case, Layla's for Shikigami, they showed that it's the build around with the Gambit. The drafts were interesting. It was a full 5 mapper again, but you have to give the flowers to Shikigami for going on a terrific run, a well-placed 3rd finish in preseason above the likes of Virtus Pro and Rad especially. Shikigami shining a light on this Cooking with Kaya squad that has come together massively, but it's just that this Heretics roster, the Citadel core with players like Naga and Oasis and Beetle starting to really come into their own. It's just a case of whether it's going to be good enough against Na'Vi later today.
I mean, Beetle might have to name change to Cockroach because he just does not go down. That whole round, both he and Oasis, 0 casualty. For the 2 rounds that they play, just getting to play that dive, like I said, there was very little like attention that could come through against them, partially in like a lot of the impact from the ban draft. Off of the back of it, right? Heretics being able to take out, like you said, both the Daredevil, but also the Invisible Woman, plus that Mantis, meant that there just was not the damage boost, nor the utility to punish how aggressive both Beetle and Oasis were playing, and it made the rest of Team Heretics' team's job a lot easier because Tanuki gets less pressure on him. He's always getting to fire into a team who's split in half, with the strategist having to peel off the Jeff and the Captain America, which means that in the early fight setups, Frost Mountain and Leola's, they just keep going down to poke coming on through from the Jean Grey.
And that's a really good point, Moxie, because you can see it in the numbers as well of just how little Tanuki was actually being damaged back there. 11 final hits, going 23 and 2 in total. They were just barely being bullied at all. Naga was having a bit of a rougher time because he didn't have a way to flee as effectively. But even so, only went down 3 times and was still able to get 8 final hits of their own. Heretics, they held it together despite not banning out the Elsa every single time. We talked about it in one case, getting access to a Gambit and not even using it. This team, they're not on any kind of bandwagon, Ryan. They're just doing their own thing and it's working.
Yeah, I think one of the things that was noticeable this time around with Shikigami that wasn't the case against Na'Vi. Against Na'Vi, it was just musical chairs with what heroes these guys were playing. They were just trying to change up their comps. I think Enzo said in an interview that they want to practice the matchups. They practiced about 12 different matchups in one map because they were frantically changing to whatever heroes they could do. Here, there was a lot more cohesion with the plan. Even with the fact that Shikigami realizing, okay, yeah, Heretics' comp on Spider Islands, we can not really touch the Gambit here. We don't need to ban it away from them. We know that they're not going to use it. But Heretics sort of showing they can go around it. They don't need the Elsa. They can run his triple strategist, and Tanuki, who redeemed himself, frankly, comes on a superb performance with the Jean Grey especially. He has a lot on his shoulders to be that solo duelist, but he did so much. Naga continuing his prowess with Mantis.
A spectacular run indeed. We're going to be having Enzo in for the interview, Moxie, and Enzo themselves, a spectacular performance over all of these games.
I mean, Heretics as a whole, the whole team, firing on all cylinders, that domination, it takes a really strong team core to be able to just keep your mentality above board when you go through such a harsh map as a full hold Spider Islands. Like, it does become really problematic. You have to basically just go, okay, we know that there were mistakes made on that map, but let's not make sure that it carries forward and affects us going into this next one, because if it does, then we're going to lose the series, and then we'll be even more, like, annoyed and angry. So I think, like, especially when we're talking to Enzo, just, like, seeing basically what happened in the time between moving from Spider Islands over here to their map pick is going to be something, like, really important to know, because they were able to keep that morale up to the point that they had such a dominant performance on domination. Like, honestly, that last round of Carousel, not close.
Yeah, that was a really solid potential here. And I do want to go back while we're waiting for Enzo to join us here. Ryan, we've talked about Oasis doing some absolutely crazy stuff. We talked about Tanuki being uncontested. We talked about Enzo doing so much. Beetle was also just having a pretty lovely time in the backline there on that Captain America this time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're starting to see Captain America find a lot of popularity again, just with what like Finzi was able to do, to the point that the likes of Navi banned it out, just certainly on any payload maps, just being able to stall it, being able to speed up and expedite some of the ult percentage points with the ult, and just giving your team some space to work with. It's brutal, I think, when you're running up against triple strategist and you're trying to run 2-2, but if you have the cap, you essentially have another strategist ultimate. If you are also running triple strategist, you have 4 ultimates basically supporting your team, and when these fights are required to just go on for a long time, it's very helpful, and Beetle is exceptional at it.
But someone else who was exceptional is Enzo, who we now have ready to head into the interview. Enzo, a difficult matchup, but a lot of people, after your match with Na'Vi yesterday, were looking at you and saying, why did they not ban out the Elsa? Did this feel a little bit like a redemption run to come back in and show that it's not the be-all, end-all?
I don't know. I'll say that there's some games that we played bad when we had a better matchup, but there was obviously some games where, you know, we've tried everything, it just nothing was working. So there was some draft issue, I'll say, on some maps, but you know, I still think we played bad and we should have won some of them. So, but yeah, obviously, like the Elsa, I don't know, this character seems a little bit too busted.
So it was a 5-map series, which obviously like goes the distance and also means that there's some maps that you win, there's some maps that you lose. Is there someone specific on the team who's like the glue that holds everyone together when you're trying to get from the tough times into the mental reset of, okay, that happened, now we just have to go again, go next?
I mean, when this type of thing happens, you know, someone like threw the game, kinda, not gonna say any name, but like, Tanuki was a part of it. You know, I remind them of that game I played against FlyQuest at the LAN, where I completely run it down on Venom and say, guys, after that game, I tried my hardest and we were still close to win. So, you know, like, it's always, I did worse than you guys. So, like, just keep your head up, go to the next game, it doesn't matter, just go next.
I think that's a key one, and your go next is up against Na'Vi, and I guess before that series later on today, what went wrong yesterday, right? Like, you guys kind of dumpstered them in your group stage game, but they played exceptionally. You've got Terra that's on the Elsa that is a complete threat to deal with. Like, across all those 3 maps, what was the thing that you wanted to pinpoint and fix for today?
I mean, when you play a team that you already played, and the first time you play the games, you kind of storm them, the enemy team has the upper hand, because obviously they're going to try something else. It didn't work, let's try something else. And you don't really know what they're going to do, and yourself doesn't, like, you don't really have, like, a reason to change your comp, because you won. So you're going to go do the same thing against a team that adapted to you, and that's where it's getting a little bit weird, because, you know, we were both coming to the games with different plans, like both teams, and we don't know, like, which one is the one winning, so we just play and we see, because in Europe, basically, people don't really scrim each other. Like, I play against Navi, like, twice in the month. I play against Rad, like, 3 times. Like, we don't really play against these teams. So, you know, we're screaming, like, other teams. So we're hiding stuff from, like, the other team in Europe. So it comes to the point where, okay, I think we have the good plan. They think they have the good plan. Let's see who was the best one. And yesterday was them. I think we talked about it for a long time. It was a long night. Ended up at 2 a.m. talking about the draft and what we should have done better. And I think now we seems ready. This match was a bit rough because, like, the Wolves throw thing, I'm traumatized from that. I don't know, I'm just looking in the air, where is it coming from? And they just stand on my face and I'm just dying. So I don't think Navi has the champ pool to, like, play this type of thing, so I'm not gonna be scared of that shit. Nah. not gonna be scared of that.
You were doing so
you know,
well. You were doing so well.
Yeah, I was so close to making it.
Always one from an Enzo interview.
But yeah, obviously, from my POV, with the way we adapted to the draft from yesterday, it's gonna be way easier to play against Navi than Shiki, because they play really like a cheesy thing. They're kind of wolf merchants. So yeah, it's gonna be easier in my opinion.
Well, let's break that down here. You've talked about you think it's going to be easier. You've talked about you think you've sat down and you've come up with a plan. But what do you have to say directly to Na'Vi as they potentially getting warm up before they close the stream and get ready for that game?
Oof. I mean, they had a lot of time to warm up, so like a 2-hour series. I don't know. I'm not that guy anymore. You know, like I just wish them the best and good luck. You know, because you're gonna need it. But that's it.
A humble but still confident Enzo, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go get prepared for your game.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
There is always one, but also that is a very self-aware Enzo Moxie. They very much were like they just tried stuff and just couldn't work out what went wrong and then sat down the night after and seemed to have worked it out. How are you feeling about their chances?
I mean, like Enzo said, right? When you're going up against a team you've already played, if you lose, you're the ones who feel like we have to adapt, we have to change. But Na'Vi is also a very experimental team who are always cooking something up on the back burner. So I feel like despite the fact that they were able to come out on top, they've probably still got some strategies up their sleeves that they did not want to reveal, understanding if they did, you give Heretics the opportunity within 24 hours to work out, okay, this is what they're going to do, this is how we counter it.
We're going to be heading into a break right now, but when we come back, it's time for the grand finals of preseason. We will see who goes into stage 1 as your champion. Don't go anywhere. It's Team Heretics versus Na'Vi coming up after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Talk when you hear a character who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier. Storm. Mr. Fantastic. Iron Man. Human Torch. Punisher. Hela. Duelist Deadpool. Psylocke. Jean Grey. Moon Knight.
That's my boy on my life. To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
to the moon,
duelist.
alright, to the moon. Yeah, he take 1v6 for all I care. He take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
All right, Matsy's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine. Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay.
Oh, Wolverine.
Yep.
Why
I was
Wolverine?
thinking too hard, man. I just love the way that the feral leaps can really enable fights. In comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know, but I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements, and I think one of the same. Wolverine with the what is it, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine just a solo ult. Tons of strategies, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park. Manhattan. Spider Islands. Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah.
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 Ooh.
Yeah.
After today, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt teams today. That was morally crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
Man, stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say in some ways the first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence a draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing Dive, Triple Strategist, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, any type of map, Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. It's you can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle. So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more, and whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still, she is still very strong, might I add. 93 out of 100 score is still S+, so yeah, she's still strong. But other teams are still very much committed to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa is not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity. Notably as a protect option because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with that combination. But because the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to triple strategist. She can pair with whoever. If the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running triple strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
We talk a lot about Virtus Pro being world champions and how they are currently out, and that's a big deal. However, there is only one team that has managed to place are currently world champions from the mid-season finals and second place from the world championships. We have 2 world champions in the EMEA, and one of them is waiting for Heretics right here, right now. Na'Vi versus Heretics, round 3, Moxie.
Oh boy, I mean, it's potentially 7 maps of my Marvel Rivals is what we have ahead of us. We had 5 maps just then for the lower bracket finals. Do we get a close grand finals? Because typically, the lower bracket finals is actually closer than the grand finals, at least for EMEA's history.
That is very true. And Ryan, though, we had a very close matchup here, but Na'Vi are looking on point here. We are going to have, by the looks of it, a guest to talk to about this upcoming game. We have Bogor, I believe, joining us to talk about the matches that we've had so far and what's coming up. Let's start with a very simple question here. What has been your favorite series so far?
Oh, good mythical morning, everybody. It's not morning, it's the afternoon right now, but it's morning for America if Americans are watching. My favorite series so far, man, I love watching Shikigami play. I love the Torch comp. I think Torch comp has been so fun to see. And I also think my favorite series, I'm not gonna lie, I loved watching Na'Vi versus VP. Na'Vi versus VP has been very good, very fun. Even though VP lost, I think Na'Vi absolutely played their hearts out, and Terra and level 1 Crook, insane performance.
To be a little bit more specific then, not just in terms of series, we're getting to see a lot of Doctor Strange being played, and obviously, while we have you here, we have to ask you about him. What's been your favorite Doctor Strange portal so far of preseason playoffs?
Ooh, favorite Doctor Strange portal? I'll be honest, I've seen a lot of like aggressive portals here and there for like initiating on domination, right? But from the top of my head, I genuinely don't remember. I've seen so much Strange portal gameplay, so I don't really remember. I think at some point there was like a counter TP that caught a few people, but not during the playoffs. I think that was before the playoffs. That was during the seeding. But yeah, I don't, from the top of my head, I don't know. But we've seen a lot of Strange.
I think when we get to these points in events, Boga, this is where all of the like crazy takes come out, where it's like, oh, X player is washed because he wasn't server admin this game on this character, right? Like, what's your like hot take, I suppose, for this? Like, what's the narrative you want to build around going into a Na'Vi versus Team Heretics grand final? Is it that Elsa is server admin? Is it that Gambit's too good to ban out? Like, where are you leading?
I mean, people forget that Rivals is a very team-oriented game, no matter how good you are in any team. Like, if the team isn't working together, if you are having problems with team synergy and team composition, whatever else, no matter how good you are, like, you are not going to be able to perform because there's a lot of moving pieces. It's like a very well-oiled machine, right? Like, if something is missing in the machine is just not going to work, right? So it's the same applies in Rivals. It's a team game, and no matter how good Crook is, no matter how good Terra is, it all boils down to, hey, is everybody doing their job? Is everybody doing their job great? And if not, like, the enemy team is just going to abuse that, and they're going to cook you, for the lack of a better word. So I think for the final game, genuinely, it could go anyway. We haven't seen Na'Vi play today. I'm a firm believer that loser bracket always have the advantage, purely because they've been warming up all day and they've been playing, and Na'Vi is just going to show up here kind of cold. It's going to take them a little bit.
Hopefully we'll get
Bogo
back.
It was too
And I
measured
do
of a
believe
take.
that he has supplied some good water to them. Yeah.
All right, we got you back, Bogo. We asked Craggy when we had them on a little bit earlier about, like, have these games been giving you the itch to potentially get back in the future?
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yes. Have these games, watching these games for the preseason, been giving you the itch to potentially get back into pro play in the future?
No, definitely not. No, definitely not. I'm enjoying my cozy time watching games here. I just take it too personally when I lose, in the sense that I get too heartbroken when I lose, and then, like, there's too much time commitment, and I don't want to. I like my low cortisol life right now. I enjoy it.
Well, the final question we'll ask you here before we let you go and relax to enjoy the games yourself is, very simply, who have you got?
Oh, listen, I might be a little bit cursed nowadays, I'm not gonna lie. My predictions are absolutely horrid. But I'm gonna go for Na'Vi, and hopefully I don't curse them. I think Na'Vi should be winning this. I'm sorry, Craggy. I believe they have improved quite a bit, and I believe that, they're very solid. That everybody on their team is very solid. And trust the process.
Thank you very much for joining us, Bogo. We'll let you get relaxed and ready for that next match. Keep that cortisol level low and keep that enjoyment high.
Thank you. Take care, guys. Good luck and have fun casting. You guys are casting right now, right? You're the casters.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Have fun casting.
Thanks, Boga.
Bye.
Can you imagine if we're just like, no, we're the janitors, you know, we just like showed up on the
You're
camera.
casting.
Someone left
You're
a
casting
microphone
this game.
here.
Did they not tell you? You got to get in.
That cortisol level would spike really high, I think, if he realized that. But I mean, it's always like good to hear from him. It's a shame that like the Schmungus band might not be getting back together anytime soon, but it's as expected. He was the first ever team to actually be played in Ignite. They got a win over OG, so you know, you'll take that to your grave, I think, at that rate.
We got some legacy in EMEA here, and it's always good to hear some lovely words from our players. But it's time to send some lovely words to our players, as we are going to be getting ready. The teams have a little bit extra time just to make sure that they are in the lobby, and of course for Heretics to make sure that they are recovered after that very difficult series. But we do at least know the first map, Moxie. Reminder that this is a best of 7. We're going to be starting on Hell's Heaven, as we always start with domination.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to be looking at the ban draft too, as well, right? Because, I mean, Heretics didn't really say that they were going to do something different, but by Enzo being like, okay, we were literally just like vodding until 2 a.m. they were looking at that match, they were talking about the ban draft. We're going to be seeing something a little bit different. And I'm going to be like looking at Na'Vi to see if they do something different too, because that could be the way that you curveball. Heretics are going to be expecting you to stick with what you were playing previously. If you move away from that, and I mean, Na'Vi are a very flexible team, they can play so many different compositions, you might be able to catch Heretics off guard, because I think like that from the interview, Boga's right? Na'Vi are going to be coming into this a little bit cold. They'll have done their 1 hour warm-up scrim with a team before this, but that's not the same as actually playing in official capacity. So if you can pull the first map, that's going to be a pretty big upset in my book.
Ryan, it's the argument of information, with Na'Vi having been able to watch all of these Heretics games, get all the information that Shikigami been able to drag out of them, versus, as Moxie says, coming in warmed up, coming in fresh. We've seen it multiple times where teams have done these incredible lower bracket runs.
I mean, the big thing I think from Crook's interview yesterday when they beat Team Heretics was like they have more deep preparation for the teams that they're playing, like in groups. They were still making sense of the meta themselves and sort of paying attention a little bit to what people were doing, but now they've seen a lot of gameplay of how Heretics want to build with their triple strategist. They know how to counter it, and like you said, they got to watch that game prior. The main thing is kind of what Terra was talking about, of like all of the players are bringing in very different ideas on what to do with the draft. It could either work in semblance, or it could split the team right down the middle in how they want to actually deal with this. Team Heretics are a little bit more like well put together from just the action today. It could be very easy for Na'Vi to sort of just split the vote on what they want to be doing.
We talk about them splitting the vote, though, but Moxie, let's actually talk about some of the history here. I mentioned in the intro that Na'Vi are also world champions, winning the mid-season finals, and they've still got 4 of that roster that came in to do that, with Fate, Level 1 Crook, Rajaro, and Trust Me, Jerky and Terra have joined since for the World Finals, and of course this Stage 1 and Preseason of EMEA. But in terms of synergy and being together longer, this team has so much legacy.
Yeah, the trust as well. And trust me, like Boga that was just saying, trust the process. Because Trust Me is their coach, right? And that comes with benefits, it comes with a couple of drawbacks, but it also means that you don't have to rely on going out of the map before you get to go then talk to your coach. He's literally there in the match with you, basically being able to say like, hey, this is happening, this team is doing this, we're doing this wrong, we need to sort of like adjust to that. And I think that's why we're really like seeing a lot of, as a lot of people have said, the personalities from Na'Vi come through, with both Terra and Trust Me like being very vocal players. Sometimes there's a little bit of a clash, but from the looks of things, especially when Terra is past Elsa, then everyone from Na'Vi plays within harmony. So I could imagine maybe Heretics, the biggest curveball they could possibly do would be an instant ban onto the Elsa, so that Na'Vi have to then start discussing what exactly is it that Terra will play.
That's something we were a little bit worried about yesterday when it did not come through after all of those games. But Na'Vi, such a tough roster. They took 2 of the highest DPS players from Worlds and just decided to put them together in the form of Jerky and Terra. Whereas Team Heretics, coming out of Chopped, coming out of Citadel, coming out of all of these incredible teams coming together, Ryan, this is about as literal definition of a super team as you can possibly get.
It's about as close as you can get to it outside of picking up what Rad put together with their roster, you'd say. But it was like the fact that it's all growing in tandem, right? That you have got like each of the roles, Vanguard, different pairings, as Beetle has come across from Chopped to go with Enzo, Tanuki and Naga, both at the Grand Finals event with different teams, now combining together. And Alex being split away from Ken, that deadly duo that came in all the way from Berber Patspim and beyond, now actually going to be paired up with Oasis, who we literally just saw had a lights out performance in the end, all of which is Line Pro coaching them for the first time despite being a player prior with Insomnia. It really is just like, it's all melding together perfectly. It's just that their idea on the meta might be found out, frankly, at this point by Na'Vi. We know exactly where the loyalties lie for Heretics when it comes to triple strategist. They're not that keen on using Elsa themselves, so it's a very easy like position for Na'Vi to take if they want to counter that.
Yeah, let's double down on that a little bit here, Moxie. Team Heretics very much marching to the beat of their own drum coming into this.
Yeah, triple strategist, I think, is like where Heretics have looked the strongest, and as you've said, like we've seen multiple times now, they just don't really play the Elsa Bloodstone. They're even happy as well to let the other team potentially get it one-sided too, so they can secure up things like the Mantis or the Gambits to have a much better triple strategist approach in terms of being able to play for those ultimates as well as sustainability. But as we saw in the previous matchup versus Na'Vi, letting Elsa Bloodstone through did work against them, with Terra being able to play to his strengths. So that again could be a change that they make, but we did just see Heretics versus Shikigami. They let the Elsa through, they were still able to win, so maybe they stick to their guns with that ban draft.
It's a difficult situation to put themselves in. We see the Heretics do not just immediately jump onto those high priority pickups here, whereas Na'Vi, they have the situation of they've been able to win the comeback matches. They had lost to this team in groups already, so we know that it can be very stressful, Ryan, to go up against a team that has beaten you, even if you've already beat them in the run back.
Yeah, but it's a team that you've sort of played in grand finals against. In fact, this goes all the way back to stage 1, where both teams, they qualified for mid-season finals, and it was Berber Patman that came out 4-2. It's the closest best of 7 grand final that I think we've had across all regions. Maybe Americas has one. Maybe it's still ongoing from last year because of how long these series have been. But it's more the fact of, like, these guys are experienced in playing in these, like, grand finals, usually getting smashed by Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro obviously not here. Have to watch from the sidelines before they get into stage 1. It's pretty much a great way to sort of look at where Na'Vi were. A lot of people were doubting them in groups in third-party tournaments before preseason, and then Team Heretics looking decent up until this leg where they've just tried to work out their identity a bit more. It's a perfect one because there's no clear favorites. Both teams have their struggles, but both teams have their shining lights as well.
And we're going to get to see some of those shining lights as we're going to be getting ready to head into the draft very shortly. It really is going to be that big question mark. That's what everyone's excited about. Will Heretics ban Elsa, or will Terra get to be terrorizing the server once again? It's a high-pressure situation between these two teams. It is a former world champion versus a few members from a former EMEA champion and a former world champion in the form of Naga on there as well. This is peak Marvel Rivals, and I'm going to send you over to Moxie and Ryan Central for all the action.
That's the other side of it as well. You've got Nago playing up against his old team. They decided to bring in Terra instead. Quick things to note about Na'Vi when it comes to the draft. Na'Vi losing majority of the time to teams banning out the Elsa against them, and that's what Heretics have done. Immediately, it's different, Moxie. We're free.
Well, there we go. We said that would be the big curveball, right? Because now the wheels are turning on the side of Na'Vi. The ball is in their court. What are you going to do in response? Probably look for a hypercarry duelist like the Phoenix if you still want to run the solo duelist. Maybe go for something like the Phoenix Wolverine so that Terra can get to play to his strengths, since hearing from Enzo in the interview, they did not enjoy playing up against that one. But with Gambit in play, we now turn the focus onto Loki. Heretics will be banning that one out instantly, but Na'Vi currently letting it slip a little bit further down, going for the ban out onto the Vanguard Deadpool on both sides instead.
And it seems that Na'Vi might be picking up the Mantis themselves. The majority of drafts that Na'Vi have won, it's been either getting the Elsa or the Gambit, whichever one, but then also getting a Deadpool Vanguard for not only Trust Me, but Rajaro's been playing a good amount of it as well. In fact, his most played Vanguard so far this tournament, surpassing the likes of Emma, which saw a lot of play, and also Magneto.
Oh.
It's a good look, but the Captain America banned out Heretics are like, yeah, you did this against Virtus Pro, we're gonna do this to you.
I mean, I like this approach too, because like then if Na'Vi want to play the dive, they would have to go for something like the Jeff. But as we've already seen, White Fox in play is very, very problematic for that Venom. Plus, Heretics will be able to save Daredevil, so Na'Vi can't ban it out. We've got the information. It won't be one-sided potentially. They'll be taking out, it looks like Tanuki Psylocke, which has been one of the follow-through duelists. They're thinking about it, but they might decide to go for the Doctor Strange instead. It's a domination map, so if you take out the Strange, there's no portals. Also, Heretics, like if they want to open up with a very aggressive portal, plus use the team up from the Invisible Woman, which likewise unseen in the ban draft, that is now stopped entirely.
Strange banned out, yeah, like Invisible Woman was left open. In fact, less of a strategist focus in the draft stage, full stop. More eclectic, certainly with more Vanguard starting to show their faces.
but this is pretty much what you would expect or want from a grand final. It might be missing a couple of names, but these two teams are at the top of their game. Preseason EMEA grand finals, a full best of 7 against very tenured players. It's a great way to start off the year.
Here we go. Map 1, Na'Vi versus Team Heretics out of a potential 7. And it will be the Gambit mirror. But Na'Vi are already showing more heroes that have synergy, specifically with this character, right? We've got Trust Me on the Rogue for Hearts as 1. We've got potential as well for that Star-Lord to be able to come into the mix. But Terra at the moment is on the Wolverine instead, since Team Heretics, by taking away the Doctor Strange and the Vanguard Deadpool, their Vanguard line is going to be forced onto a double dive. Both the Captain America and the Venom, which means that Fate on the White Fox, he's going to be licking his lips, thinking about the CC opportunities when Team Heretics decides to commit to that dive.
I mean, Fate has looked the best when he was one of the early proprietors to Jeff. It's a different animal in nature with the White Fox, but he has been pretty much on the love train, I suppose, for the White Fox as a strategist option. A good thing here, Navi's composition is brawly to say the very least. There's Gambits available either side. It's going to be Team Heretics trying to use their low ground and put some pressure on the objective, whilst Navi trying to hold the high and waterfall their way down. Instead, it's going to be stifled as Terra's going to try and shove his way all the way through. Heretics finds that first pick onto Beetle as both Vanguards have taken a bit of a tumble. Enzo manages to survive. Tanuki's tried to sneak his way out, but there goes the second Vanguard. The front line is dissipated and Navi take the first point.
Yeah, no casualties on the side of Na'Vi too, except, well, until now. Jerky does go down. Rajara gets Oasis, and we're actually going to see the instant swaps come through. Team Heretics understanding Na'Vi are going to play a very rush-heavy style with both the Wolverine and the Daredevil, with the Rogue applying pressure onto their front line. So you swap onto the Emma and Rogue instead. But that first fight, misreading the comp that Na'Vi came out onto, that might have cost them, right? Na'Vi are able to establish first point control. They've got 30% of a point lead. Fate's going to be closer to the Kumeho Unleashed than Oasis on the invisible boundary. And crucially, Crook, he's about to have the first Raging Roll flush of the whole round, far before Alex has the match.
Yeah, he's managed to actually get himself ahead, so this fight is going to be taken very quickly as the leaping of the Royal Flush goes in. Off of the Strange, holding forward. Naga's forced to use the End Song Inferno to keep himself alive, but it's only going to be for a short second. Everybody's cleared up from the Heretics. A clean sweep in this engagement, and it's just a one ultimate in the end that Navi had to use.
Yeah, and now you're going to be sitting at a good 60% of the point. Plus, Team Heretics still not going to be able to engage through with their one-sided Gambit ultimate, which means that Trust Me gets an opportunity here. Build the Heartbreaker and train it away before Alex can use, because that's Heretics' whole game plan at the moment. Terra gets scouted out, does manage to escape the situation unscathed. No line of sight for the Force Physics to pull him back in. But that stall out does mean that Team Heretics have been able to get themselves a little bit closer to the point, take some more damage. Last stand onto Enzo, though, taken behind the Strange Shield as well, so that Heretics can't heal him back. They have to commit the Gambit ultimate, but they're already down 2 players.
It's an over-dedication when there's so little on offer for Heretics. Oasis don't manage to pull a few more picks, and a Kamiho is going to be used from Fate. One of the elements of this game that is certainly worth highlighting on the White Fox is how good these ultimates typically are with the impact. It might not have led to too much, but it's led to some space being created. Heretics can't quite touch, but with 4 ultimates, Moxie, it feels like this point was chopped. We move on to the Monument.
Yeah, it feels like the stars aligned again for Na'Vi. Like you said, Fate being able to be a sort of just mad doctor in the labs with Jeff from last year, now getting to apply that same role with the White Fox has proved so problematic for a lot of these team compositions to deal with, especially since Dive was so big headed into both the group stages and preseason playoffs. And Team Heretics, we talked about misreading the composition that Na'Vi comes out on might cost them not just point percentage, but the fight's so one-sided that they lose the second one off of Snowball ultimate economy coming on through from Crook. Added to that again, one-sided Gambit ultimate, a third one-sided ult coming fight coming on through from the side of Heretics. No chance of being able to stabilize themselves, no chance of being able to have ultimates to pair alongside the Gambit, so that when Alex eventually uses the Raging Royal Flush, there's very little follow-up that the rest of the team can actually do. And unfortunately for Heretics, it might be more of the same, since Crook's already halfway to this next one. Rajara is going to be opening up with a portal too, just trying to put the pressure onto Heretics early, potentially force out that invisible invisible boundary, or just get Trust Me through close enough to use the Heartbreaker before Oasis can react. Oasis gets tagged by the Rogue ultimate, does escape it, so you do have the invisible boundary here, but it looks like he gets grabbed and taken down yet again before he can use the ult.
It's a perfect play from Na'Vi to find the picks. Tanuki uses the last stand, but he's the last alive. Unfortunately, he's trying to find a quick reset off the map, but Jerky is going to send him right back to spawn as that fight was clean. Something the Heretics were known for is going for those Doctor Strange portal plays, and Na'Vi use it straight against them.
Yeah, with that strange ban out as well, Heretics could not go for one of their own, having that invisible boundary already up before the fight started to push Na'Vi into potentially taking a fight. No Strategist ult, no Gambit ult. Speaking of that Gambit ult, level 1 Crook has. Oasis has the invisible boundary back, but they could just get very quickly overwhelmed as Na'Vi have closed up the distance and they're eyeing up where exactly Oasis could be. Invisible boundary paired alongside Heartbreaker, the slow with the end song applied as well, does manage to mince through the sustainability of the Gambit, and Na'Vi lose the fight. Heretics will be able to complete the flip.
Finally able to get something onto the board, and Na'Vi actually using up quite a lot and still ended up losing the fight in the end. The Heretics know that they have to be a little bit more aggressive now because there's not many ultimates to rely on outside of the Royal Flush that Alex is almost building up to. Terra leaping in off a character that people don't remember that used to be very good on way back when. Can't quite get much for the last stand as Heretics have retreated all the way back, playing with the information that Tanuki gets. The invisible boundary tried to set up where the engagement is, but Fate gets caught out in the in-between, so the invisible boundary is going to drop to the ground. It was a great spot, a great read from Tanuki, and he's found the counterattack from Na'Vi missing and lacking.
Yeah, big fight win on the side of Heretics, but you still have to worry is Na'Vi are going to be swapping Terra off of the Wolverine onto the Star-Lord. This is enough to be able to win out that coin flip between Galactic Legend Raging Royal Flush beating out just base Galactic Raging Royal Flush on its own, or potentially that invisible boundary. Heretics have to be able to make a play taking out the Star-Lord so that Terra doesn't have the ultimate to be able to pair alongside Crook. Oasis too has to hold the Force Physics. You're eyeing up the Eye of Agamotto coming on through from Rajaro. They know that it's going to be online, and you do not want to lose the strategists to a well-placed Maelstrom of Madness.
Tanuki's gone into the backline again and found that pick over onto Crook, and Jerky's trading out the picks either way. Tanuki, both of them are like making this head-to-head work, but just focusing on the backlines and not focusing necessarily on each other. Naga, however, trying to spot where his duelist, a teammate prior to this, is gone, and it's a retreat back as Heretics have built their way up to 85%.
Yeah, but they haven't built up a strategist ult. Like, Na'Vi get an opportunity here. Crook will be able to have the cast of Raging Royal Flush before Oasis has the invisible boundary. Tanuki falls early too, so Na'Vi have a lot of confidence, just full send, take this fight. Oasis trying to battery up the ultimate as quickly as possible. Na'Vi not using the Gambit ultimate instantly. Pressure from neutral alone forces out the invisible boundary, and Alex is outside of it. Goes down to the Maelstrom of Madness charge coming on through from Rajaro. OT is in play on the side of Team Heretics, and Song Inferno for the health reset, but Na'Vi have been waiting, biding that time. Out comes the one-sided Gambit ultimate, Heartbreaker alongside it. You've still got the Galactic Legend in the back pocket to be able to snowball into this next fight, because Na'Vi still have to win up more if they want to be able to walk away with this round win.
Yes. It's scary now for Heretics, so you've at least able to bring it to 99%, but we have seen some teams kind of flounder these like middle of progression fights and then be left with absolutely nothing, and there's no portal to go for either, which means that if you're dedicating here as Team Heretics on this retake, you very much need to go in with no ifs or buts, and everybody needs to be aligned. So now you've got some ultimates to sort of lead the way when it comes to the Heartbreaker and the Let the Devil Out, but it's Jerky that's going to try to prevent this. Get in there early to make sure the Heretics can't set up. There's the Royal Flush to try to go in, and now with this information, Navi's got to go in for the offensive. The killing blow potentially is Jerky has found Naga on the outskirts, trying to go for a bit of a crossfire, gets taken out. Beetle alone on the point now that it's 80%. Heretics' whole game plan is falling through. There's two ultimates that they had first. They're not going to be handy as Heartbreaker and Let the Devil Out still available for Heretics. They tried to go in, but Jerky shut the door on him.
bought everything else out, and it's looking very unlikely the Heretics are going to be able to touch here. Whoever's available is going to have to hop on. Enzo switched over towards the Venom. Naga's able to at least force overtime, but he gets eliminated straight away. There's the Heartbreaker finally, last but not least from Beetle as he goes in, but it's only for a short amount of time. Enzo, now the resilience is needed to keep this point stalled, but it's not going to matter too much longer. Heretics can't quite get it all together, and Na'Vi win out on domination.
Yeah, Na'Vi just doing a very good job of having both the Kumeho unleashed as well as that Galactic Legend. So when Team Heretics try to make a play off of one-sided Raging Row flush, the two ultimates stand in the way of it. Na'Vi come out with the fight win. It's so close to last fight territory as well that they just flood the choke, make it absolutely impossible for a regroup on the side of Heretics. You don't have to worry about the Strange Portal being able to bypass all of those player bodies. You literally just have to be able to scatter Heretics to the ends of the map, forcing them one by one to burn all of those utilities and cooldowns, going for things like the Star-Lord iframe just to hit onto the point to activate the OT, so that when the Heartbreaker does come through on the side of Beetle, there's no rest of the team to be able to follow it up. You pick apart the Rogue, you pick apart the rest of the players, and you pick yourself up that first map.
One elimination against Fate. That backline of him and Crook looking stellar, and whilst it was more of a focus of level 1 Crook being able to play the Gambit when it was banned out before, he's at least able to make sure that it's glowing. Heretics changing up a big aspect of their draft, but Moxie, it didn't really amount to all that much in the end, and it means that there's going to be a little bit more required from them when it comes to this performance.
It feels again like just like Na'Vi coming out with the Gambit, but already having the Rogue in play to be able to secure that first fight in neutral just allowed them to snowball so much of those domination setups.
See exactly where this next map is going to go. It's the choice of Heretics. We'll see after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
is on. 1,000 gods!
former world champs for a reason. Na'Vi take a solid first game versus Heretics. But hallelujah to everyone who was talking about it yesterday. Heretics did ban out Terra's Elsa. Moxie, was it worth it?
I mean, it's always going to be really difficult in a Gambit mirror when you lose the first fight so one-sidedly, so that you don't get the opportunity of mirroring the Gambit ultimate itself, right? We talked about it a little bit on the actual, like, cast. That first fight, Na'Vi coming on through with the Rogue already in play, being able to perfectly mark out when Heretics would go for the dive hit with both the Cap and the Venom, already having the White Fox posted up as well to absorb it, just meant that they steamrolled through the whole team. There was very little healing opportunity for Heretics' backline to be able to match. So second fight, boom, Na'Vi just full send with a one-sided Gambit ultimate because they know you have zero defenses against it. And from there, it's going to be an alt dump fight that you rely on being able to just like grab that fight and map control back, and then your back is against the wall, the other side has way too much point percentage, and they can just play for a one-fight win situation.
Right, it looks like Heretics now, with their map choice, have decided to live up to their namesake, take the fight to the gods, and are taking us to Yggdrasil Path as our next map, taking us to Convoy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Heretics are going to be upset that they can't go for any, like, Sharknado plays, because that was something that they would rely on in some of these more chaotic grand finals to get past first, which is where Na'Vi held them on the last time that these two teams played against each other yesterday. So it feels like at least Heretics have had the chance to work out some stuff, use the fact that they played up against Shikigami on this map as a bit of a warm-up for this, but Na'Vi got to sit here and watch it all come into play. I think the curious thing really is just like, yeah, sure, with the Elsa, like if you're banning it out instead, it sort of forces Na'Vi to be able to sort of play in those positions. You at least get Crook away from the Lunar Snow when he's going to be playing Gambit, so you don't have that duo to deal with. But it's still scary. That backline is hard to shut down.
We also saw, we're talking about that backline, we saw Fate once again getting his hands on the White Fox Moxie, which, as usual, seemed to do them some pretty good work as we head into map number 2.
Here we go. Map 2, Electric Boogaloo. Will the ban draft change yet again, or will Heretics now stick with this instant ban onto that Elsa? Looks like they're going to be sticking with the instant ban onto the Elsa. So yet again, Ryan, we get the Gambit mirror flip, unless someone swerves the path and goes for a save onto the Mantis.
Yeah, I do wonder, sort of looking at the Deadpool Vanguard, especially as that third ban for both sides that was mirrored, it's actually going to be earlier. Really does feel like Na'Vi might want to sort of put some priority in it. They're not really that worried about sort of going for anything else, like it was the Mantis that they went for beforehand. Going to protect the Gambit to make sure that it's not going to be taken out, but it is maybe going to put some early stress on Team Heretics to ban out the Deadpool Vanguard earlier, or go for something else instead, because Loki and Mantis are still available.
Yeah, it's the Loki that Heretics are going to go for. Is, yeah, like you can't let Loki Gambit through. If you've got a Gambit mirror, but one team has a Loki, then you can literally just use your first Raging Roar Flush cast to force the other, and then come through with your own still in the actual pocket. As we'll get the ban now onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Not a Manta save, but a one-sided Invisible Woman coming on from the side of Na'Vi. And we saw it a little bit earlier on Spider Islands. A lot of these convoy maps are a little bit more linear in terms of how your core team plays. So being able to have that pierce ability to both heal and damage at the same time does mean that Invisible Boundary builds up very, very quickly. Plus, you're expecting some elements of dive coming on through with things like the Daredevil and the Venom, and having the force physics up to be able to deal with just a soft dive, then having its hand forced into turning into a hard dive, into turning into a visit back to your respawn point is very, very handy. As it's going to be a save on the Daredevil on the side of Heretics, which means that Na'Vi could, if they wanted, go for a ban onto the Mantis. They were thinking potentially about going for a ban onto the Groot, but we'll go for the damage boost instead.
So it is a one-sided Loki available for Team Heretics. Na'Vi decided to not ban it out on the other side, and I think that mostly is for the case of like, well, Alex is their Gambit player, and also their Loki player, and also their Invisible Woman player. You can't clone him out. Like, Oasis probably can move over to the Invisible Woman, but like, does he play Loki that much? It's hard to get a gauge. So Na'Vi actually sort of feeling like them not having access to Loki and the other team do. Not too much of a stress for them, ultimately.
Yeah. Na'Vi going to be starting off on this defense. Terra actually going to be starting off on this Wolverine. And I mean, that takes us back, right? We were talking about the history of some of these teams. Terra was a previous player called Aphazy who played on the side of Team Mutants, who were actually the team that won MLC Season 0 back in America, all the way back in 2025, before that team then got picked up by 100 Thieves, and he name changed to Terra. But he was a huge pusher of this Wolverine as a staple, as a duelist, as well as that Winter Soldier, and being able to play that one with both the Phoenix so that you have the Primal Warrior team up, meaning that you have extra survivability with the lifesteal based off the damage that you do, is going to be very problematic for Team Heretics to have to deal with, since on the attack you're expecting some element of dive coming out from the side of Heretics just to force Na'Vi to turn their attention to deal with it, so that the rest of the team have a safer time pushing past this first corner.
Yeah, they're trying to do their best to make their way through, as both teams are trying to run this like 2-2 composition. And there goes Oasis for the time being, at the very least. Just me going to make sure that this dive attacking side of Heretics isn't going to find too much, and maybe got more than he bargained for, but the cooldowns all come out to just allow him to leap back to his team for some support. Terra trying to see if he can go in for the leap. It's available
the
now.
Daredevil.
Yeah, making sure that he's got an eye on him. Might not necessarily have the sense or the killer instinct, but is just going to use his scent in order to try and make sure that Tanuki can't get much space.
Yeah, not just Tanuki, but Beetle as well. So Terra's going to have to be a lot more proactive in patrolling these lanes, as opposed to Tanuki, who with the passive gets to see where you'll be, but the Wolverine grabs the follow-up damage. And again, Na'Vi are just in full control at this point in time. Terra's been an absolute beast that Heretics really have to turn and deal with. But they're just not finding these opportunities, as Oasis doesn't play the Luna, goes for the Jeff instead. So trying to play away from the fight, but because so many of these Wolf grabs are depositing Heretics players past the corner, there's no line of sight for the Jeff to actually help out healing.
Tanuki leaping in, just almost using the heads of Na'Vi as a way to step-toe his way across, but there goes Jerky. Have got the ultimate use from level 1 Crook, but it's the rest of his team that is actually starting to flounder and fall apart. It's a bit of a weird fight. It's like watching Tanuki just sort of take these individual 1v1s and absolute find the culling of the backline as Na'Vi split apart intermittently, and it's just a weird way for this one to go.
Fate has the invisible boundary, but Heretics will have Gambit ult. You also have to worry about the Ensong Inferno and Meteor M. If the Guardian Shield from the Invis is too early, Ensong breaks it, and then Meteor M breaks the Susan Storm from behind it. As we're going to see Ensong coming on through. Alex utilizes that Raging Roll Flush. Fate reacts with the invisible boundary as Heretics just go into the ultimate, brawling with the Gambit to make sure that Na'Vi don't just get to sustain and push back the moment that it drops. But Crook's been able to get one. It's traded for your Invisible Woman though, and it looks like that might be enough as Oasis comes on through with the It's Jeff. Heretics taking the fight into the streets of second, really depleting Na'Vi's players who can actually stall the point.
Ooh. I mean, it's basically a second job that Rogue had there. Trust me, trying to get rid of Oasis that went in for the play and then touching the point was a little bit too much for them to deal with. Heretics having a good attacking side. Probably one of the more calmer, like, first point takes, because Na'Vi felt so, like, spaced out. Even the portal play, there was a lot of respect given from Heretics, and it feels like a lot of these battles that are happening, Moxie, are on the outskirts. It's where Tanuki and Beetle are taking these fights.
Yeah, which is why Jerky has swapped to the Daredevil so that you can scout out before Heretics are in position to hit. Heartbreaker comes on through from Trust Me, but Beetle has the Freedom Charge, so Heretics will be able to hold their heads above the water at the moment. Last stand attempted, does find the connection onto Enzo, so you do lose the mag. Rajari sees an opportunity. Eye of Agamotto catches Tanuki mid-ultimate with Jerky using his own Let the Devil out. Na'Vi doing everything that they can to just burn Heretics out of players, out of ult economy as well, and potentially just lose this fight, but be able to win the next with close to the respawns.
It's just a scrap. It's a Saturday night outside the local pub for some of these melee characters. Every perspective we switch to, it's just throwing hands to the best of their abilities. Naga, though, trying to see if he can sort of take this high ground perch atop and stop these players from Na'Vi trying to go in for the reset. They see exactly where these other defenders are trying to come from as Trust Me leaps into the fray again onto the Rogue. Everybody's grouped up onto the objective, so whether these cleaves from the Jean Grey are good enough to clamber through might be great.
fight. Beetle, however, goes down as Naga brings out the end song Inferno. Oasis at least trading onto the frontliners. Trust me, keeps going down in these fights over and over again. Royal Flush has created a lot of space. But you see Tanuki sneaking behind to maybe try and backcap this or group up with the rest of his team that have been sent back to spawn.
But Na'Vi catch up with the disengage. Heretics try to kite out the first Gambit ult, then recover the fight with their own. But now they're getting the eliminations onto a little bit of an overextension coming on through from Na'Vi's end. Still not a full team wipe though. Just taking so much time off of this bank. Fate's got the Kumeho unleashed. You have to be concerned about Enzo just using the Meteor Am to take all of that extra health down. It's Jeff comes on through on the side of Oasis. Might Yap does get the White Fox. You can grant CC immunity to the rest of your team, but you're not waterproof. And there goes the It's Jeff taking Fate in the ultimate off the map.
It's a sink and a brief drink, I think, for Heretics. But they're still not able to actually get much going. Terra's brung out the last stand, and it has isolated Enzo from the rest of his team with this fight. You can see almost that it's going to be Naga that was going to take a step back, trying to use his ultimate aggressively as Tanuki is switched away from the Daredevil to go away onto the Psylocke now. Enzo also on the thing. It's going to get even more brawly, surprisingly. It feels like all of these players are just wanting to take good chunks out of each other, but Na'Vi stem the bleeding again, only for a brief second, as this is a very early portal play. It's not going to be useful in overtime now for Heretics. This is a big gamble to try and take this fight ahead of Na'Vi's ultimate cycle.
Especially because Crook, right? That's what you're going for. Beetle has the freedom charge. You have to run at the Gambit and find the elimination. But Rajari's identified that Heretics are making the first move. The backline are going to be vulnerable. Forces the peel of the Eye of Agamotto, and that frees Crook up to get the ultimate online and Na'Vi to run into Heretics with the Let the Devil out. And like you said, that was the Strange Portal. That was the play coming on through from Heretics. Win the fight before the Gambit ultimate, or see the cart stop where it is. Enzo's trying to come back onto that Venom. That's what Na'Vi are looking for, but no one's going to be able to get the touch. I'm guessing Fate might have been able to land the Spectral Surge Charm onto the Venom mid-swing to be able to prevent Enzo getting past, and that is the line drawn in the sand. Not held on first this time, but held on second.
Would have been hell of mechanics to work it through. I do like Heretics going for like that early portal, just trying to get ahead of the Raging Royal Flush, and it would have worked to an extent if it wasn't for Rajaro coming in with a pretty major like Eye of Agamotto. Didn't result in any eliminations, but it just bought time. Raging Royal Flush, you could already see that Jerky, who masterful switch over to the Daredevil, that changed a lot on Na'Vi's defense. Those two ultimates used together, you just run it down. You've got Rogue on your team as well. They're going to be happy to just go in with the aggressive nature of the Royal Flush ultimate. Na'Vi worked wonders with the timing, and Heretics were very close to a 200 IQ play. It was just a couple of milliseconds off.
Yeah, it's just like defense team macro, right? Take as many fights as you can. Even if you lose them, you're still forcing ults, you're still getting trades, and crucially, you're also still forcing time. So by the time that Heretics round that corner, they're just out of resources to be able to brute force the fight and beat the close respawns. Still, for Yggdrasil Path, they did get quite a far distance through, and especially now that they get the Star-Lord at the start of the fight to be able to play alongside that Gambit. It's a risk here though, because in terms of Vanguards, you're giving up the Rogue or the Mag to be able to pair with this Gambit. It cost them that first fight on Hell's Heaven before, trust me, having much more damage in the neutral, but Enzo having that brawliness to be able to have both the damage reduction but also get those punches past the Strain Shield. Not immune though to the Rogue grab. So already having to back up and give space.
He was just hoping to go for the swings and maybe take a leaf out of Kai's book when he was just going in for the absolute brawl approach on the thing on Spider Islands. Here, however, not too far. Na'Vi have a bit more distance to push than last time where they full held Heretics on first. But this fight has gone so well to begin with. Heretics are close enough that they're not going to need the portal play, but Oasis switching over to the White Fox pretty early on. We haven't seen an awful lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Na'Vi though, like, honestly, something that we have to talk about, pretty hard to be able to, like, see just from POV. Rajaro with the Strange, just going for the shield flashes, stopping the heal line of sight coming on through from Heretic since it's a health bar as opposed to a cooldown until it gets broken. Trust me, does go down, overextended from the rest of the team. Heretics with the player advantage in this fight, just having to be very, very cautious that they have one person always contesting on that cart. Fate gets the invisible boundary, but we got the clobbering time off onto both Terra and Rajaro, but it's inside the invisible boundary, so most of the players are able to recover. They lose Jerky, but what they have to worry about is the fact that Heretics have that Gambit ultimate ready to go, but down 2 players. They're going to have to beat out Na'Vi's whole team who still have theirs.
Agamotto is handy for Rajaro, but right now with the Royal Flush, he's just using it as a chance to go in for the more aggressive approach. Now you've got Kamiho that's going to be used actually to try and stall this out. Agamotto is going to be used to make sure that the Fox gets put straight down as Terra cleaves up the rest of these defenders from Heretics. They wanted to go for that last minute stall, built up the ultimates, but it didn't matter. Rajaro is the king of this one.
The good thing, though, for the side of Heretics is that you forced out both the Eye, the Invisible Boundary, and that Raging Royal Flush. Jerky's going to go for a close hold. He's very close to let the Devil out. A couple of hits from the Billy Club, and he'll be right there. But what you're really worried about is Heretics utilizing the Starlord ult to buy all of the space back. Trust me, he's got the Heartbreaker too. Might be able to find the connection early on onto the Starlord, but no, there it is, and there Jerky goes.
Leap in from Terra. He is so low though, but he's able to absolutely make a carving through. Trust me, he's gone down at the same time. So Heretics now holding on for 4 more minutes. It's not that much distance, but it's just around this horseshoe. We've seen plenty of defenses, Moxie, that have been held from this point for a fair amount of time. But Na'Vi have so much in the bank that they're willing to allocate some just neutral exchanges to get some of these ultimates together to go in for the full kitchen sink approach.
Oh, yeah, Crook's just building up, slowly shoring towards that next Raging Royal Flush. Clobbering time from Enzo misses, down to the butterflies, forces out the invisible boundary, but Jerky punishes the fact that Heretics have no strategist ults to be able to survive. Na'Vi, last fight territory, now going to be looking at what Heretics have available. Swap onto the Strange, Enzo's maybe going to try and portal the team into position, but level 1 Crook's going to be available. Might go for the cancel onto the TP as well. Rajaro's just riding the cart. Heretics having to walk right into it, but that means that they have to go into that Gambit ultimate. Fate with the invisible boundary not going to be up, but trust me, has the Heartbreaker to make sure that Heretics lose their strategist. Huge Eye of Agamotto comes out from the side of Rajaro, and Na'Vi complete the push with time to spare. 2:51 left as they're able to equalize and surpass the distance posted by Heretics.
A statement attacking side and done with such panache, you have to say. Another MVP performance from level 1 Crook, MVP of the mid-season finals. The first international event that we saw in the EMEA team win, and whilst it is just going to be our guys in Europe facing up against each other, it's still the same MVP performance in these grand finals. 12 final hits, a surprising amount for level 1 Croak, but he was in amongst his team, ready to go in for some more like close quarters combat.
Yeah, I mean, Rajaro on the Strange has looked absolutely lights out so far. Not just lights out, heals out on the side of Heretics too. Like, the damage blocked 37,000. We have to have a separate track on how much healing he's been able to block on the side of both Alex and Oasis. As I was like talking about the shield flash that you can do with the Seraphim shield, since you can just bring it up so consistently, you'll see it there. The moment that Na'Vi work out someone from Heretics is a little bit too far forward and splittable, the way that you would see like a player punished with Groot walls, they're seeing the opportunity. They know that the backline won't be able to get that line of sight onto them. Strange brings the shield up, and Na'Vi takes them right out.
It's a great way for Na'Vi to actually put themselves at the top of the EMEA power rankings, and there's still more to go. For Heretics, you have a choice of map again, and then some, as it is a first to 4. But it does mean that we will be going to a convergence map. It was Heart of Heaven before the Team Heretics chose. It didn't necessarily go their way. So we'll have to see if it's going to be a change up to something like Jalia or Symbiotic Service. We'll have to see as this best of 7 goes on.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
It's time to try and bring back some trauma, as Heretics looking into the bank of what's left available when it comes to their convergence maps, and they pick the one that Na'Vi lost on first this stage. They are taking a little bit of a Shikigami strategy, and they're going to take them to Central Park, Ryan.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be looking up to the torch in the sky and be like, remember who you are. Just Shikigami trying to give some of that energy over. This is wild for Team Heretics. They're 0-2 on Central Park so far in the preseason, and they go, you know what? This is the map that we want to go to. We don't want to go to Jalia because Na'Vi are pretty prominent on it, and it is also their map pick. Clintar, Lord knows how that's going to go, and Shin Shibuya, no, absolutely not. They're going for Central Park despite not winning on it.
Yeah, but maybe like that's the play, right? If your map loss rate is as poor as that, it's maybe the move that Na'Vi would least expect and therefore do the least amount of preparation in anticipation of you choosing it.
Again, there is also the argument that Shikigami were able to take the win off of Na'Vi on this map, and Team Heretics have now had to go up against Shikigami doing that potential strategy multiple times now. They've probably played this map quite a few times on the exact same strategies repeatedly. They might have been able to pick up something by osmosis, or at least come up with some ideas, because right now it's time for new ideas, because Na'Vi are 2-0 up. They are halfway towards a grand finals victory box.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're the side of like Heretics, you're looking at what Na'Vi have been playing, which is really like interfering with what you want to do. I know they got like so much flack for not instant banning the Elsa, but it opens the opportunity for the Gambit, Rogue, Star-Lord, Mag to be as problematic as it is. And like, trust me and Rajaro at the moment, as much as we talk about Na'Vi's like backline, their duelists, we have to acknowledge that their Vanguards are getting some serious work done. They were a lot of the reason why they were able to take as much space as they did on Yggdrasil.
Ryan, what would you like to see different, if anything, from Heretics? Do they just need to lock her in a bit more, or are there some changes that could be made in this draft stage?
Yeah,
You know what? If they really are triple strategist merchants, let's at least see it from Heretics, you know, because they have been trying to play this like 2-2-2. It is what they're good at, right? Like Mantis is usually one of the main focuses, but because of like the way the draft has been going, both the teams want the Gambit first. I would like to see Heretics at least try to lean towards that a little bit more, because going up against Na'Vi in this 2-2-2 is hard. It feels very much like Virtus Pro, of like you're trying to match up to them pound for pound against what they're prominent at. And if Na'Vi get forced to triple strategist, yeah, sure, you got Juriki that's been putting in time getting his strategists in order, including Invisible Woman and Luna Snow, and then Fate that's just this mastermind of playing some of these more niche picks that maybe Heretics haven't put as much time into. I just want to see like Heretics lean into what they're strong on, and maybe there's a chance here on Central Park.
This isn't their last chance. Like we said, it's only 2-0 in a best of 7. You need 4 to win. So they do have opportunities to try and adjust from here. Right now, we're just waiting for them to level up. They're doing those last-minute strategy talks. They are ready, so we'll be heading in very shortly. But right now, Na'Vi, world champions, and looking to go into stage 1 as your champions here, have all the momentum, Moxie.
Yeah, they have a lot of momentum, and I think like a lot of people were sort of saying like, oh, maybe Na'Vi are going to be coming into this a little cold. Maybe it's going to take them some time to warm up. Nope. Absolutely ignited the battle the moment that they entered that server.
And speaking of igniting the battle, looks like we are igniting the time stream, and our lobby will be materializing shortly, meaning that we are potentially, if Heretics cannot bring it back, halfway towards a Na'Vi victory. So Heretics need to jump on in, and let's see what they can do as we head to Central Park for game number 3 of our best of 7. I leave you. We've got Moxie and Ryan Central.
I was going to quote what Rochero put in the match chat, which is like, very disrespectful Team Heretics to be making the audience wait 20 minutes between every game. But I mean, these guys have known each other for so long. He's obviously just ribbing them as, like Tetra said, Heretics wanted to use this bit of time to actually come up with a strategy. Whether it's going to be a big change up or not remains to be seen, but we'll see exactly how this draft is going to start. The same as the first two. Elsa's gone.
I think we're both expecting, though, a triple strategist line coming in front. That's already very, very different. Vanguard Deadpool is going to be the first save. So Na'Vi now get the opportunity. Mantis, Gambit, Loki, probably one of the first two. Maybe Invisible Woman, actually, that they're thinking about. Looks like it might be a Mantis lock. There's debate going back and forth about where they want to take it. Invisible Woman's very, very good at getting Invisible Boundary up with the amount of healing you can do when you're all boxed in those small spaces. But Mantis also means that you have to think about Loki and Phoenix and all of the rest of triple strat lines with the Ultron as well.
So is this going to be a ban on the Mantis? Is it going to be the Loki early on for Heretics here? It is a bit of a different change-up. And I do think that doing some of these curveballs is a good idea, because you know that, like, Trust Me and Terra and whoever else are all just going to be like, okay, do this instead. They've got Deadpool Vanguard. Let's do that. All right, shut up. Like, let's just work this out bit by bit. They're going to make it a one-sided Gambit a little bit later on in the draft. This Invisible Woman isn't going to be available, at the very least for Na'Vi, this map. It could be traded out either way. You could sort of see them deliberating, but it is a one-sided Deadpool Vanguard against a one-sided Gambit so far.
Is it Mantis save here? Or is it Groot save? Because this is a really good Groot map, and then you could potentially force Heretics into having to use this last ban on the Mantis, which means that you would then get the Loki through. Oh, this is a rough one. Like, if Loki gets through, then you have 2 casts of Gambit ult. If Mantis gets through, then you have 12% damage boost. Well, they'll get both, because Heretics take out the Daredevil instead.
And they're going to protect the Jeff, which is, yeah, a very different draft from what we've been seeing. It's kind of like spiraled onto like secondary, tertiary ripple effects going forward. The Starlord ban at the end is a good one. If Na'Vi are going, hey guys, do you know what would be really funny? Ultron Touch, go! But they maybe want to go for this one-sided group, which is weird. It's going to be the Wolverine ban to make sure that Tanuki doesn't get a chance to really make it work. The thing about it is that Na'Vi don't really have like a super well-known group player. It is going to be Trust Me who has been picking it, but it's not like his top 3 Vanguards. He's been going for like Venom, Captain America, Angela more so.
Yeah, but I mean, Na'Vi, they've got so many options open, and also Central Park, it's such a good group map. with just the wall pressure you can put on these players when they try to walk from main onto point. Terror on the Wolverine 2 is going to further exacerbate that. If someone gets grabbed, they're going to be deposited behind the team, and then Trust Me can use the walls to break the line of sight so that Heretics don't get the opportunity to stabilize them, and you'll be able to find those eliminations, as Fate's going to be rolling out on the White Fox. Level 1 Crook, by the way, currently showcasing the Rocket Raccoon. So we've actually got a triple... Oh, nope, there we go. He was just giving the armor pack and the jump cookie to Tara. I guess it was a little bit late. Just like, okay, orange, orange, orange. Where's the blue, guys? Where's the blue? There's the blue. Now I can swap off the Rocket and go to the Gambit. But I do like the fact that Fate's already on potentially like looking for these like CC opportunities. Thought about going for the White Fox, decides instead to go over to that Luna to have both the Idol Aura as well as the Ice Arts and put the pressure with the Absolute Zero if Heretics try to take a dive.
There's a big question to be asked, though. I'm sorry, Tanuki. Is Tanuki going to fall off the map this time on Central Park? It's so scary for him, as he's already done it twice so far against Shikigami. But he's going to go in for the dives onto the Daredevil as the Wolverine was banned out prior. It, again, is this 2v2 setup with Naga and Tanuki being on the duelists to try and go for this fight. Navi matching him, but it is Beetle that finds that first blow up against Fate onto the backline. The peel not quite there. He's immediately switched over towards the White Fox to make his way back, and the redive has gone in for Beetle, but he's caught out from Terra, who's pulled him into the mud.
Yeah, that Phoenix too, just doing so much damage. Fate actually goes to this range. No one was close enough to be able to facilitate the White Fox teleporting into the fray. They're so close to having Rage of Ultron or that Gambit ultimate, which would force Heretics to take a big step backwards since they've out of ults. Enzo does not have another Banhammer to set things in motion. This is giving Na'Vi the opportunity. Crook's about to get the ultimate up. If Heretics can't put the pressure onto the Gambit, it's going to come on through. Strangling Prison catches the backline. Alex falls. No Fate of both worlds to turn the fate of the Lunar Snow, and Na'Vi will be able to stabilize their hold, but crucially, they do give up 2 ticks of point percentage.
Could have been Heretics actually taking a point in pretty good time there if it wasn't for some well-played and well-placed ultimates. Just me knows that he needs to put this focus in on these players trying to reset and regroup with the backline of Heretics that's managed to traverse the other side of this castle corridor. Watching it from Alex's POV, it's a bit more of a clearer sky. He doesn't have too much pressure on him, and all of his teammates are lined up in a fantastic way. Oasis going to bring out the It's Jeff to see if there's anybody that can be spit off the map. But Fate of both worlds and Ensog Inferno means the Heretics have dedicated 3 ultimates altogether at this point. Yeah, the Jeff has managed to get a few more. He's got the speed boost as well. Sayonara, Na'Vi. You're going to be sent back to the second checkpoint as things move on.
Oasis just gets an all-you-can-eat buffet. As Na'Vi have very little that can actually stop the Jeff. There's no one-shot potential. Likewise, there's no Mag or Hulk to be able to bubble it. The thing you're relying on is like the Groot to be able to wall you above the reach of it. But Oasis comes on through the clutch. Terror with the last stand lands onto Beetle. It's Na'Vi putting the full focus on taking him down. Spectral Surge as well to make sure that the Cap does not get the opportunity to use the ultimate, Freedom Charge, and recover. And that means the Heretics, they've lost all of that map space that initially they'd been able to secure.
Yeah, Terra is showing that it's not just these hit scan characters where he connects onto them nicely, it's the Wolverine alongside. He is the projectile that he's firing right that way, and Beetle gets caught out trying to sort of posture for a bit of that higher ground, gets caught out by the Feral Leap, and then the ultimate, and he's just CC'd into oblivion. Has the Freedom Charge, but Heretics already sort of stuck in their own attacker's spawn. It's difficult, but there's already these like lifts of the high ground that Heretics are trying to use. Strangle Prison's going to bring them back down, or at least attempt to, as Tanuki is brought out to let the devil out. You've also got the Freedom Charge that's going to allow a little bit more space to be created. There's the speed boost don't charge for everybody else on Heretics. It's going to be pretty handy to keep this payload trucking along up the high ground.
Oh, great use of the Righteous Cross coming on through from Tanuki on the Daredevil. That lunge capacity of movement gets him close enough to grab the Jeff Bubbles for the heal as well as that speed boost, and does not go down. And so has a Banhammer, might go down onto the Star-Lord, so that Jerky just disappears in a puff of smoke. Iframe your way out of that one as Fate comes on through with the Kumiho Unleashed, trying to stabilize Navi's position. Once Heretics are out of ultimates, they don't really have anything left. It's the Galactic Legend maybe in its Jeff, but that's allowing Na'Vi another chance at stabilizing that team and potentially finding an opportunity to use the Strange ult.
fight's a scary one. Naga gets stunned out of it. He's immediately stopped. So that's 2 Galactic Legends that are just a note too short. Navi hold on with this defense, and it was a fantastic interrupt. But it is available for this next fight so long as Naga can build it up. But it's more time stalled.
Oh, Terra is an absolute monster on the Wolverine. He truly is one of, if not the best in the world at this character. And like you said, you'll have Galactic Legend pretty quickly back up, but for Na'Vi, they've got the Gambit ultimate in this fight. Even if Heretics go for this map flip, trying to avoid the poke, get onto the objective itself, and just put the pressure to force Na'Vi to turn their attention away, you've still got your Gambit ult. You can stand up to the damage potential of the Let the Devil Out, and basically say, okay, time to pack it in.
Beetle goes down first again. It makes sense. He's trying to be the one that's pushing Heretics into these fights, and he just gets pulled out of position by all of the CC available. Watching Fate also sort of swing these claws around is almost making Wolverine blush, as Crook has led the fight nicely with the Royal Flush. It's not going to be available for Heretics to use on their side. They have good ultimates, but none are going to hit as hard as that one.
I mean, if Na'Vi hold close as well, they could potentially force Heretics to use early. Crook's been able to scout out that Oasis is so far behind. Both of the bubbles get burned. Oasis goes down. Might potentially been wanting to meet the team from the past. Galactic Legend from the Star-Lord manages to catch on to Jerky. Alex too stabilizing the team. But Na'Vi, they've been able to keep their players up. The last time from Terra connects onto Alex. Once he's out of the CC immunity, put on mute once Fate of Both Worlds ends. And Na'Vi are putting Team Heretics on pause at the moment. 40 seconds left. This objective has barely moved in 4 fights.
It's not shuffled at all. It's got a freedom charge. That's going to be about it for this next 30 seconds. Maybe Tanuki can get a Let the Devil Out in order to go for this fight, but you have to look at Jerky that's going to try and run it back with the Galactic Legend. Rajaro also, Ayabagamotos, they have been hitting pretty nicely if he can go in for the fight at the right point. But Beetle, there he goes, trying to go in, seeing the targets that he wants to focus, and he goes onto the back line. You've got the portal that was used to teleport. The Ayabagamoto is going to come in from Rajaro. Not getting too much as Beetle is just absolutely hammering this backline, takes out Terra for his troubles at the same time. Payload is moving. Enzo finds 2, and now the Banhammer is very close to being available. Portal is a very close turnaround, but it might be enough to touch. Not quite. So this is now a scary part for Na'Vi. They're kind of stuck in the open, which means the Heretics are going to carve through them and reset them, no doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, if Heretics try to just take the 6 versus 6, Na'Vi do have the Gambit ultimate at their disposal. Looks like they're just going to back up, give space, but like you said, this is getting really risky now because they've lost all that distance, and Heretics, 1 minute left. They're going to just like try to push forward. Like you said, someone stalling, trust me, eventually falls, but that's still eating into the distance that Heretics would otherwise be able to establish. And Heretics, they don't have a strategist still. Like, Oasis has to be the clutch factor here in this fight. You've got the It's Jeff, but you have to contend with the burst potential of both the Gambit and the Star-Lord. Fate goes down, a well-placed dive coming on through from Tanuki, utilizing the Daredevil passive to just beat Na'Vi out before they can regroup. Enzo with the Banhammer takes down the Star-Lord mid. Oh, you don't miss, but the amount of damage that that tick does in the advanced state is more than enough to take the Star-Lord down.
The Galactic Legends have found very little between both teams because the counters are so good in the end. Enzo's superb work to shut that down before it's even started, but it's going to come out on the other side. Naga is going to go in for the fight with the Galactic Legend, and the Royal Flush is used on the other side. Morris at the Terra to try and fight this back. Terra wants to be the answer to it and goes into the front line of Enzo. Carves through one Vanguard, looking to try and carve through the other one as Fate of Both Worlds now alongside the Let the Devil Out. It's going to be that this is just AoEs on AoEs. Egad, like it's Fate just fighting. Daredevil's thinking, like, what's happened to the vermin of New York? There's a giant fox in my face that's clawing at me. Trust me, now he's also bringing out the Heartbreaker. All of these area of effects stacked on top of each other as overtime is hitting at the end of Central Park. Fate is clawed in off the back of this last stand for Terra. Everybody's pitted up into the corner, and it's the White Fox that struck them down. Pushing Heretics all the way back down these steps. It's now a case of trying to get this Captain America off of the objective. They do so, and Navi's defense holds out before the map is finished.
Okay, at what point do we think it becomes justifiable to ban out the Wolverine? That's probably what Enzo is asking his team right now. Because Terra has been on an absolute tear. 2 stunned out in that overtime fight with the last stand into the follow-up charm coming on through from Fate's Spectral Surge. But for Team Heretics, like, it was looking like potentially it could be a full hold. Then it was looking like it could be a hold on second. So the fact that they were able to push it as far as they did through third means that this map is still very much winnable.
Oh, very much so. I mean, it makes sense that Terra is playing like a rabid animal when Trust Me's locked him up in his attic for however long. So at least that kind of performance is starting to show. But it's a testament to how good of a duelist he is that you forget that he's just an amazing hit scan player. But he is also very good on playing these kind of characters. And it is funny after you have Enzo calling Frost Mountain and Shikigami Wolverine merchants. And then Navi goes, haha, you know, we're about to do the funniest thing.
I mean, yeah, like, Terra was one of the OG big bad Wolverines that people, like, were so worried about. In fact, back in 2025, like, I used to dream of getting to see a Wolverine matchup between Tanuki and Terra. It's not quite the Wolverine versus Wolverine mirror this round, though, as Tanuki's going to be starting off on the Daredevil, which I think in the long run is going to be much more important for Heretics to understand where exactly Navi's players will be coming from, especially since Beetle's going to be holding up close. The Daredevil's pass doesn't quite reach all the way to spawn, so they wanted to scout out to see if there was a strange TP employed first.
We were thinking that after the ultimate charge nerfs that this game would be a little bit slower, but this has been absolute white-knuckle roller coasters with how these fights have been going. I mean, look at this! Just Trust Me that is just taking a fight in the streets of New York, head-to-head, able to at least trade out a couple of picks, but be right back is meaning that Tanuki is back into the engagement straight away. He's just literally got back here, and he's immediately throwing hands with Rogue right in square in the face. Trust me, this is a brutal engagement. He's got his strategists keeping him alive. Lord knows how, as now Terra's the one that's going to go in and swing in full ferocity, now trying to decide on what target is going to hit it. Enzo has found his target though, as the Banhammer is going to come through, seeing if Navi have to actually give up a lot of respect and space here as they get the pick onto Jerky. There's a lot of like photo finishes here from Enzo, as it pretty much is going to be the Daily Bugle finding out what the hell is going on here on Central Park.
I mean, if you're Team Heretics, though, you're looking at this next fight and working out how exactly do you try to live it, since Crook's coming through with one-sided Gambit ult. Alex already has the BRB broken to bring the Star-Lord back early, which is the worst possible way to start this next fight. Oasis with the Itzjaf. If he can get the eat onto the Gambit, potentially have it for Fate's ultimate on the second stage, this could be absolutely huge. There's the Itzjaf coming on through. Fate utilizing that Kume home form, probably just gave someone CC immunity to be able to dodge out of it, and yet Fate will be able to continue having that ultimate up the whole duration of it. Oasis tries to swap to the strange TP because Team Heretics, like, they've got ultimates up, but he gets the portal through. The body block from Beetle means that Terra's not able to get on top of the strange and take him down. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier boosts up the damage potential of that Galactic Legend. They try to make a play. Trust Me looks for the stun out up into the sky, but enough got through that Team Heretics are able to pull off the stabilize and hold the point. Wait, what's Jerky doing?
He's in the back line. He's fighting his own demons here, but he's actually taken out. That might have been a bit of an overstep. We thought that this was done. Like, Noctis showing back up in the server there, and thinking, wait, what is that we hear in the background?
He was fighting the backline. I think, like, for Navi here, it was a really good, like, risk to take if you knock out the strategists coming through from Heretics, because not a lot of you actually went down and you have Freedom Charge Heartbreaker. You can just play for a very fast fight in this next engagement when Heretics don't have their backline back, which is exactly what they're doing. Except this time, Majora has to go much deeper into Team Heretics' side with the Freedom Charge to just push the rocket off position. Huge last stand comes on through from Terra, though, and that should be enough to be able to close out this tick.
I mean, it's great work. Like, it was just a weird, I think, like, this the respite in timing and then hearing a Galactic Legend scream from the second point. But Jerky was spending so much time there. He was the one that actually pushed up and went, hold on, my people need me, and went to go fight the Strange that was going for the pottle on the defense. Heretics are going to be like, okay, get your breath. We need to really pace ourselves in this best of 7. But it's also a case of, like, we bought a good amount of time on that defense, more so than we were probably earned, because Navi had such a strong attacking side. Now Heretics want to go in for a very fast offense on this defense. Terra might be pulling Enzo out of position here, but there's enough healing coming in from Oasis and Alex that Enzo is going to try and survive. Beetle, however, doesn't get the love. He doesn't get the focus. Spirit back means that Beetle is going to be in this engagement soon, and Fate, with the melee sort of focus, able to go in for that fight, but as soon as the duration's done, he's TP'd straight out of there.
That got real close, but level 1 Crook should mean that this next fight is not close at all. One-sided Gambit ult. Jerky is taken down, thanks to some help coming on through from the Banhammer, though. And Heretics have actually been able to hold their position. Level 1 Crook gets dealt with. There was no Galactic Legend to take advantage of the Gambit ultimate. And Heretics live it and now get to actually close up to Navi's spawn. No Heartbreaker, no Galactic Legend to try to deter them. It's Tanuki on that Daredevil's going to be able to relay the rotation coming on through from Navi's team so they can just split them apart and catch them.
Trust me, it's really close in the distance between Naga. He's like, bro, leave me alone. I thought you were a Vanguard on the ground. What are you doing with me? But he's managed to find his pick onto Tanuki to just get stuck in between. Naga's now going to come out with a Galactic Legend, but the rest of his teammates starting to fall apart. The rest of Na'Vi on this defense grouping up into the low ground. As soon as there's a bit of an overstay from Naga, the Rogue is about to leap in and close the distance. Trust me, he's done so well on this Rogue to just be an absolute pest to deal with. Almost like an Angela with how much he's been in the sky.
Well, Fate has the Kumiho unleashed. Oasis probably going to be holding the Itzchaf to absorb all of that pressure. Jerky with the Galactic Legend could well kickstart Heretics into having to utilize some of the sustainability, but they get the first pick. Rajara has fallen. Marstando from Terra! All three lined up. Beetle tries to come and prove the Freedom Charge, just buying stall opportunity for Heretics. Pharaoh grab, but the Captain America will still be able to survive, as Heretics have 4 ultimates coming into this next engagement. They might see them all grabbed away, though, if they even get the opportunity to touch. Crook's got the ult, sets it off instantly. Charm comes on through from Fate, as well as Heretics utilizing the Cosmic Unamplifier, but it gets broken early. Isn't that to be able to boost up the damage coming on through from the Let the Devil Out? Rajara peels the team. Fate comes on through with the cast of the Fox ultimate. Oasis is still holding the It's Jeff, which, trust me, is going to now start to put pressure onto with the Heartbreaker fully in play. Heretics still having players up. Tanuki brought back with the BRB, but what's the next turn for them? They've lost the Jeff. Oasis got tapped by the Heartbreaker, did not have the ult ready to bail the team out, and Na'Vi tap enough players onto the payload. We go into third with 2 minutes to spare.
And you've also got Terratus building up at such an alarming rate. It's like last stand. For Na'Vi, it was a royal flush into the Kamiho, into the Heartbreaker. Any more visual effects? Yes, please. As Heretics now wanting to try and be a bit more aggressive, take this bridge on the high ground as a way to set up, knowing that Na'Vi are going to be pretty low on the ultimate charge. They have an advantage here potentially. It's maybe a chance for Tanuki actually to go in onto the backlight onto Crook. He gets him and Jerky before he's pulled down to the ground from Terra. Able to disengage, looking for the fight onto Trust Me that's now playing in the corridor. He's trying to reset with the rest of his team. And Heretics hold on, built up some good ultimates in that time that Na'Vi have zilch.
Oh, Jerky's actually going to swap onto that Psylocke here, which means pulling a lot more attention into all of these different avenues of approach so that Heretics can't just guard the one main lane, apply the pressure, and have the Jeff uncontested alongside that rocket play out of the way of Navi's danger. Great, though. Bubble coming on out from Enzo with that Unicorn Shield, cutting off line of sight onto Terra, who's been so problematic for Heretics to deal with. That's probably actually going to close out this fight. Navi just want to utilize the tail end of it to build up ultimate economy.
Well, they're actually going to use the Banhammer too. Like, they're building up so much ult charge that they're going to have plenty to work with. Terra Last Stand is going to be back into the fight fairly soon, but Jerky with that switch over to Psylocke is going to have a Dance of the Butterflies fairly soon. But this fight is done. It feels like Na'Vi sort of overstayed with how much they were sort of in limbo on that fight, and there's not much time to work with. 20 seconds, you might have to go for a portal play, but I don't think you're going to have that luxury. In fact, it's going to be close distance enough to just try and leap in, but Tanuki's getting all of this information. He knows exactly how he wants to try and take this final fight.
Well, this fight's going to happen, and it will be fast. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush coming on through from Crook. Heretics, do they try and just kite this out, wait it to be done, since Na'Vi still have a distance to be able to push this? Yep, no fighting, no eliminations, just base presence on the objective so they lose a little bit of distance.
Enzo.
Terra with a huge grab off onto Enzo, resets the Banhammer charge, now he turns his attention onto the rest of the stall potential coming on through from Heretics, but Na'Vi, they're down that engagement trump card. They don't have the Gambit ult to engage off onto. Oasis comes on through with the It's Jeff, someone's got to get on point to contest this, though. Alex with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, Galactic Legend. Kumeho Unleashed comes on through from Fate, but you've already lost both your Gambit as well as your White Fox ultimate. Jerky wasn't vulnerable inside the Dance of the Butterflies. Trust me, with a late Heartbreaker, but Beetle still able to react in time. Manages to get the Freedom Charge coming on through, and Team Heretic still have a presence on the card. It's just dealing with some of these late-minute picks coming on through. Kirk swapped over to the Doctor Strange, trying to cast the portal in time. Navi's players, they've lost so many of them, but it's just in time. Kirk's able to get through. That allows Fate to teleport. Now you're looking at Jerky coming on out, but no one is on the point, and Heretics complete the hold.
3 meters difference, but Heretics just dig it out from a map that they've not won on. They decide that this is the pick to bring it back, and it does exactly that. Na'Vi at least forced a loss of a map against Team Heretics, but it means that their choice is coming up. The map pool resets again. Domination, Convoy, or Convergence, they all have a good go at it, and Tanuki really making the Daredevil work nicely here. It was just overall a good performance from Heretics, but good God, Moxie, that was a blessing to cast with just how brutal it was.
It was so, like, brawly. There were so many fights just, like, popping off at such weird timings, too, where both of these teams were just not allowing the other to get comfortable, forcing out ultimates so that when you went into the next one, they were in a rougher position. Like, speaking of, Team Heretics doing such a good job. Like, Enzo being able to come through with that ban hammer very, very, like, late when they're still trying to hold the choke against Na'Vi, puts it on to level 1 Crook, so that all of that poke pressure that Na'Vi are taking when they're trying to kite out without losing players, it doesn't actually get funneled into building the Raging Roll Flush, and Na'Vi don't have it up and available before Heretics are established in a position to be able to kite out of it, holding on to Cosmic Ion Amplified Galactic Legend to overcome the heal potential of the Kumeho Unleashed, because that only gives you the healing to players who are actually in the AoE. Starlord was outside of it.
There's so much more to come in this best of 7. Stay tuned after this.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
It's not over yet. Heretics bring us to a map number 4 without being on match point, as they're able to seize Central Park with the help of New York's own Daredevil. But they are now heading to Spice, as they have to deal with the Museum of Contemplation, Ryan.
Oh, I love just random Tim Curry shout-outs, you know? But yeah, I think also 38k damage that the Daredevil did from Tanuki is a heck of a performance. But this is like a good map to see because Heretics sort of forced onto it. Na'Vi have picked this. They've won it 4 times, lost it once to Fire Strays, but they kind of bounced back from that fairly quickly. But this has also been a good map for Heretics. 3-0, actually. So this is one of those areas that, like, the pace that Heretics have been playing at and how they play at pace on Museum means that this is going to be some of the like fastest off the wall Marvel Rivals that we're going to see today, no doubt.
And we love to see that when we've got players like Terra on that Wolverine, like Tanuki sometimes on that Daredevil. Enzo's been playing a lot of that Deadpool Moxie. This is going to be delightfully violent.
Yeah, and I mean, Na'Vi probably wanting to take Team Heretics here because the first time that they matched up, it was like a really good like showing on the side of Na'Vi being able to just walk through a lot of teams on Museum of Contemplation, having things like that Venom, although they haven't really been playing a lot of that Venom. The dive from this team has mostly been coming on through from Trust Me on this Rogue, who's looking with the amount of mobility that he's playing her with, like it is a Venom, just like go in, go out, bully a flyer, bully a backline. I've got my team up with my Gambit. I've got my team behind me to be able to keep me stabilized. I think, like, honestly, leading a little bit later on into the series, if Heretics are going to continue taking out the Elsa as opposed to the Gambit, you're really going to have to start looking at what exactly that Gambit is doing, not just for the ultimate economy, but also for things like that Rogue in neutral, where if Trust Me is getting a hold of people, the rest of Na'Vi have enough damage to be able to follow up and find the pick.
It's the joy of this season, Ryan. It's not just what's good, it's just what enables what. And while that Gambit is one of the best characters, this season has made a rogue believer out of all of us, in no small part due to the fact that we have so many amazing players of it.
Oh, for sure. And it's just if you can enable some Vanguards to just do outrageous amounts of damage, whether it's the Strange with the Invisible Woman combination, whether it's Rogue with Gambit, you're going to do it. And I think we're seeing a lot of like Heartbreaker tied in with the Kamiho ultimates from White Fox. Same with like Let the Devil Out. Just if it's an AoE ultimate, stack them on top of each other and just make it miserable for anybody that's trying to fight in the middle of it. It's some really good, straightforward ideas for Na'Vi to be working with. For Heretics, they certainly have the gusto to be able to go in and brawl through these despite being down a number or two. It makes for some like exciting stuff to watch, but Museum, they're going to be like, okay, we can deal with this as a map. It's been decent for us. It's just that Na'Vi have been lights out on it since that Fire Strays loss.
They've been looking pretty solid, and they're going to be starting on attack, Moxie. Give us the quick breakdown. We've mentioned it before as to why teams often pick attack over defense.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for the attack, you can actually like see the composition that the defense is on, go back to the drawing board without losing a fight, and pick a composition that perfectly counters it, as opposed to the defense, where it's like no coincidence that all of these teams on that convoy defenses, a lot of the time, the comp that they play on first, they swap off to when we go into second and third, because they're coming into this understanding, it's great if we get a full hold, if, for the most part, this is all about stalling time, draining out your resources and ultimate economy, so that when we go into the rest of the map, it is later on down the line that you're impacted and you run out of time.
We're just waiting for Heretics to get back in. They have one guy who has taken a well-deserved bathroom break. I think that's very fair. We try and have very quick turnarounds here, so don't blame them for having to run very quickly to get that sorted. But we will be jumping into that as soon as possible. So Ryan, we're 3 games in now. We've seen the adaptations of banning out the Elsa. They've really just committed to removing that away from Terra at this point. But Team Heretics, we're onto a convoy map. They're going to be looking for something a little bit more defensively first, as they're going to be forced onto that defense. What would you like to see from them?
Ooh, I mean, probably more Wolverine. It's not a bad map for them at all, and it's just going to be Terra looking to sort of isolate these targets. The more impressive thing is not only just the damage that he's doing or how ferocious he looks on Wolverine, it's that he is synergizing very well with his new team of Na'Vi, right? It seems that they're sort of following the calls, the dives are in good positions, and really it's more of a case of like they adjusted pretty decently to the fact that Team Heretics like changed up the draft a significant amount, right? We're looking at like characters like, which was like Deadpool, Vanguard, Daredevil banned out towards the end. Vanguard Deadpool would be really good here if you can also get your hands on it with the damage that he's able to do, but it has just been taken out. Like, trust me, he's not been able to work with it, but he's happy to work with the Rogue. It's like a good result, I think, when you have these Vanguard lines that are very flexible. They can change at a moment's notice.
And Moxie, I'll flip the question on the other side for you. Start with Heretic starting on defense. What would you like to see coming out from them?
I think, like, to be honest, for the side of Heretics, you sort of have to understand that Na'Vi aren't really playing the way that they have been previously. Like, we've always said that this is a very experimental team. If you're banning out that Vanguard Deadpool, like Ryan says, it does force, trust me, onto things like the Rogue, which pairs really, really well with the Gambit. Plus, Fate, very little Jeff gameplay actually coming through from him in total, even if the Vanguard Deadpool was in play. Much more White Fox, which means that when we see the way that Heretics have to apply this defense, they have to be very cautious that they don't overextend, overstaying your welcome with like people wanting basically on the Captain America or the Venom to on Convoy go into the back line or hit the objective itself while the rest of the team core is fighting on that front line, very quickly can get caught out by things like the CC from something like the White Fox, which Fate has been looking so good on.
Looks like we have a ready up from Heretics, so we'll be heading into the game very shortly. But Moxie brings up a good point here, Ryan. The White Fox has been looking really good, and we honestly have seen it was very close to a full 1v1 between two of the like originating Jeff players in the form of Tanuki, who used to be playing Flank Jeff back when Damage Jeff was a thing, and then Fate being one of the first players to Fate being one of the first players to bring symbiotic shenanigans into pro play. We've got two of the Jeff innovators coming in here, being forced to 1v1 each other in the backline.
So what Tetcha is saying as we get into this next map is Tanuki Jeff, question mark? I mean, I was going to hope that we could like switch into game and just take him fully out of context before he can answer back. But I think it is more of the case of like how good the White Fox looks, Moxie, when it is involved in these like brawly compositions. The problem, however, the weakness is you have that duration of that melee mode where you can claw your way into some of these fights. Once that drops, you are very susceptible. So there's no surprise that we have seen Fate just teleport out every time that sort of presence runs out.
Yeah, well, it will be a continuation of the Elsa Bloodstone, as it's not going to be Tanuki teasing us with the Jeff. At the moment, it's Rajara, but that will go away. This is tournament server. All of our players have champion portraits looking very pretty. As Vanguard Deadpool continues to be this thing that Team Heretics have under scrutiny, once again, forcing Na'Vi to have to go for something like the Rogue alongside this Gambit pairing, as Heretics will be able to secure themselves the one-sided Vanguard Deadpool for Enzo.
Yeah, it's a bit of what Na'Vi was trying to do a little bit earlier on Yggdrasil's path, and it made a pretty big difference in the end. So the change-up is going to be like the Gambit is going to be one-sided. Mantis has been banned out. Are you going to try and make it a one-sided Gambit here? Or are you going to potentially hover over the Jeff here, which means that like Oasis is, oh no, the character that I've been almost exclusively on is banned out.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a really good shout coming on through from the side of Na'Vi. Oasis's Jeff has been very detrimental for a lot of teams, plus being able to secure that Vanguard Deadpool means that you get the team up with the Jeff as well. But it does take us now back to that coin flip. So Na'Vi, the last time that this happened, they banned out the Rogue to make it a little bit easier for their Gambit to find more value. Do they return to that form? They're thinking about it. They just have to lock it through. They're thinking about the Angela too. But they go for the Star-Lord instead. Okay, so we're still looking at something like that the Gambit will be able to put more power behind, except instead of going after something that has the team up, we're going to go for something that has a really good ult combo with it.
It's whether or not, like, if Heretics want to run the triple strategist, like, the Star-Lord as a solo duelist would be really nice for them. So it sort of takes out that option. It isn't going to be a one-sided Invisible Woman. It is just more Na'Vi protecting it for themselves to give something to work alongside. because the backlines have been hit relatively hard from Na'Vi onto Heretics, but Heretics have gone for everything other than strategists to ban out with the Deadpool, Vanguard, Daredevil, and the Elsa. The final ban, is it going to be a strategist? No, it's going to be the Captain America banned out, which means that Rojaro's not going to have access to the cap.
Yeah, Starlight potential also goes down if you want to be able to play something like that. I was thinking maybe they could think about going for a rogue ban, since Trust Me was being pushed off of both Vanguard, Deadpool, as well as Rogue in that instance. But then you have things like the Groot open, and also Na'Vi have the Mantis. So you don't really want to force them down that Vanguard line, because it will just sort of empower them a little bit more. As Na'Vi will be starting off on the attack, Heretics the defense. They'll get the one-sided cap on the side of Beetle, and he's a player who's been very much known for being able to play the Captain America back in 2025, but I really want to look at Tanuki getting to play the Rogue as well. Heretics going for a triple Vanguard outlook with potentially a solo Wolverine duelist, really wanting to put the pressure on Na'Vi in terms of frontline stall out.
Naga being on the Wolverine instead, actually. Yeah, we saw Tanuki played a little bit of it. I think it was on Domination earlier against Shikigami on Hell's Heaven. So we have seen it like today, and it makes sense. He's like very melee-centric in the duelist characters that he plays. Tanuki can certainly make that work. Naga on the Wolverine is more the interesting aspect of it, but it is like Invisible Woman and Gambit in the backlines, two of the strongest strategists, and Beetle immediately just sees Na'Vi almost fairly leap out of the spawn doors. Fate switched over to the White Fox already, expecting more of the scrappy gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, that charm is going to be brutal too, since it's in a straight line. It catches multiple players. That's something Oasis wants to capitalize on with the Invis, but Fate will be able to capitalize on it too. So what we have is a race between who can get these strategist ultimates online. Enzo will beat them all to it, though. He's already 85% to the banhammer. We'll probably actually have it up by the time I finish this sentence and slam it down almost instantly when Na'Vi decide to try and make inroads around this corner. As Heretics, without that Daredevil, they have to scout physically out where the solo wraparound could be.
Naga's taking a good amount of damage from these sightlines, has to dash out in order to go in, but Enzo, there's the leap in. Feral Leap maybe going to follow with Naga, trying to find the right targets, but he's just slashing right into the shield of Doctor Strange. Finds Terror, pulls him out of position. Over Jaro, able to get a big hit on with the Maelstrom and charge up another one in pretty decent time. Beetle, it's a second elimination against him, and Team Heretics' defense is starting to whittle down. Na'Vi held on pretty well in the end of the invisible boundary on both sides, means that Na'Vi are able to hold their ground, and Heretics players down, trying to make something of this. They lose Alex as a Heartbreaker is going to be used from Tanuki, and Oasis looking to try to scuttle out after the end of the invisible boundary. Everybody else from Heretics is going to drop. Beetle's going to go and reset, seeing that Na'Vi is starting to move up.
Yeah, Heretics can go for first turn here. The problem for them is if they use Alex's ult as an opener, Rojaro gets to use the Eye of Agamotto. Yeah, they're scouting out. They're trying to work out where exactly this Invisible Woman could potentially be. But honestly, keep an eye on Rojaro. Na'Vi have this Gambit ult mirror too. There's the Raging Rogue flush. Rajara with the Eye of Agamotto knows he doesn't have to worry about the Purify, which is why they're putting so much pressure on the Strange with the Wolverine getting that Feral grab. It's going to be an equalizer from level 1 Crook. Jerky with a late dance of the butterflies when Team Heretics players are a little bit too split, which means that the eliminations will come on through. Beetle with the Freedom Charge gets stunned into position by the Wolf with that last stand. And this is Na'Vi working their way through Heretics players. No Strange portal, no contest. First checkpoint picked up.
Able to move on forward. Heads up play from Jerky with the Dance to Butterflies to find 2. And Heretics a little bit more scrambly in their approach, losing Beetle a couple of times and then just having to go for that final hold on the first checkpoint. To build up these ultimates now, as Tanuki is switched over towards the Daredevil. One-sided as Na'Vi are not going to have that available. Terra more than likely staying over on this Wolverine.
Good swap too. Means that you'll be able to have the passive radar sense, working out where Trust Me is, relaying that to your backline so they're not in a position to get jumped on, and you can set up a very fast dive hit onto Na'Vi's team to take away all this momentum. Psylocke in the backline does get taken down, but you've already done your job, right? You've already stopped all of the momentum coming on through from Na'Vi. You've given Oasis opportunity too to build up to this invisible boundary, so when Na'Vi use this Heartbreaker, it's not a one-sided fight. Oasis gets the opportunity to use the ult, and Heretics hold their ground.
A little bit worried though, because you have got this Agamotto in hands for Rojaro. It's been in hands for quite some time, so Heretic's going to be aware of it. You got the Banhammer use from Enzo, and Oasis has cleaved his way to 2 picks. Nicely done, as the Heartbreaker from Trust Me is going to find very little. That invisible boundary didn't even need to be used.
That's huge. Now you have it to be able to try and match up with Navi's next turn. Fate will have the Kumiho unleashed. You have to worry about Dance of the Butterflies, though, on the side of Navi. Since if you don't manage to actually, like, brawl onto these players taking damage, you can't actually get those heals off to self-sustain the White Fox's form. And Psylocke, you don't actually get to damage her in her ultimate. So everyone from Navi's trying to work out where exactly this Psylocke could be. Are they stacked up enough to be able to let Fate survive?
Leaping in is Terra. He's not really been the same level of Terra, I think, on Central Park, but now that we're getting into these closer quarters, he might be able to pull out picks. It's Naga that switched over towards the Psylocke with the Dance of Butterflies, not able to match Jerky. Switched over to the Star-Lord, has a Galactic Legend, very close to available. Rojaro still holding on to an Eye of Agamotto. He's going to at least use the back of the Raging Royal Flush to find himself a couple of picks to get this payload moving up top this little hill. He's trying to keep an eye on where Tanuki is playing from, who's getting this information as the Daredevil. Has to try and find a way to dive in as it's getting very close to second.
I mean, invisible boundaries there for Oasis, but Na'Vi have 2 ways to punish it. They'll use Galactic Legend to force out the Freedom Charge. Oasis will follow the ultimate because of the last stand coming on through from Terra. Rojaro with the Eye of Agamotto finds the connection onto Tanuki. Oasis still has the ult, but Heretics, I don't know if you actually have the confidence to be able to commit to using it. You're down your Psylocke. There's the ultimate. Now that you have more of a Vanguard anchor presence on the objective itself, that's what Oasis was waiting for. That gives a potential stabilize opportunity, but Na'Vi just disengage it. They've got to let the devil out that they have to deal with. Everyone from Heretics piling past the disengage, not wanting to let Na'Vi freely out of this, because Na'Vi will just come back with one-sided Gambit ult if they do.
Both these teams holding on to ultimates to the point that you're thinking, oh, just get them out, use them, but all of them have been timed to perfection, really playing these mind games, using it late rather than never, and saving it for the perfect rainy day. Enzo going down though as the push comes through again off of the back of this Royal Flush. Seems that this is going to be the point that Heretics are going to run out of steam on this defense to keep stalling this out. Certainly when it comes to ultimates not being available, Naga was very close to having a Dance of the Butterflies. Isn't going to be able to use it in this fight, and it's not going to be great for being able to stall out the objective, as it isn't going to count for
Royal
that
Flush.
kind of contest. You've got the Royal Flush going to be used on the overside now as the defense is going to swing out, and Naga now coming back very soon with the Dance of the Butterflies is going to be paired very nicely with it. The leap in is instantly used. There goes Terra, Jerky, Fate, Rojaro, all dropping down to the ex-teammate of Naga.
TP.
It's only 15 seconds left. It has to be the teleport play from Trust Me. You can see some of the players wanting to push up to try and interrupt it, but they know they're not going to reach it. They're fighting on the objective. The Kumiho is not going to be available for Fate, but he's leaping in as the White Fox. Last stand might be enough to pull these defenders off of the point.
Invisible boundaries there for Oasis. Enzo comes on through with an early banhammer. Oasis dodges the last hand coming through from Terra, but that ultimate is about to drop. Na'Vi, though, they have no sustainability outside of just base healing. Freedom Charge comes on through late on the side of Beetle. Crooks taking down the Psylocke. Jerky, a last-ditch effort with the Galactic Legend, but there's no one else home, and Heretics will be able to hold Na'Vi off at the pass. Brilliant decision-making coming through from the team. Like we said, Oasis had the invisible boundary. You're probably going like, why did he not use it? It's right there. But if he does, then it's just last stand or Eye of Agamotto, taking him down, dropping the boundary early, and allowing Na'Vi more ultimates to be able to push the fight, push that checkpoint before Heretics can regroup. Using Beetle's Freedom Charge is absolutely the right call, and it allows Heretics to stabilize. That invisible boundary from Oasis stays standing. They get to regroup. They get to push onto Na'Vi before they get the opportunity to come through with that Gambit ultimate to set the wheels in motion, and off of the back of how close their respawns are, funnel players back into the fight to be able to complete the hold.
Heads up play from both sides. I really like some of the more like aggressive ultimates that we saw at Jerky over on the Psylocke. And just like you said, just how these teams are playing around their Royal Flush. Alex brings it out in perfect time. And it's also like with Oasis, if he goes for that invisible boundary where he doesn't have those vanguards in front of him, he just gets shut down. He gets eliminated. That invisible boundary drops. He needed his little bodyguards of Enzo and Beetle to be back in that fight, and it provided just the amount of space. But it's the fact that we went from this like blistering pace, just taking chunks out of each other's central park, to this where it is a lot more measured when it comes to their ultimates. They're still taking chunks out of each other, but the ultimates are much better placed from both sides.
Yeah, it's like brawl tempo. Honestly, the Invisible Woman just like brings this brawl that you can do where everyone stacks on up and you have 6 players in main just beefing it out. We've got the Captain America though coming on from the side of Beetle, trying to split the attention since Na'Vi already going to be starting off with that White Fox. Terra in charge of making sure that they don't give up too much space on corner. Also catches the Cap late, knows that there's still one person behind, so has to go clear them out too.
A dive is going to be the name on the cards for Heretics and Na'Vi. Triple strategist with Jerky playing Invisible Woman, which is something that we have started to see a little bit more. Terra, the solo duelist, is going to have a lot of help when it comes to the Royal Flush. The Galactic Legend combo is going to be very nicely placed, and both of them building them up in tandem. Might be able to actually find Beetle overextended a little bit on this attacking side as Enzo wants to try and go in off of the Banhammer. His front line is taking a lot of hits, and Terra's just going to use it to free farm up these ultimates, and they have to keep an eye on where Tanuki is as whilst these battles are going forwards and backwards. It provided a little bit of a pocket of window for Tanuki to go for a fight. Doesn't get much, but Terra pretty almost close to having Galactic Legend.
Yeah, Beetle's getting a lot of space, but not a lot of heals for the backline since the Captain America is out of line of sight in a lot of these engagements, especially with Rajara just holding the front line with the shield, blocking off the line of sight. So Jerky will have the invisible boundary. Oasis at the same time just manages to get the equalize. We've got the Dance of the Butterflies the moment that it drops, if they actually need it, because they're still getting the eliminations once the boundary has fallen. Second cast means that you have later sustainability, and Na'Vi turn their attention of just dropping on the point to stall it out for as long as possible. We're about to have an absolute alt-dump fight coming on through. The Heretics, they have to be hyper-aware. In the game of rock, paper, scissors, Royal Flush plus Galactic Legend beats Royal Flush alone.
The portal play is going to be the approach. The leap in is going to be the Rogue is first out to go for this fight. And there it is, the Galactic Legend starting through the skies. You've got the Psylocke on the ground from Naga going in with the Dance of the Butterflies. The Beetle going in for this fight. Finds himself two. Both of the strategists go down. And now you've got the Eye of Agamotto Heartbreaker combination. It hits onto Free with the stun. Ends up narrowly surviving only a certain amount. It's the freedom charge for Beetle. It does so much to keep both the players alive. Tanuki, however, is going to go down into the fray. Enzo's built up the Banhammer, and Terra trying to leap around to see if he can sort of flip the spawns a little bit. As Heretics now trying to usher this across the point. You've got the Camille that's going to be used to try and stall this out, but Terra goes down on the re-aggress. It's still somehow Fate able to survive, but him and Crook are not too long for this world. Watching it from Tanuki's perspective, he's about to leap in and clear up any last defenders from Na'Vi, as it is clearly going to be an inevitability as Heretics move their way onto the second.
This is spicy for Na'Vi because Snowball potential is fully at Heretics' disposal. Closer to the Gambit ult, closer to Invisible Boundary. Banhammer to be able to start off this fight. Tanuki on the Daredevil to scout out if Na'Vi try to go for an early aggressive push and deplete time from Heretics' space. We've got a little bit of a brawl stack up coming on through, as I think they all understand we have to get Jerky's Invisible Boundary up online as quickly as possible. But Banhammer from Enzo's just making it that much more difficult. And Ryan, at the moment, no one from Na'Vi is actually on the objective. The whole time that this fight happens, it's off of the point, and it's slowly just moving forward.
Oh, it's just turned into brawl slop off of the objective, and watching it from Enzo's perspective, the controller player is hitting all of the shots he needs to. Now there comes the leap in onto the low ground from Heretics to clear up any pesky players as Level 1 and Crook and Fate are both going down in quick succession from each other. Married in sort of life and going down means that they can reset. Their ultimate's fairly close to being available too. It has to be a big ultimate from Jerky, I think, to keep this fight going. Trust me, very quickly closing up this distance in this fight. Naga, though, he has got the Dance of the Butterflies. You also have this Royal Flush. Invisible Boundary used aggressively from Oasis trying to take this fight earlier. Eye of Agamotto doesn't catch on to anything from Rajaro. He might meet his just desserts in the end as let the devil out, and the Dance of the Butterflies is going to be used. This stall, Na'Vi are running out of options to be able to hold this as the players are dropping down one by one. They do lose Naga, however. Beetle just holding on to this freedom charge in case they need it. They need a little bit more sustenance to try and push this towards the end of the map. Fate, though, Kamiho is going to stall this out a little bit more. There's the freedom charge to try and match it. Terra could be big, though, coming back with the last stand. That's pretty much all that's going to be available from Na'Vi when it comes to these ultimates. They need to find the eliminations, but it's scarce in the top right-hand side of your screen. There's the ban hammer. The leap in is going to come through. It stuns onto Free and catches onto Beetle. So the last stand providing something for Na'Vi. It might be a disengage, but you got Enzo that's in the thick of it. Nobody else from Heretics is nearby, and somehow, some way, Na'Vi have held on Moxie.
That's enough. The last stand coming on through from Terror, the sustainability as well from Fate and level 1 Crook and just base neutral. Crook being so hard for Heretics to be able to get on top of. Just playing. Royal Flush does not require line of sight, so he can play behind the wall of third and give it all to his whole team. Heretics now, 1 minute remaining. Not a lot of time to be able to build up the ultimates, especially with Trust Me having the Heartbreaker. Early point of contact comes on through from Na'Vi. They do not want to let Heretics take a clean fight. They want to burn them out of ultimate economy and time bank, so when we get into the OT desperation play, they have very little to actually take first turn and be able to beat the closer respawns. Late stagger too onto Tanuki, really bleeding through that one as Na'Vi are going to close up the distance, work out if Team Heretics are going for a strange TP and try to counterplay it.
Doesn't look like it. Nobody has switched over just yet. See if Tanuki can actually go in for a flank to get some more information. Enzo is just trying to actually go for this very aggressive in-your-face approach. Na'Vi holding onto the bus, onto this high ground. It's just shy of the second checkpoint. If Na'Vi win this, they go on to match point. And Heretics see if they can scramble as overtime is about to hit. Watching it from Beetle's POV, trying to go for the dash, to go for a touch, to smush any players from Na'Vi that are trying to fight. But this invisible boundary is going to help them in order to hold on here. You've got the Psylocke ultimate paired up with the Daredevil. More Venn diagrams etched onto the ground as Oasis is going to provide something. But again, no eliminations. Rajara comes in with a stun. It goes on to Enzo, but he's eliminated. Last time for Terra, it was the thing that started this defense, held it on very nicely. It's going to provide some more space and time. He goes for the pick onto Beetle. More and more players from Heretics are dropping. Everybody gets off the point, and Na'Vi hold on with a stalwart defense and a series tournament point.
So close, but for Heretics, a little bit too far away from that finish line. Yet again, like Terra's Wolverine has been such a difference maker in terms of those clutch fights. Also, Clutch Eye of Agamotto coming on through, being able to land onto Enzo so that you stun up the Vanguard Deadpool. You don't get the opportunity of having that additional damage coming on through from the ban hammer, as well as sustainability for the Deadpool to keep drawing out that fight for a little bit more. As it came down to the wire, truly it did, Ryan. Both teams having Gambit ultimate, both teams using Gambit ult to force invisible boundary, and then trying to find the elimination onto the Susan Storm through. But Na'Vi just able to come out by a whisker, massively thanks to the Wolverine.
It's such small margins that are separating these teams now, even though it was Na'Vi kind of taking Heretics apart in that upper bracket final 3-0. Even with these maps that Na'Vi are winning, certainly now as we get deeper into this best of 7, it's a lot closer. Heretics do have another choice of map. It has to be away from Convoy, so Convergence or Domination, whatever option it's going to be, we're going to have to wait and see after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
1,000 gods!
Which is scarier? Do we have level 1 Crook on the Gambit, Remy LeBeau, or do we in fact have Terra on the Wolverine, giving us a little shout, a little run back all the way to Season 0? Let's start with Moxie. Discuss.
Yeah, I mean, that Wolverine is very problematic, and I think if you're Team Heretics, like, you already justified a Wolverine ban previously against Frost Mountain. There is reason, I think, for, like, do we want to just remove the Wolverine? Because there's multiple fights now that Terra's pick of that duelist has proved problematic to the point that they're losing fights. Like, it's aggressive, it's really good potential at just, like, putting pressure on your Vanguard, having to worry about the Pharaoh grabs as well, but also the peel potential. Like, we've talked about this. Wolverine does not have to be played for first turn. You can just, like, put him on your back line, understand that eventually if an attacking team has to walk into your team, they've got to make a play. If they don't, everyone just sort of sits there being like, well, what is happening is time is burning down, so the defense will be happy, and the attack will be out of one really good resource.
Ryan, it looks like our next map, while we are going to have a little bit of a longer wait while the teams get a quick break so that they are fully recovered for it, but we know it is the Hellfire Gala. We are heading back to the island of Krakoa.
Yeah, I also, like, this is no, like, shade at Navi, but I think it was them that asked for, like, just a quick 5-minute break. If I'm Heretics, I'm going, like, we've played 9 maps of Marvel Rivals today. Let's just keep this train going at this point. Navi's like, no, we're too tired. We've played 4. It's been a very long day for us. Just Heretics are just in the mines at this point. It's a really good map for Krakoa to potentially go to as the final map for Navi to shut this one down. But Heretics, if they're able to clamber it back, it could be things starting to break apart. It pretty much exclusively forces it to be Convergence as that final map, which is a little bit of an area that Heretics might not be as comfortable on in comparison to Convoy. It still, like, leaves a lot open though, and certainly when we're talking about, like, is it worth banning out the Wolverine on Krakoa, it's one of those hard ones where it's like it's hard to gauge because so many options for the duelists are available.
There are so many effective characters, and also it depends on point to point, Moxie. There are some points where you've got a massive line of sight, and there are some points where there's some huge choke points. It very much depends where they start, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe moving away from the Wolverine, one of the other things that's been, like, a really big problem area is Fate's White Fox, to be, like, honest. Because if he goes off of the White Fox, he probably goes on to something like the Jeff, but that White Fox has been proving, like, really, really rough. In terms of, like, the ultimate, it's kind of okay. You can burst through it fairly easily, especially if you have, like, Oasis on the Jeff being able to complete the E, as you've seen multiple times. Using the Kumiho Unleashed does still leave you susceptible to the It's Jeff ultimate, and you do just become a larger target to go off of that map. But in the neutral, right, it's really sort of like circumventing a lot of what Heretics want to do. We saw multiple times that on Museum of Contemplation, Beetle on the Captain America just trying to be present in that back line, getting massively peeled for, both by Terra, but also by Fate just having that wherewithal, having that CZ stun to put the pressure even when the Captain America drops her shield.
We've seen Fate play defensively, like you say, to just kind of try and counter-duel him. We've also seen him play a little bit aggressively in some of these fights. We saw him quite a bit earlier, clearing out a Cosmic Yard Amplifier as White Fox after just following up on his team's dive. He's a scary player to deal with, Ryan.
Oh, for sure. I think it's just the fact that he's, like, ahead of the curve with these kind of characters. Like, he's been grinding it a lot. He's been just actually pulling Jerky in to sort of run in as this strategist duo. Like, you're on Luna Snow, I'm on White Fox, let's go. And he's like, yes, honey. Like, I've been forced into this role. But it has worked out for Jerky because he has been forced into positions like there where he's playing the Invisible Woman. He's not afraid to sort of pick up whatever characters are necessary. And even though, like, people are going to look at the flashy duelists and stuff like Terra, and Jerky is going to be sort of looked at as just like, not lighting up the, like, damage done stuff, he is a pivotal role on this squad, right? Like, he's trying to fill in all of these gaps and allow Navi to be a little bit more clear cut with some of these compositions that they want to run through, which makes maps like Krakoa intimidating for Team Heretics. It was the reason why they lost it yesterday in that upper bracket final.
We appreciate all of your patience. The players are ready, so we'll be heading into map number 5. If Na'Vi win, they will be your preseason champions and be heading into Season 1 with a lovely advantage. Whereas, if Heretics win, they've still got to win 2 more times. It's an uphill battle. I'd say they need to pray, but they are Heretics. In fact, they will have to choose their own gods. They may have to pray to Mr. Poole himself.
Chills. I like that a lot. How was it taking that long to hear that, Tension? That's actually such a sick line. Anyway, back to this. I hope people don't have plans tonight, because I do think that this series has a couple more twists and turns, as Preseason pretty much has. The one thing that we are sure that isn't going to like twist and turn too much is this first ban. Elsa has not been available. It might have been the last time that we've seen her so far in Preseason. I imagine it's going to be more of the same, and it is, Mox.
Yeah, more of that Elsa instant ban. Now, do Team Heretics go for the Gambit? Do they go for the Invisible Woman? They continue going for this Vanguard Deadpool. As we talked about, like, Krakoa domination map, very, very strong for getting that Deadpool ultimate online very, very quickly before the first fight has even commenced a lot of the time. Something that Na'Vi just do not want to let slip one-sided. They're going to secure it too, which means that we're going to have an absolute arms race to be able to get the first ban hammer off.
Are we going to see this utopia where Elsa and Gambit are going to be banned out from either side? I mean, that would... I love that sort of like, what is it going to be, Heretics? Is it going to be banning out the Elsa or banning out the Gambit? Why not both? Yeah, both is good. Both teams have shook on it, and it seems to be the case that of where it's going. We are expecting Na'Vi to ban it out eventually, but they might be going out for the Daredevil, which has actually been mirror banned. Neither team sees each other do this. They were just on the same wavelength.
I mean, I do think banning out the Gambit is more impactful on the side of Team Heretics here, since Na'Vi have been the ones mostly leaning on things like that Rogue in the neutral. Na'Vi, though, they're going to actually save the Jeff coming on through. So we talked about it, we summoned it, we said it, what, 3 times? Fate's Jeff is going to be running amok potentially, unless this is all a bait and he's actually going to roll out on the White Fox so that Na'Vi get the better composition to start off the domination round to close up that first snowball-heavy fight. As Heretics now going to be seeing that Jeff thinking about maybe banning out the Venom, but no, they ban out the Cap instead. So symbiotic shenanigans still going to be online for Na'Vi if they want to be able to complete these dives.
Yeah, at least one of the sort of divier tanks is going to be in play with the Deadpool Vanguard, so Captain America isn't going to be paired alongside it. Jeff is going to be protected on both sides. Oasis is sweating a little bit, wants to make sure that he has access to this character that he didn't have access to last time. And then Star-Lord banned out at the end, which does mean that the Gambit is still available for Heretics. So you'd have to imagine that Alex is going to be very keen on picking it up.
Yeah, but they won't have the Star-Lord, and again, this is like a really good ban coming on through from Na'Vi, because Heretics haven't really been playing the Rogue all that much. They haven't been starting off on the Rogue, they've only been mirroring it when Na'Vi's hand has forced them to be able to equalize the damage potential in that neutral. So much more problematic would the Star-Lord be with that ultimate combination, especially if you're playing for Jeff as one of your strategists, because that sustainability would be pretty much non-existent into a Galactic Legend Raging Roll Flush combination. And it looks, Ryan, like we're going to be potentially ending things here with starting off from Krakoa with dive, full dive. Trust me is on the Venom, Fate's going to have the symbiotic shenanigans, Jerky is coming through onto the Psylocke, Rashara is not going to be sticking on the rocket, even though it would give Terra an additional iframe. But it looks like Na'Vi might be going for just a strange teleport to try and get the jump literally on Heretics at the start.
Heretics picked up the characters, or is this... There we go. Having a bit of a choice here. Okay, this is very much going to be balls to the wall with how these comps are looking. So deep breaths, everybody. Put it on full screen. It could be the end of Heretics' run in Preseason and Preseason altogether, unless they're able to pull back Krakoa. Na'Vi going for the portal play to begin with, as it's going to be Terra that's actually going to try and isolate a target, and the eyes are on Alex.
Oh, can they catch this Gambit? Everyone piles on through. You've got the symbiotic shenanigans. You've been able to use that portal and split the team from that Gambit. This now forces Heretics to have to turn back and peel. Unicorn Shield comes on out from both of these Deadpools, but Shirky's been able to find an isolated Vanguard and takes Enzo down. Heretics losing one of those bodies to absorb the incoming damage will also now start feeling it in terms of the amount of heal sustainability that the strategist can battery off of. Still, Phoenix, uncontested on the off angle, picks up up the Psylocke and now turns your attention onto looking instead at the Venom. As Enzo dropped early, just goes back on the Doctor Strange.
Picks have been traded out though, and the point still hasn't been taken. Look how close it is for Na'Vi to actually touch it across the line, and they do. Alongside the Banhammer means that this is going to be a routing of eliminations going up against Heretics. More so that they're going to try and reset as quickly as possible and not allow the rest of Na'Vi to build up any more ult charge.
Yeah, that's really problematic for Team Heretics, who now are going to be swapping Beetle over to that Rogue, understanding, okay, Na'Vi are playing Dive. Thought about the Rogue, actually decide that they're going to swap Tanuki onto the Rogue. Beetle goes for the Cap instead, so you're still going to have Dive presence. You've got the Psylocke to be able to follow up on. The best defense is a strong offense, and they'll be looking at Navi's back line, who are a lot closer to Strategist ultimates. Alex not having that heal sustainability to be able to battery from Enzo's presence means that he's massively behind on the first Gambit ult cast.
Brawly in nature as well. Heretics now, Tanuki on the Rogue. So yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of left clicking and punching their way through if they can find an opening. But Na'Vi are playing so well front to back, even with this dive. It's very reserved in how they're looking for these engagements. But there's Heretics trying to use this as a chance to push all the way through. A leap up to the skies. Terra is going to try and dodge some of this damage, but it has to be respected because he has the Eye of Agamotto. They don't know exactly where he's going to drift in from. And now you've got the Royal Flush from Alex, allowing a bit more of a push. Eye of Agamotto connects onto Oasis. He had the ultimate. He's instantly deleted from the Maelstrom, and Dance to the Butterflies from Naga has to come out, but it's not leading to any eliminations, only against his team as Cherokee finds that final pick to keep things stalled out. 80% reached from Na'Vi, and no portal play for Heretics as they used it a little bit earlier on.
Final fight territory, only a Jeff ultimate, Freedom Charge, and Heartbreaker to be able to set your way onto this point. Terra swapping back on the Wolverine as well means that Heretics Vanguards are going to have to be very worried about those potential grabs. As Heretics won't use the Strange TP, they'll use the Map TP instead. Na'Vi heard the sound cue though. They've already been able to rotate their backline away from Tanuki's presence. No one gets hit by that Heartbreaker, and the Rogue has to go forward into the freeze coming on through from level 1 Crook. Overtime's in play. Beetle has to come out with this Freedom Charge. Oasis still has the It's Jeff, but unfortunately you don't use it in time to save your Gambit. Jeff heals only. Dance of the Butterflies is about to be running out of partners because Heretics are out of players, and Na'Vi 100-0 on Cradle within a stone's throw of locking Heretics out of the series.
With very little players to fight this, all falling one at a time, it's now down to one opportunity for Heretics. Otherwise, it's going to be Na'Vi winning the preseason of Ignite 2026. Switching around things to get Enzo over on the Hulk, and Naga now actually going on the Invisible Woman to go more towards some of the triple strategists, I guess, looking for Tanuki to be that solo duelist.
Alex actually takes over the strategist Deadpool. So you forgo the Banhammer coming on out from the Vanguard Deadpool, as well as that Unicorn Shield to cut line of sight. But Na'Vi are taking like these fights in so many different positions that you just want to have a triple strategist line to stabilize and utilize things like that heal sustainability of the AoE. Oasis does have ult. Na'Vi don't really have anything to be able to avoid this, as we're going to get a very early Strange TP on the side of Terra yet again. This is what they did previously, but Enzo should just be able to, with the Hulk, stack up with the rest of the team and provide those unbreakable guards to bubble everybody. As Heretics portal onto point, Na'Vi are about to portal right on top of Heretics as Jeff. Oasis is about to be jumped on by 6 people to force the ult early.
I'm in danger, Oasis says as he's about to get leaped in on. And it's also Heretics fighting without the Gambit. They've switched away from it despite having access. They want to go for something that no doubt is one of their compositions. They're acing the hole potentially, as it's led to a pick onto Terra, but it's traded out on the other side as it's Jeff and Feast of the Abyss both going to be used to keep this fight stalled out in the end. A grab up, but you can already see the Jerkies making sure that this Jeff can't get away too far. Not able to grab all that much, I don't think, in the end. But now it's a Banhammer from Rajaro, starting off the fight the same way as last time, and finds a pick onto Oasis. Heretics might be losing out on this first fight again on 2 points in a row, as the rest of Heretics starting to drop. Worldbreaker even for Enzo. He's going to switch across. The portal play is actually going to come out early on the side of Team Heretics, and it's Beetle that has to maybe try and go in. It's not going to be enough time-wise. Na'Vi able to flip the point.
No, they used it at the start of the round.
Oh, they did. Of course they did.
And it did force, though, that World Breaker late, force Fate of both worlds late in that fight too. So now if you're Team Heretics, you do have a light at the end of the tunnel, right? Tanuki will be able to come through down to the butterflies. You have one-sided invisible boundary. Means that it's crucial that you scout out where exactly Terror is going to be, though, because that last stand can pin you right out of position, as Fate will be playing absolute untouchable Jeff all the way away from where the fight is actually happening. There's the last stand. That's the whole team. Oh my goodness. That picks up the invisible woman. You get no chance of using invisible boundary. That's a GG, just go next.
Oh, there might not be many GG go next. This might be it, but this fight has gone so badly for Heretics. They want to try and reset as much as they can. Enzo, is he going to be stalled out much? I imagine Navi is just going to bully his way in. The freeze. Let's just see. Jerky is just poking. Yeah, somebody's behind you. Stop hitting yourself. He goes for the portal, but he's got 4 players all ready to charge him off. Stalls out a bit longer. That is not a luxury that Heretics have, though. Time is not on their side, as it's going to be 60% on the board for Navi.
I mean, it's desperation plays. Tanuki's onto the Moon Knight, Ryan. The Moon Knight without the Groot. Like, you are punishing the fact that Navi are playing very stacked up. You'll be able to have the Hand of Conchu, but yeah, goes for the Wolverine instead. Has the fastball special. Might get thrown right into the mix, but Beetle goes down first by a grab coming on through from Terra. Cherokee with the Dance of the Butterflies forces the invisible boundary off the point. Heretics will live it, but it comes at the cost of the Strategist ultimate that they were relying on stabilizing that position against Navi's on the point itself. Level 1 Crook's about to come through a Fate of both worlds, if we even get to an opportunity where it's needed, as Fate just uses the edge Jeff to get the heal sustainability, and Team Heretics have to just play the space away from the Jeff's potential eat.
Oh, the angle Terror! He just survives on a pixel, able to actually take away his off a bit. Alex has to go for the Strategist Deadpool ultimate, and he's been dove on by Trust Me, his whole time is looming. That wick is burning very quickly. Nobody from Heretics is touching, and that is it! Navi have found themselves a win in the preseason, and Heretics, this new super team, has to deal with second.
Oh boy. I mean, Terra's just going to go back into that replay code and clip the 6-person last stand. That is actually insane. Perfectly positioned, too, to get that one player that you absolutely had to grab, the Invisible Woman. Since she's grabbed up, she still sees Siege. She does not get the opportunity for the double jump away, doesn't get to use the Invisible Boundary to heal the rest of the team who were grabbed. Absolute huge stuff coming on through from the whole team of Navi, who, as we said, very, very flexible, also very, very strong at dive, which Team Heretics found out. Navi, 2 rounds back-to-back of 0 to 100% domination.
What an aura way for Terra to finish off his introduction to EMEA, pulling everybody off of this objective, and your backline of level 1 Crook and Fate going down in that final fight, that final map, 0 times apiece. The Daredevil being banned out made a big difference there, as it was sort of free reign for that backline. They weren't being dove on half as much, but it's just Navi, a couple of like stepping stones that they had to make their way through in preseason. But once they reach playoffs, outside of a map drop against Fire Strays, it really has been smooth sailing. Navi looking the top dog amongst the EMEA crowd.
Well, it's like we basically just went back in time, right? When Navi previously Rad were the best team in the region, in that mid-season stage, coming on for the champions yet again. I'm sure that's not going to be the last title that they have the chance of getting their hands on this year, as yet again we get to see, like, they're so good at working out the meta at the perfect time, especially when new heroes come into the mix. Fate with the White Fox, Jeff last year. This team always are the innovators of Marvel Rivals.
They make a new strategist absolutely sing, but it's the old, the new, the Navi, this like squad that has been the best in the region outside of Virtus Pro's like consistent stints, but when VP's out the picture, it seems to always be this Navi squad that takes the title in their stead, and it was rightly so. They were tremendous this tournament, and it's good to see this Heretic squad look strong in some capabilities, but Navi very much sending themselves at top here.
Navi are just that good. There has barely been a tournament where they've not even been in the top 3 coming up to here. Mid-season finals champions, EMEA Stage 1, second place just behind Berber and Patapim. Stage 2, they make it to LAN. They come second place at the World Finals. This team is just that good, and they start off 2026 in magnificent fashion. Some small roster changes, and it seems to be working out very well for them. Na'Vi standing tall. Let's talk a little bit about Team Heretics while we have a quick chat about the before we really dive heavily in on Na'Vi. Let's start with Ryan. What a performance by Team Heretics for what is essentially a mixed roster coming into this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's as good as you could sort of expect, really. Like, Heretics, they dominantly beat Na'Vi in groups, but it felt that Na'Vi got a good read on what Heretics were doing, and this squad was built relatively recently, right? Like, just getting those final bits and pieces in, some of those players from Citadel moving over towards the States to be able to play there. It's just a case of Heretics needed to learn those matchups, those metas, those compositions, and just ran a little bit short against a team that has a lot of experience, almost too much experience, playing some of the wacky ideas. They're only going to look better and stronger, and we know that there's enough tenacity between them to really challenge this top spot. So I think they're going to be happy with a second place finish, but they're going to be hungry for first.
They've got to be, right, Moxie? After that good of a performance, after already beating Na'Vi once, they've got to be looking ahead now.
Yeah, I think, like, for Heretics, like Ryan said, it's just sort of like getting some more of those reps against these teams that are very, very good at adapting on the fly. Like, for instance, when Heretics get one-sided Gambit through, you're thinking, like, wow, the fact that you have Gambit means that you have always got one-sided Raging Rock Flush. There's no Loki on the other side to be able to get the copy of. Na'Vi see that, okay, you've got Gambit, so what does that mean we have to do? Well, we'll open up with a portal, we'll drop onto your Gambit, we'll find the elimination so that you lose the potential first fight, can't have Gambit ult to snowball the second, and then put us into an unwinnable situation for the whole rest of the round in the third fight as well. And they do it not just once, but twice.
But now we say goodbye to Heretics until Stage 1 begins, and we look ahead to the two who will be heading into Stage 1 as champions again. Na'Vi, just what can you even do against a team with this much versatility, this much flexibility, and this much individual talent on each individual player, including the player we're going to be interviewing once they jump on in here, which is going to be Jerky. But Ryan, this team, another star-making performance from them.
It's everything that you would hope for, I guess, like with what they went through for grand finals, their second place finish, but also it was just almost like similar. I think that's what I'd ask for Jerky. I remember talking to Na'Vi at the start of the grand finals and be like, yeah, our scrims are going atrociously, but we still know that we can just pull it out of our backsides a little bit and just go on these runs because we know how to adapt in these tournaments. We know how to lose and lose graciously and learn from it and bounce back. It was the same here for Na'Vi. They didn't go to the losers bracket like they did in the mid-season finals or the grand finals last year. They just had a perfect royal run in the top spot. And yeah, they were dominant in those steads, beating the likes of Virtus Pro on the way. Goes to show that they're very much the top team because they beat all of the others.
And Moxie, let's talk about, before we get onto Jerky, the Wolverine in the room. Terra joining this roster and just got unleashed in both the series they played against Heretics.
I mean, he's a literal honey badger. Just like put him in a room with 6 people, let him just rip through the whole team. Like, you have to be so worried. You saw multiple times when we were watching Heretics' POV, people looking around if they did not have the Daredevil being like, is there a Wolverine around the corner? Maybe he's hit. Oh, he's behind me, isn't he? And then you just get grabbed out and just deposited behind enemy lines and absolutely shredded down. Plus, Wolverine, he's got a passive, so even when you should be able to take him down, no, he just pops right back up thanks to good old super healing.
Yeah. But speaking of good old, we have good old Jerky coming on in here. An incredible performance from Na'Vi. And wow, coming into 2026, it feels like it's just yesterday that I was chatting to you at the World Championships, but coming into 2026 as champions of Preseason, that's got to feel good heading into Stage 1.
Yeah, it feels very good because I think everyone counted us out, right? Especially Team Heretics and all of the other EU teams, right? No one put us even in the top 3, I think, which was pretty crazy. But we proved that we are the best, and we proved that we got our second place in Atlanta by skill, right? So yeah, we're just gonna keep dominating and showing what's up.
What was the work that you guys did? Because as you said, in the group stages, you went up against Heretics. Heretics were able to complete a pretty quick series, and then we come back into the playoffs, and you guys look incredibly different. You're being able to pull out the win against Heretics not just once, but twice. Did you do any work in between those two games as well, understanding that Heretics probably will adapt around that first match?
I mean, there's a big difference in team skills, right? Like when you have a team like Navi and you have a team like Team Heretics and they blow out all their aces, all their cards up their sleeves in a game that doesn't really matter, right? We don't really want to do that. And we don't mind losing that game. It's only for seeding, right? So they showed us all their cards and they got the consequences in return when it really mattered, right?
I think my question's more about the future to an extent, right? Because like preseason's over, Lower Manhattan's about to come out, Black Cat is going to be available too. What can you sort of tell us about like the meta, knowing that it's going to change? What like insight can you give us that you wouldn't have given us at the start of the day because, you know, it was your strategies, it was your ideas. What can you tell us a bit behind the scenes meta-wise, because things are going to change up again for season 7.5 and stage 1?
Yeah, for sure. So we haven't played on the new patch recently because obviously we're preparing for the preseason, so we don't really know what's good and bad. I saw that Luna got a buff, so shout out to Crook, the best Luna aimer, right? He's gonna be dominating even more now than ever on Luna. I think Black Cat is really, really good, and that's gonna shake up the meta completely because she's kind of a dive hero, but also a peel hero with the Mento Fish, so that's gonna be very, very good, and I want to see how people implement that, right? So I think the meta is going to change quite a bit with the Black Cat hero, but I'm not sure yet because we haven't really tested much shit out. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you're all good. We'll find out in just under a month. We'll get to see like what you guys pull out on this. But for now, you come out of preseason as the champions. You yourself have been adjusting onto heroes like the Invisible Woman and stuff like that. Are we expecting even more variety from Na'Vi coming up?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think a lot of people have me as a, how do you say that? Like heavyweight for Na'Vi because I'm like not a flashy player. I'm not like the star player, right? That everyone plays for. I just kind of fill and check what the team needs, and that's kind of my specialty. So yeah, we'll definitely see more variety coming on forward. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what 7.5 has in store for us. That's what I'll say.
All right, and the last question I will ask is, as a reminder for people at home watching, Na'Vi is one of our partner teams here in Ignite, meaning that you can head into game right now and get yourself, if you want, a bundle for Na'Vi where you can represent them in-game as Deadpool, which is any role. But I'd like to give it over to Jerky. What would you say to anyone who might be looking to pick that up?
I mean, Na'Vi Bundle is more than just a skin in game, right? You're repping the best team in the world. You're not only repping the best team in EMEA, you're repping the best team in the world. And I remember SG Fox actually got on here yesterday and said that everyone is just playing behind them and Team Liquid Citadel, which to me is a crazy take, right? Because I know Fox is a big fan of mine. He really likes us and he really likes Na'Vi. But it's kind of crazy to say it because we can think back to Atlanta, and I think the first and second place were EMEA. And however you look at the VP losing now, I think it won't change. When there's a LAN coming up, first and second will be VP versus Na'Vi, and everyone else is going to be in the backseat watching and rooting for one of us. So, yeah.
Fighting words from Jerky. We'll let you go celebrate with your team. Thank you for joining us, and once again, congratulations on winning the preseason.
Thank you very much.
What a player. I will dispute him a little bit here, calling himself, as he worded it, a heavyweight. He was one of the highest damage dealers in Atlanta. He's one of the flashiest players when he gets on almost any hero and has some of the best versatility we have. We can't call him a heavyweight, Moxie. Surely, we got to tell him to take that back.
Yeah,
no,
I
we
also
absolutely can't.
The final thing as well is just he's such a sweetheart, and then he's like, America's, however, shut up. Like, what are you talking about? I'm just like, yes, finally. We haven't got the international event for preseason, but for stage 1, it's something to keep an eye on for the future.
But America, speaking of which, will be coming up later. But first, a reminder that if you enjoyed the plays of Na'Vi, if you enjoyed our world champions from mid-season and your current preseason champions, then the Na'Vi bundle, the Natus Vincere bundle, is available in-game right now. You can go and pick that up. You will be getting that shirt for the Deadpool, the spray, the emote, everything you could possibly need is available in-game for you to represent the current top team in EMEA and possibly the world? !/exclamation point. Because what a performance. But you can just head into game and get that right now. And again, it's for Deadpool. You can play any role. We've seen him on every role except Duelist in at least this preseason. But who knows what stage 1 will bring us, Moxie?
In EMEA.
In EMEA, yeah. I think America actually would exchange words with you there about where we would rate Duelist Deadpool.
Very fair. But that's going to be coming up to the end for us for this incredible preseason. We're looking ahead to stage 1. Moxie, what are you looking forward to?
New meta. You know me. I love getting to see how teams adjust to new meta because we have like similar strategies from the way you would play like dive compositions or bunker compositions or brawl compositions, but new heroes, Black Cat especially, that's going to change the game. For sure that's going to change the game.
And Ryan, the same question to you. These are our results for the day. We had some intense matchups, but what are you looking forward to in the future?
I'm looking forward to just how crazy the roster mania is going to be for everybody else that isn't these like top teams that we've seen in the last couple of days. Everybody's looking to make improvements. I think the top squads, including the likes of Shikigami, Rad, even Fire Strays, can be very happy with the progress that they made, but they're not going to be happy with their placements. They want to do a little bit better. And whilst we don't know much about where or when mid-season finals is going to be, we know that these teams are going to be itching for a spot. Certainly the partnership teams that are looking to make sure that they make those spots known.
Absolutely. And while a lot of people's predictions may have gone up a little bit in flames due to just chaos throughout all the regions, this has been because we've had one of the most fun metas we have had, Moxie. This has been such a delightful season.
I mean, it's been a memorable season, right?
Yes,
I know
sure.
it's come at the cost of pretty much everyone's predictions. I believe we only had, 3 people correct in group stages? Probably less than that, let's be honest, coming on through here for the playoffs. But I'm happy with the trade-off. We got to see Gambit, we got to see Elsa, we got to see matches where both of those weren't played, and even then in that last map, it's just no Gambit, no Elsa, full dive.
We're going to have Black Cat coming in the next season as well. Ryan, tell me about it.
She is ridiculous. I mean, I could be really smart, or at least pretend to be really smart. Like, she's a little bit of dive, she's a little bit of appeal with the mentor fish, just literally copying what Jerky just said about her. But she is going to rip up the meta in no way that we would expect, no doubt. Elsa has been weakened in this patch for 7.5, but I still think she's going to have her place, and Gambit is still Gambit. So I'm really curious on how these Ignite drafts are going to be, and how Black Cat is really going to set herself in there.
And you also have some incredible cosmetics available in-game as well. We have Danny Motta, the Peter Parker photographer skin. We can strike a pose as Black Cat Urban Predator. And of course, embrace that cosmic hunt with Blade getting yet another incredible skin with Starlit Shadows. The battlefield is yours to command. These are all available in-game right now.
Yeah, and you know the drill by now, everyone in Twitch. Devil's Drill, to be specific, because that is going to be the name of the emote and the Will of Galacta Daredevil costume that you can get your hands on if you're watching with your account linked. But not only is the Daredevil out of Hell's Kitchen, the rare, the exclusive, the pre-season grand finals Ignite Gambit skin has also now been let loose for the public to get their hands on. Watch these pre-season finals with your account linked, and you'll be able to grab all of this extra loot too.
Remy LeBeau has been unleashed, so all you have to do is keep watching. If you just joined us here for EMEA, don't worry. There's the Americas coming up later. We still have preseason finals for Asia, China, and Oceania coming up as well. There's plenty of time, so do not stress. Do not fear. More esports will come. There's plenty of opportunities for you to get those in-game cosmetics as well. But for us, we've just had a lovely time. We've brought you some of the best games we have had, definitely all year, because we just started. And it's just going to be even more epic because we still have stage 1 coming up, Ryan.
It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see what these teams are going to do. And again, mid-season finals, I do love me an international.
Yes, please. And Moxie, what was your... We will say goodbye from us here on this desk. What has been your favorite series?
I mean, that last one. The fact that we had, I know, again, a 4-1 EMEA Grand Finals finish, but it's been the closest one of them all so far.
And it was still great, and we still have more to come up for you in just a few weeks when Stage 1 starts. So make sure that you're following all the socials so you can see when the games happen. But from us, from myself, Tetcher, from Got Moxie, Ryan Central, and our colleagues of Leg Day, Lemon Kiwi, and Vodable, we say good night and have fun over in the Americas. Ignite the battle.